The message came in at 12:45 a.m., a faint buzz against the deafening quiet of my room. I stared at it, heart thumping, caught between curiosity and hesitation. It was her, my Tinder match. "What are you doing right now?" I hesitated, glancing at the clock. It was late, but her follow-up came quickly. "Come out with me." For a moment, I thought about saying no. It was cold outside, and the last time I let my guard down, it had cost me 3 years of my life and left me in pieces. But then, the voice in my head reminded me, "You're single now. Take the chance. Live a little." "I'll pick you up," she added. That sealed it. My heart raced as I threw on my best shirt, splashed on cologne, and checked myself in the mirror one last time. Confidence wasn't my strong suit these days, but tonight felt like it could be the start of something new, or at least a distraction. The car pulled up a few minutes later, headlights cutting through the stillness of the street. I stepped out, half nervous, half excited. But when I opened the car door, my stomach dropped. She wasn't alone. My match sat in the passenger seat, flashing a quick smile, but behind the wheel was another woman, a friend apparently. I hesitated for a second before sliding into the back seat. Weird, but maybe they were just cautious. Women had their reasons for traveling in pairs, I guessed. "Which club are we heading to?" I asked, trying to mask my unease. "We're not going out," my match said, twisting to look at me, her voice airy and nonchalant. "Just out." I frowned. "Where exactly?" "Just into town," she said, offering no further detail. The conversation fell flat after that. The car ride was awkward, filled with random chatter between them that excluded me almost entirely. My gut tightened with every mile. Something was off, but I wasn't sure what. Soon, we pulled into an empty car park under a bridge, the space dimly lit and eerily quiet. The driver killed the engine, leaned back, and pulled out a 1-liter bottle of chocolate milk. My match seemed unfazed, laughing along as her friend drank straight from the oversized container like it was a bottle of champagne. They turned the radio up, rolled cigarettes, and started chatting about the most mind-numbing nonsense, stuff I couldn't even pretend to care about. Minutes dragged on like hours. I kept glancing at my phone, wondering if this was some kind of test or cruel joke. After 15 minutes, they got out of the car to smoke. I followed, the frigid air hitting me like a slap. And that's when I saw it, my match stepping out in fluffy white slippers that lit up with every step. I stared, blinking, unsure if I was seeing things. She shuffled around the gravel, her glowing feet an absurd sight against the grim backdrop of the bridge. The unease boiled over into irritation. What was I even doing here? I'd agreed to step outside my comfort zone, but this was something else entirely. I turned to face them, hands shoved deep in my pockets. "Look," I said, keeping my voice steady, "I appreciate you picking me up, but this really isn't my scene. I think I'm going to head off. Have a good night." Their faces froze, the surprise quickly morphing into offense. "Seriously?" My match scoffed, the light from her slippers flickering as she shifted her weight. The driver muttered something under her breath, shaking her head. I didn't care. I walked away, my breath fogging in the cold night air, each step lighter than the last. The discomfort, the awkward silence, the glowing slippers, it all felt like the universe's way of reminding me I deserved better. That night wasn't the start of something new, but it was the end of pretending to settle for anything less than what I truly wanted. Sometimes taking a chance means walking away. The restaurant buzzed with the warm chatter of other diners, their voices blending with the clinking of silverware and the soft hum of background music. I sat stiffly at the table, trying to steady my nerves. It had been a long time since I'd been on a date. Too long, thanks to the emotional wreckage of a 3-year relationship that had ended in flames. But here I was, determined to try again, pushing myself to embrace the terrifying world of dating. For 2 weeks, I'd been talking to this guy. On paper, he seemed great, funny, charming, and no glaring red flags. Our conversations had been light, easy, the kind that made me think maybe, just maybe, I was ready to move on. When he asked me out to dinner, I said yes, hoping this was the first step toward something good. He arrived a little late, all smiles and confidence as he slid into the booth across from me. The dim lighting cast soft shadows over his face, making him seem almost too perfect. "Sorry I'm late," he said, brushing off the apology with a wink. Traffic was a nightmare. I smiled politely, nerves still fluttering in my chest. The waitress appeared quickly, handing us menus and taking our drink orders. I ordered a soda, eager to keep my head clear, and he ordered some craft beer that he clearly thought was impressive. We started chatting, the kind of awkward small talk that felt like trudging through knee-deep mud, but I figured that was normal for a first date. Then, somewhere in the middle of explaining why I hadn't been out much lately, I said, "I've been saving up for a washer and dryer. Mine broke a while ago, and I've been trying to budget for replacements." He leaned back in his chair, smirking like he knew something I didn't. "You know," he said, his voice casual but laced with something sharp, "instead of saving for that, you should save for a boob job." For a moment, I thought I'd misheard him. My brain froze, the words hanging in the air between us like a bad joke waiting for a punchline. But the punchline never came. He was dead serious. I stared at him, stunned into silence. My stomach churned, and my cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. Before I could even figure out how to respond, he doubled down. No, it's not a bad thing," he said, waving a hand as if he was doing me a favor. "My sister and mom both had small tits, and they got boob jobs. They look amazing now." I blinked, my mind reeling. Did he really just say that? To me? On a first date? Before we even had our drinks? My throat tightened, a lump of indignation forming as I tried to comprehend the sheer audacity. He just sat there, looking at me like he'd offered sage advice, like he expected me to thank him for his thoughtful suggestion. I glanced around the restaurant, suddenly hyper-aware of every other table. Couples laughed, groups clinked glasses, and servers wove between tables, oblivious to the humiliation burning through me. My heart raced, my pulse pounding in my ears. I didn't say a word. I didn't argue or demand an explanation. I just stood up, grabbed my bag, and walked out. My chair scraped loudly against the floor, drawing a few curious glances from nearby diners, but I didn't care. Let them stare. Let him sit there and wonder what he'd done wrong. The cold night air hit me like a slap, a welcome contrast to the suffocating heat of the restaurant. I kept walking, my heels clicking against the pavement, adrenaline surging through my veins. Each step felt like reclaiming a piece of myself, the part that had been worn down by heartbreak and self-doubt. By the time I reached my car, the initial shock had faded, replaced by a simmering anger. How dare he? How dare anyone think they could comment on my body like that, as if it was their right to decide what I should or shouldn't change. I sat in my car for a long moment, staring at the steering wheel, letting the weight of what had just happened sink in. The absurdity of it all hit me then, and I laughed, sharp and bitter, but a laugh nonetheless. This wasn't the start of a love story, but maybe it was the start of something better. A reminder that I didn't have to settle, didn't have to endure thoughtless comments or gross entitlement just to feel wanted. A notification from Tinder. I checked it, my pulse quickening out of habit. A match had messaged me. Her profile had caught my eye earlier, sharp wit in her bio, a mischievous glint in her photos. I'd been hopeful. "Hey, what's up?" I typed back, keeping it simple, not wanting to overthink it. Her response came almost immediately, but it wasn't anything I could have anticipated. "Don't talk to me unless you plan on. Well, unless you meet certain standards." I froze, rereading the message. The tone wasn't playful or flirtatious. It was brash, over the top, and left no room for conversation. I sat there, unsure whether to laugh or roll my eyes. I replied with something. What? I can't even remember now. But whatever it was, it didn't matter. She didn't respond, and I let it go, chalking it up to one of those bizarre online interactions everyone warns you about. A week passed, and the strange encounter faded from my mind. Life went on as usual, classes, work, and the occasional late-night fast food run. That night, my stomach growled after hours of cramming for an exam, so I decided to grab something quick. McDonald's seemed like the easiest option. The place was buzzing with its usual hum of activity, the fluorescent lights casting an odd glow over everything. I stepped into the line, placed my order, and shuffled to the counter to wait. My thoughts drifted, half focused on a class project due next week, when the employee behind the counter called my number. I stepped forward, not thinking much of it, but the moment she handed me my bag, the air shifted. Our eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. It was her, the girl from Tinder. Recognition flickered in her eyes first, and it was instant. Her expression shifted rapidly, a flash of disbelief followed by something closer to fear. She looked at me like I was the villain in some terrible drama, her hands visibly trembling as she held out my bag of food. For a split second, I was too stunned to react. Then the realization hit me like a wave. She thought I'd come here intentionally, that I'd tracked her down to confront her over that ridiculous message. The awkwardness in the air was suffocating, an invisible wall of tension that seemed to grow thicker with every passing second. I wanted to say something, to clear up the misunderstanding, but my brain refused to cooperate. What could I possibly say? Hey, I didn't know you worked here, and this is purely a coincidence. That sounded almost worse, like an excuse someone would give when caught red-handed. Her eyes darted to the door, then back to me, as if gauging the fastest escape route. I could feel the weight of her co-workers' curious glances, though none of them seemed to realize what was happening. My face burned with embarrassment. This wasn't just awkward, it was surreal. Finally, I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed the bag, muttered a quick, "Thanks," and walked out as fast as my legs would carry me. My heart pounded in my chest, my mind racing with every step. I didn't look back, didn't dare risk seeing her reaction again. The cool night air hit me like a bomb as I stepped outside, but the tension in my chest didn't ease until I was halfway to my car. Sitting behind the wheel, I let out a shaky breath and shook my head, replaying the scene in my mind. What were the odds of something like this happening? It felt like the universe had decided to turn my life into some twisted comedy sketch. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the image of her face, wide-eyed, pale, filled with fear. She probably thought I was some kind of stalker, and the thought made me cringe. In reality, I barely remembered the interaction until now. The whole thing had been ridiculous from start to finish. A bizarre encounter that I wouldn't have believed if it hadn't happened to me. The next day, I deleted Tinder. Maybe I'd try again someday, but for now, I'd had enough of awkward dates and strange online encounters. Some lessons, I realized, don't need repeating. The theater was buzzing with excitement that night, the kind of electric energy that only comes from the premiere of a blockbuster movie. I'd been looking forward to this for weeks, a first date with someone who seemed genuinely interesting. Star Wars, The Force Awakens was the film, a perfect excuse for shared popcorn and whispered commentary during the action-packed scenes. At least, that's how I'd imagined it. What I didn't imagine was the surprise waiting for me when I arrived. She was standing by the ticket counter, but she wasn't alone. Beside her was another girl, grinning awkwardly. "This is my sister," my date said casually, as though it was the most natural thing in the world to bring a chaperone to a first date. I blinked, unsure how to respond. My gut told me something was off, but I shrugged it off. Maybe they were close, maybe it was last minute. Play it cool, I told myself. What's the worst that could happen? The worst started with the tickets. Somehow, I ended up pulling out my wallet and paying for all three of us. I can't even recall how it happened. It just did. Maybe it was her charm, or maybe it was the fact that old me couldn't handle confrontation. Either way, I found myself standing in line with a sinking feeling, clutching tickets for a movie I suddenly wasn't excited about anymore. As we settled into our seats, the situation only got worse. The lights dimmed, the iconic Star Wars crawl began, and I glanced over at them, eager to share in the moment. But they both looked utterly lost. "So who's that guy?" her sister whispered loudly, pointing at the screen. "Wait, what's the deal with the gold robot?" my date chimed in. It hit me then. They had never seen a Star Wars movie before. Not one. I stared ahead, trying to suppress my frustration as they whispered back and forth, their confusion breaking any chance of getting lost in the movie. Every twist, every reveal, every callback to the originals, none of it landed for them. Meanwhile, I sat there, acutely aware of how much I'd been looking forward to this moment, and how completely derailed it had become. When the credits finally rolled, I sighed in relief, ready to head home and call it a night. But no, the evening wasn't over yet. They wanted McDonald's. We piled into the fast food joint, the smell of fries and grease filling the air. I grabbed something small, a drink maybe, and watched as my date ordered fries. Just fries. Her sister ordered a full meal, of course. They sat across from me, chatting away like I wasn't even there. For over an hour, I sat in that fluorescent-lit purgatory, nursing my drink and watching her eat fries one at a time. Meanwhile, her sister took center stage, launching into an unfiltered tirade about everyone at her job. Co-workers, managers, even customers. No one was safe from her sharp, biting commentary. Every time I tried to shift the conversation, to steer it towards something even remotely date-like, she'd interrupt, dragging the focus back to her ongoing workplace drama. I glanced at my date more than once, hoping for some sign of acknowledgement, some spark of connection that might salvage the night. But she seemed content to let her sister dominate the conversation, occasionally nodding along or throwing in the odd comment. By the time I finally made it to my car, my head was spinning. What had just happened? Was this a date? A family outing? Some kind of elaborate prank? The whole experience felt surreal, like I'd stumbled into someone else's bizarre evening and been forced to play along. There was no second date, not even an attempt. She didn't reach out, and neither did I. To this day, I still think about that night from time to time, trying to make sense of it. Was it a test? A joke? Or just a glaring incompatibility that became painfully obvious over a tray of cold fries? I may not have gotten answers, but I walked away with one valuable lesson. If someone brings an unexpected guest to a first date, it's a red flag the size of a Star Destroyer. And next time, I'd be paying for only one ticket, mine. The air felt heavier than usual as I walked up the driveway, my heart pounding with the familiar mix of excitement and nervousness that comes with a first-time hookup. It had been a while since I'd let myself be this vulnerable, and I'd convinced myself this was going to be fun, casual, and maybe a bit thrilling. He'd seemed charming, funny even, and his messages hinted at a night I wouldn't regret. His place was small and a bit cluttered, but I didn't think much of it. We wasted no time, and before I knew it, we were tangled in a moment that was somehow both electric and slightly awkward. First-time encounters often are. Afterward, we lay there, the room falling into a quiet that felt too still. And that's when it happened. "So," he said, propping himself up on one elbow, his voice carrying a strange undertone I couldn't quite place. "You want to know what I'm really into?" I blinked, caught off guard. I forced a laugh, trying to keep the mood light. Sure. Why not?" Without warning, he reached down and grabbed my foot. My heart slammed against my ribs, and panic shot through me like ice water. I have an irrational fear, noophobia, of people touching my feet. It's the kind of thing that makes me freeze up or bolt, and in that moment, I chose the latter. I yanked my foot away, practically leaping off the bed. "I've got to go," I muttered, my voice trembling as I scrambled to find my clothes. My hands fumbled, but my legs moved instinctively, propelling me toward the exit before I could process what had just happened. I burst out of his room and into the dimly lit hallway, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My only focus was the door, the way out, the promise of fresh air that didn't feel suffocating. As I moved through the house, I noticed details I hadn't before: family photos lining the walls, mismatched furniture that spoke of years of use. I hadn't realized I wasn't in his place at all. I was in his parents' house. The living room came into view, and I nearly froze. Sitting on the couch, with a steaming cup of tea balanced on her knee, was a woman I knew well. Too well. It was my old therapist. Her eyes met mine, widening in shock, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. 100 memories flooded back, sessions spent unpacking my insecurities, her calm voice guiding me through emotional storms, the small but meaningful breakthroughs. And now, here I was, half-dressed and stumbling out of her son's bedroom. She looked at me, her expression a blend of disbelief and something that might have been concern. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but no words came. What could I even say? "Sorry, I didn't know this was your house. Also, I might have traumatized your son by running out of his room like it was on fire." Her son's voice broke the silence, calling from the hallway behind me. "Hey, you okay? Did I freak you out?" I didn't turn around. I couldn't. All I could do was nod stiffly at her, mutter something unintelligible under my breath, and make a beeline for the front door. My feet hit the pavement outside, the cool night air rushing over me like a slap. I didn't stop until I was a block away, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. It wasn't until I was safely back in my car, the engine humming softly, that the absurdity of the situation hit me. I leaned back in the seat, staring at the ceiling, and let out a laugh, hollow and disbelieving at first, then louder, uncontrollable. It was the kind of laugh that comes when there's nothing else you can do. I drove home in a daze, the events replaying in my mind like some surreal, dark comedy. The night had started with what I thought would be a simple hookup, a chance to step outside of my routine, and ended with me running out of a stranger's room, into the living room of my former therapist. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date. The dim glow of my phone's screen lit up my dorm room as I scrolled through Tinder late one night, bored out of my mind and half-heartedly swiping. It was a typical college evening, homework pushed to the side, social life creeping into the foreground. Then I saw her. She was older than me by a year or two, a junior or senior at the same university, with a smile that radiated confidence and an energy that felt magnetic even through her profile photos. A match came almost immediately, followed by her first message. Fast forward a few days, and I was at her apartment for our first hangout. The vibe was relaxed, nothing too intense, just Netflix and casual conversation. I thought she was amazing, down to earth, funny, and way out of my league. As I left that night, I found myself hoping this could turn into something real. When I told her I'd like to see her again, her reply was enthusiastic. "I'd love that. Just hit me up whenever." The week that followed was a flurry of texts and Snapchats. It felt exciting, like the kind of connection you don't stumble upon often. Then, out of the blue, she sent me a nude. I was startled, not because I didn't find her attractive, she was stunning, but because it was so unexpected. We hadn't crossed any lines during our first hangout. It had been completely platonic. Yet here she was, sending me pictures that left no room for ambiguity. I was a young guy, and this confident older girl was showing me attention I hadn't even asked for. I won't lie, I was flattered. And of course, I didn't object. The messages escalated over the week, and by the time we planned to meet again, I had no doubt where things were heading. That Saturday, she came over to my place. My roommates and I were lounging in the living room watching TV, and she seamlessly fit into the dynamic, laughing and chatting like she'd been part of the group for years. At one point, she leaned over and asked if she could stay the night. My brain went into overdrive. After everything she'd been sending me all week, I knew what she meant. Trying to be polite, I offered to sleep on the couch, but she shot that down quickly. "I'd rather you sleep in your bed with me," she said, her voice soft but firm. It was clear, this was happening. We retreated to my room, and one thing led to another. We hooked up, and afterward, we lay side by side in the hazy quiet that follows, the kind where you're not sure whether to break the silence or just let it linger. I'd tossed the used condom to the floor beside the bed, not thinking much of it in the moment. Then, out of nowhere, she got up abruptly. I watched as she walked around to my side of the bed and bent down to pick up the condom. My heart sank, confusion gripping me. Without saying a word, she darted into the bathroom and shut the door. A beat passed, then another. I stayed in bed, unsure of what to do. Then I heard a loud crash, followed by her voice muttering a panicked, "Oh no." Alarmed, I called out, "Are you okay?" No response. I hesitated for a moment before walking to the bathroom door. My mind raced with possibilities. Had she slipped? Hurt herself? But nothing could have prepared me for what I saw when I opened the door. She was standing in my shower, one leg propped up, trying to shove the condom into herself. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what she was doing, flipping the condom inside out and attempting to inseminate herself. I froze, my brain struggling to process the scene unfolding in front of me. Her head snapped toward me, eyes wide with shock. Time seemed to stand still for a second, then everything sped up. I shut the door as quickly as I'd opened it, my heart pounding in my chest. A moment later, she emerged, avoiding my gaze. "I'm gonna leave," she said quickly, grabbing her things. "Sounds good," I replied, my voice hollow. There was nothing else to say. The door clicked shut behind her, and I stood there in stunned silence. My mind replayed the night over and over, searching for answers I'd never get. She never contacted me again, and I didn't reach out either. To this day, that night remains a surreal, unsettling memory, one that reminds me just how unpredictable people can be. The gamer bar was alive with the hum of arcade machines and the clatter of controllers, a place where neon lights bounced off walls plastered with pixelated murals. It was my kind of scene, nostalgic, geeky, and laid back. Tonight, it was also the setting for my first date with someone who seemed promising. We'd bonded over mutual nerdy interests and swapped witty banter through text messages, the kind of conversations that made me hopeful this might actually be different. When he walked in, he looked just like his profile photos, a little scruffy, glasses perched on his nose, and wearing a t-shirt with some obscure gaming reference that I immediately recognized. I waved, and he came over, smiling warmly. The moment he opened his mouth to greet me, however, my stomach dropped. He had no teeth. None. I struggled to mask my shock, my brain scrambling to make sense of what I was seeing. This wasn't something small or superficial. It was a glaring detail, one that had been carefully hidden during our chats and video calls. I told myself not to jump to conclusions. He probably had a good reason for it, right? Maybe an accident or a medical condition. I forced a smile and pushed the thought aside as we sat down. The conversation started smoothly enough. He was just as funny and smart as he'd seemed online, throwing out clever quips and sharing anecdotes about his favorite games. But soon he leaned in, lowering his voice as if he were about to share a secret. "So," he began, glancing around before continuing, "I don't know if you noticed." I blinked, trying not to look directly at his gums as he spoke. "Noticed what?" I asked, feigning ignorance. He gestured vaguely toward his face. "The teeth thing." It was impossible to ignore now. He launched into an explanation about a hack dentist who had convinced him all his teeth needed to be removed. Then came the horror story of budget constraints that prevented him from getting dentures, and the grim detail that he had to wait for bone shards to fall out of his gums before he could even consider replacements. I listened, nodding along sympathetically. It was a tragic story, and I genuinely felt bad for him. But as he spoke, it became clear that he was completely unfazed by the situation. He joked about it, brushing off any discomfort it might cause, both for himself and for me. And then the food arrived. As he talked, particles of his meal sprayed from his mouth, landing on the shared basket of fries between us. I tried to keep my expression neutral, but each fleck of food was a tiny jab at my appetite. It wasn't his fault, of course, he couldn't help it, but the visual was too much to ignore. I found myself retreating inward, my thoughts spiraling. If he'd hidden something this monumental from me, what else might he be keeping secret? Trust was the cornerstone of any relationship, and this omission felt like a crack in the foundation before we'd even started building anything. He, meanwhile, was oblivious to my growing discomfort, continuing to talk enthusiastically about his favorite games and the tabletop campaigns he'd been running. Normally, I'd have been thrilled to dive into those topics, but my focus kept shifting back to the reality of the situation. As the evening wore on, I realized something else. I couldn't get past the thought of intimacy with someone who had no teeth. I felt shallow for even thinking it, but the idea of kissing him made my stomach churn. I kept imagining the texture, the sensation, and it was enough to make me push my food away entirely. When the check came, I politely suggested we call it a night. He smiled, seemingly unaware of my internal struggle, and thanked me for such a fun time. I smiled back, hoping it didn't look forced, and we went our separate ways. On the drive home, I replayed the evening in my mind. It wasn't just the teeth, it was the way he'd hidden it, the way he assumed it wouldn't matter. Maybe it didn't to some people, but to me, it was a breach of trust one couldn't overlook. The next day, when he texted to ask about a second date, I let him down gently. He was a good guy, but I knew deep down that this wasn't something I could move past. Some things, no matter how trivial they might seem, are just too big to ignore. I had just joined Match.com, back when online dating was still a novelty and mostly populated by people desperate enough to take a chance on the unknown. I didn't have high hopes, but when her profile popped up, everything changed. She was stunning, out of my league stunning. The kind of beauty that made you double-check to see if it was some kind of catfish situation. But it wasn't. She responded to my message, and soon we were planning a date. When I met her in person, I felt like I was walking on air. She was even more gorgeous than her photos, all confidence and charm wrapped up in a perfectly tailored outfit. To my shock, the date was going well. Better than well. We were laughing, talking like we'd known each other forever, and by the time the first drinks were finished, we'd already stolen a kiss in the corner of the restaurant. I couldn't believe my luck. This kind of thing didn't happen to me. Not to me. So when she suggested we keep the night going and head to a bar nearby, I didn't hesitate. If anything, I was eager to stretch out the magic as long as possible. The bar was dimly lit, cozy, with a warm hum of conversation filling the air. We found a quiet corner, tucked away from the crowd, and settled in with our drinks. She leaned in close, her hand brushing mine, her laugh lighting up the room. I couldn't stop marveling at the surreal turn my night had taken. And then the door opened. A group of young African men walked in, laughing and talking among themselves. It was unusual, I'll admit. Our town was small and predominantly white, the kind of place where seeing people of different ethnicities stood out more than it should have. But it was no big deal, or at least it shouldn't have been. That's when she stood up. At first, I thought maybe she was going to the restroom or getting another drink. But instead, she turned toward the group and began shouting. Loudly. "You don't belong here," she yelled, her voice cutting through the chatter in the bar like a knife. "Go back to where you came from." The words hit me like a freight train, and the air seemed to leave the room. She wasn't done. She kept going, dropping slurs, including that word, over and over. The group of men froze, exchanging incredulous looks, their laughter replaced with stunned silence. The entire bar turned to watch the scene unfold, a mixture of disbelief and unease rippling through the crowd. It felt like a scene from a horror movie, the kind where the camera zooms in on the protagonist's horrified face while the world around them spins into chaos. My mind raced, every cell in my body screaming, "What is happening right now?" I stared at her, my chest tightening with a sickening realization. This person, this gorgeous, seemingly perfect person, was nothing like the woman I thought I'd spent the evening with. My skin crawled as the shock melted into shame, embarrassment, and anger. I couldn't sit there a second longer. I stood up, grabbed my coat, and walked straight out the door without looking back. The cold night air hit my face as I stepped outside, but it did little to cool the fire of emotions raging inside me. She didn't follow me. At least, not immediately. The next day, my phone buzzed with a message from her. She wanted to meet up again. Another date. Like nothing had happened. I didn't reply. There was no explanation she could offer, no excuse I could stomach. Some things you just can't unsee, and her actions were one of them. Too good to be true. That's what the whole night had been. A cruel, twisted reminder that appearances don't mean a thing when the person behind them is rotten to the core. For days, I replayed the night in my head, wondering how I could have missed the signs, if there even were any. But the truth was, I hadn't missed anything. She'd hidden it well, the way people often do with their worst traits, until the right moment brought it to the surface. She'd seemed like a great match on Tinder. Smart, edgy, with a sense of humor that bordered on irreverent but never crossed into outright bizarre. At least, that's what I thought. She walked in, dressed to impress, exuding confidence. I stood up to greet her, trying to hide my nervous energy. From the outset, she seemed exactly as I'd imagined. Funny, engaging, and full of sharp wit. Over appetizers, we talked about everything from school to movies to our shared love of obscure music. It felt easy, natural, until it didn't. The shift came gradually, subtle at first. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone, and asked if I'd ever had a truly wild relationship. I laughed awkwardly, unsure of what she meant, and said something vague about not being the adventurous type. That's when the conversation took a turn I hadn't seen coming. "You know," she began, stirring her drink absently, "I've been thinking a lot about my ex-husband lately." The mention of an ex wasn't unusual. Everyone has a past, but the way she said it made my skin prickle. "Oh," I said cautiously, unsure of where this was going. She smiled, a strange glint in her eye. "I was thinking, if we hook up tonight, maybe we could record it, for fun. And then I could send it to him." The words hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. I froze, unsure if I'd misheard her. "You'd send it to your ex?" I asked, my voice faltering. "Yeah," she said, completely nonchalant. "He'd lose his mind. It'd be hilarious." I forced a laugh, trying to mask my discomfort, but my mind was already spinning. This wasn't just a red flag, it was an entire parade of them. I reached for my water, stalling for time, trying to decide if I should cut the date short right then and there. But before I could think of an excuse to leave, she took the conversation to an even darker place. "You know what I really enjoy?" she asked, her tone suddenly serious. I looked up, hesitant to answer. "What's that?" "I like being hit," she said matter-of-factly, as if she were discussing a favorite hobby. "And my favorite kind of sex is safe word rape." I didn't even know how to respond. My brain stalled, caught between disbelief and an overwhelming urge to get as far away as possible. She smiled as if she'd just shared a fun little secret, completely oblivious to the wave of unease washing over me. I set my fork down, my appetite gone. Every alarm bell in my head was screaming at full volume. This wasn't a casual quirk or a harmless eccentricity. This was something far darker, something I couldn't begin to untangle. I don't think I'm really your type," I managed to say, my voice shaking slightly. "Maybe we should call it a night." Her expression barely faltered. She shrugged, as if she'd expected this reaction, and went back to sipping her drink. "Suit yourself," she said, completely unfazed. I signaled for the check, paid for the meal without looking at her, and left the restaurant as quickly as I could without outright sprinting. The cool night air hit me like a wave, but it did little to calm my racing heart. I walked back to my car in a daze, replaying the conversation in my mind, each word more surreal than the last. When I got home, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at my phone. Tinder was still open, her profile staring back at me, a stark reminder of how far off the rails things had gone. Without hesitation, I deleted the app, erasing it from my phone like I was scrubbing away the memory of the night. That date wasn't just a bad experience, it was a wake-up call. I'd gone looking for connection, something light and fun to break the monotony of college life. Instead, I'd found a dark corner of the dating world I hadn't been prepared for. Some people's stories aren't meant to intertwine, and hers was one I was more than happy to leave behind. The first time my mom told me she was joining Tinder, I nearly spit out my coffee. It wasn't that I was against it. In fact, I was all for her stepping into a new chapter after enduring decades of an unhappy marriage. It was just unexpected. Stella's getting her groove back, she declared with a smirk, echoing the title of that old movie. And I, as her adult child, was 100% on her team. If anyone deserved a little adventure, it was her. From the start, she made it clear, this wasn't about finding a long-term relationship. No romance, no strings, just a bit of fun while she was on a work trip out of state. It sounded harmless enough. She started sending me screenshots of potential matches, asking for my opinions. It was surreal, sitting in my tiny college apartment, playing wingman to my own mom. Not this guy, I'd text back. His bio screams midlife crisis. Or, swipe left. He's holding a fish. You hate fishing. And then she found him. The guy. Her pick for the night. The moment I saw his profile, alarm bells went off. His photos were normal enough, but his bio read like a walking, talking red flag. He seemed too smooth, too eager. The kind of guy who could charm anyone into letting their guard down. Mom, I texted, this guy is sketchy. Hard pass. But she laughed it off. Oh, come on. He's just cute and chatty. What's the worst that could happen? She was an adult. I couldn't stop her. So, with some last-minute safety reminders from me, share your location. Tell me when you're back at the hotel. She went off to meet him. The next morning, I got the text. Well, that was interesting. She didn't elaborate, just said they'd hung out for a few hours, and he'd dropped her off. Nothing serious, she added, which I took as her way of saying it was over. Or so I thought. Later that afternoon, she called me, her voice shaking. He knows my address. I froze. What? How? Apparently, during their brief time together, he'd pieced together enough details about her life, her work, the city she'd flown from, and the general timeline of her trip, to figure out which flight she was taking the next day. From there, he'd tracked down her final destination. Using public tax records, he'd found her full name, which led him to her Facebook profile. It didn't stop there. He called your dad, she whispered, her voice barely audible. My stomach dropped. My parents hadn't spoken directly since the divorce. For this stranger to insert himself into their lives, calling my dad and spilling details about my mom's Tinder rendezvous, was beyond invasive. My mom sounded utterly rattled as she recounted the messages he'd sent her afterward, swinging wildly between professions of love and accusations of betrayal. He sent him pictures, she continued, and screenshots of our texts. Everything. I was furious, both for her and for myself. This wasn't just about my mom anymore. This man had disrupted our family in the most grotesque way possible. You need to call the police, I told her. She hesitated, not wanting to escalate things, but I insisted. This wasn't something to brush off. The harassment didn't stop. Over the next few days, he sent her a barrage of messages, alternating between declaring undying love and berating her for being untrustworthy. He demanded explanations, claiming he couldn't trust her even though she'd done nothing wrong. My mom blocked him on everything, Tinder, Facebook, her phone, but he found ways around it, creating new accounts to send her messages. Eventually, she did go to the police. They took her seriously, thankfully, and started the process of filing a restraining order. But the experience left her shaken to her core. For weeks, she couldn't relax, constantly looking over her shoulder, wondering if he'd show up unannounced. When the dust finally settled, she deleted Tinder and vowed never to touch dating apps again. For me, the whole ordeal was a sobering reminder of how quickly something harmless can spiral into something dangerous. I'd supported her decision to put herself out there, and I still do, but none of us could have predicted how unhinged someone could become after just a few hours of interaction. My nerves were doing their usual predate dance at the bar, but the moment he walked in, my doubts evaporated. He was tall, effortlessly handsome, and carried himself with the kind of confidence that made heads turn. He spotted me immediately, flashing a smile that could have melted glaciers, and I thought, wow, this is actually happening. The conversation flowed like water. He was charming, witty, and somehow made me feel like the most interesting person in the room. I kept catching myself thinking, how is this guy single? Better yet, why is he interested in me? It felt too good to be true, and I started wondering if maybe, just this once, I'd lucked out. The drinks turned into more drinks, and before long, the chemistry between us had us heading back to his place. His apartment was clean and well decorated, the kind of place that suggested he had his life together. I was impressed, and as he pulled me into a kiss, I thought, this night might just be perfect. Things escalated quickly. We were making out, his hands roaming, my heart pounding in anticipation. The heat between us was palpable. As we moved to his bedroom, my excitement grew. He seemed like the full package, funny, charming, and now passionate. Then came the moment I hadn't anticipated. As I pulled his pants down, I was met with surprise. There, staring back at me, was something I hadn't mentally prepared for, a micro-penis. It was maybe 2 inches long, barely the size of my finger. For a second, I froze, unsure how to react. I wasn't one to judge. Everyone's body is different, but I couldn't deny the jolt of confusion that ran through me. Okay, I told myself, let's see where this goes. I started to gently touch him, my mind racing. How are we going to have sex? I wondered. Then optimistically I thought maybe he's got other skills. Maybe he's a master at oral, and this is going to be one of those surprising, unforgettable nights. But nope. As I began to pivot the moment towards something else, he stopped me, clearly uninterested in anything except the main event. I'm not really into that, he said, brushing off the idea of foreplay with a confidence I didn't quite understand. He wanted to skip everything and go straight to penetration. I nodded, still trying to salvage the night, but doubts were beginning to creep in. He guided me to lie on my stomach and positioned himself behind me. The room was quiet except for the sound of his breathing as he began. But almost immediately, it was clear something wasn't quite right. I could feel him moving, thrusting with enthusiasm, but there was no actual penetration happening. Instead, he was sliding between my thighs. I froze, trying to figure out what to do. Should I say something? Correct him? But before I could decide, he began to talk. You like that? He asked, his voice low. My lips twitched, and I bit down hard to stifle the laugh bubbling in my throat. The absurdity of the situation was almost too much. He kept going, his dirty talk growing more explicit and confident. Meanwhile, I lay there, torn between disbelief and an overwhelming urge to laugh at the sheer absurdity of the scene. It didn't take long for him to finish, grunting with satisfaction as he collapsed beside me. I stared at the ceiling, my mind blank, trying to process what had just happened. He looked so pleased with himself, completely oblivious to the fact that he hadn't actually penetrated me at all. After a few moments of awkward silence, I mumbled something about needing to go home. He didn't protest, just smiled lazily and said he'd love to see me again. I smiled back weakly, grabbed my things, and left as quickly as I could without making it obvious. The walk back to my car was surreal. My mind replayed the events over and over, each detail more ridiculous than the last. I couldn't help but laugh once I was safely inside the car, the kind of laugh that comes from pure disbelief. That night taught me something about the unpredictable nature of dating. Sometimes, the most promising starts can lead to the strangest endings. But hey, at least it's a story. The sushi restaurant was packed, the kind of night that felt like a blur of clattering dishes, endless orders, and barely contained chaos. I darted between tables, balancing trays of sashimi and miso soup, trying to keep up with the relentless dinner rush. Among the sea of customers, one table stood out, 2 guys, one of them particularly striking. He had a confident, easy smile and tattoos that crept out from under his sleeves, hinting at stories I'd never hear. Despite the chaos, I made sure they had great service. At the end of their meal, they left a tip so generous it stopped me in my tracks. Later that night, after finally collapsing on my couch, beer in hand, I opened Tinder to mindlessly swipe and decompress. And there he was, the same guy from the restaurant, unmistakable with his sharp features and distinctive ink. My heart skipped a beat. The tip had been memorable, but this? What were the odds? I swiped right and passed out, too tired to overthink it. The next morning, I woke up to a match and a sweet message waiting for me. We started texting, and he was charming, almost disarmingly so. He mentioned he was only in town for business, which should have been my first red flag. But I was intrigued, and he asked me out to dinner at a high-end French restaurant that I could never afford on my own. I hesitated, unsure if I should go. My roommates, fueled by mimosas and bad advice, encouraged me. What's the harm in a nice dinner? They said. By that evening, I'd agreed, but things were already off. He insisted on picking me up, pressing harder than anyone should for a first date. My instincts flared, and I told him flat out that I'd cancel if I couldn't drive myself. He backed off, and we arranged to meet at the restaurant. The place was stunning, the kind of place where the lighting is dim, the wine list is longer than a novel, and everyone speaks in hushed tones. He was already seated when I arrived, looking sharp and relaxed. The dinner started well enough. He ordered a $200 bottle of wine, lobster, appetizers, and desserts, sparing no expense. By the time the bill came, I was sure the meal had totaled somewhere close to $600. I couldn't believe someone would spend that kind of money on a first date. As the evening went on, though, the facade started to crack. The more he drank, the more he let slip. Midway through the meal, he casually admitted he was married, but claimed it was an open relationship. I raised an eyebrow, skeptical. In response, he pulled out his phone, called his wife, and even sent her a picture of me. To my shock, she sounded excited. "She's gorgeous," I heard her say, her voice tinny over the speaker. "Invite her to Cancun. We'd love to meet her." My stomach churned. He hung up, grinning, and explained that his wife was bisexual and into women. He suggested I join them for a weekend getaway. Red flags piled up faster than I could process. I tried to steer the conversation to safer ground, asking about his work. Without blinking, he told me he was involved with a drug cartel. He spoke about it casually, as if it were just another day at the office. He assured me it was perfectly safe, but my chest tightened. This wasn't the kind of conversation you had on a casual date, or ever. I told him I needed to leave. He followed me out, trailing me to my car, still trying to sell me on the idea of joining him and his wife. He pulled up photos of her on his phone. She was undeniably beautiful, and scrolled through his Instagram, showing off their lavish life in Cancun. "You can trust me," he insisted. "This could be fun." When I still refused, his tone shifted. "I spent all this money on dinner," he said, his voice hardening. "The least you could do is come back to my hotel room." When I backed away, he tried to grab my hand, leaning in for a kiss I wanted no part of. My pulse was pounding as I twisted free and bolted to my car. Once inside, I locked the doors and sped away, checking the rearview mirror constantly. I was terrified he'd follow me home, so I drove aimlessly for an hour before calling a friend. I spent the night at her place, grateful she had male roommates who could make me feel safe. The next morning, I deleted Tinder without hesitation. The more I replayed the night, the darker it felt. Was he just an unhinged rich guy? Or was there something more sinister? Human trafficking, perhaps? I'll never know for sure, but I'm haunted by the thought of what could have happened if I hadn't trusted my instincts. It was a lesson I'll never forget. Trust your gut, and when the red flags start piling up, don't wait to see how the story ends. My friend, a fellow soldier and someone I'd always known to be tough as nails, leaned forward as we shared stories about strange encounters during a rare night off duty. But when it was her turn, her voice dropped, her expression darkened, and I knew this wasn't just another funny or awkward tale. "This one's different," she started, her tone serious. "It still gets to me, you know?" I nodded, bracing myself. She told me about how it began, a typical modern romance story, or so it seemed. She had been talking to a guy she'd met online, and everything had felt surprisingly normal. He was charming, friendly, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know her. After a few days of casual conversation, he suggested meeting up for drinks. No red flags, no warning signs, just a simple, seemingly innocent invitation. So she agreed. The bar was a cozy spot, tucked away in one of Norway's quieter neighborhoods. When she arrived, he was already there, smiling and waving her over like an old friend. The first round of drinks came and went, and the conversation flowed easily enough at first. He asked about her life in the military, her travels, and her interests. She started to relax, thinking this might actually turn into a good night. But then the questions began to shift. At first, it was subtle, questions that felt slightly deeper than typical first date fare. "What's the worst memory you have from childhood?" he asked, his eyes locked onto hers in an almost unnerving way. She brushed it off, giving a vague answer and steering the conversation elsewhere. But he didn't let up. "What's your first memory of anything? Intimate?" he asked next, his voice casual, but the question landed like a stone in her stomach. She laughed nervously, trying to dodge the question, but his persistence was unsettling. Every other topic seemed to circle back to something unnervingly personal, even dark. Still, he managed to maintain a facade of charm, keeping her from bolting out the door. When the drinks were finished, he suggested they continue the night at his place. She hesitated, but he seemed harmless enough, a little odd, sure, but not threatening. She agreed. His apartment was small but clean, almost sterile. Too sterile, she thought, but she pushed the thought aside. She excused herself to the bathroom, needing a moment to regroup and shake off the nagging unease creeping up her spine. As she washed her hands, she heard faint noises coming from another room. Curious, and now slightly on edge, she cracked the bathroom door open, careful not to make a sound. She followed the noise to a partially open door down the hall. Inside, she saw him moving around, his back to her. He was spreading thick sheets of plastic over the floor and walls, carefully smoothing out the edges as if preparing for something. The hair on her neck stood up. Her breath hitched, and her mind raced. This wasn't normal. This wasn't safe. She stepped back, careful not to make a sound, and quickly returned to the bathroom. Her reflection stared back at her, wide-eyed and panicked. She had to get out. Forcing herself to stay calm, she emerged from the bathroom, putting on her best casual smile. "Hey, I just remembered I've got an early shift tomorrow," she said, grabbing her bag and heading toward the door without waiting for a response. He watched her, his expression unreadable, but didn't try to stop her. She left as quickly as she could without breaking into a run. The moment she was safely outside, she called the police. She didn't expect much to come of it. Maybe they'd check in on him, maybe not. But to her surprise, her call set off a series of events that confirmed her worst fears. The man was already under surveillance for suspicious behavior, and her report gave them the probable cause they needed to search his apartment. What they found turned her stomach. The plastic wasn't for a home renovation project. It was preparation for something far more sinister. Tools, restraints, and other evidence suggested he was on the brink of committing something unthinkable. "I still think about what could have happened if I'd stayed," she told me, her voice heavy with lingering fear. "How close I came to being. I don't even know. Another statistic, maybe." Her story left me cold. It was a chilling reminder of how easily something that feels normal can take a turn into something dark. She's tough, no doubt about it, but even she admitted that night left scars she might never fully shake. The first time I saw her photo on Tinder, I was struck by her smile, bright, confident, and framed by golden blonde hair. Her profile was charming, filled with witty comments and quirky hobbies. She was fluent in German, she mentioned, though it seemed like a throwaway detail at the time. We matched quickly, and our conversations flowed effortlessly. She was funny, engaging, and best of all, seemed genuinely interested in me. Our first date is a blur now, but I remember walking away feeling like I'd hit the jackpot. We met up a few more times after that, each encounter reinforcing how much we clicked. Eventually, I found myself at her place, a cozy apartment filled with books, plants, and an inexplicable collection of miniature figurines. That night, things escalated naturally, and we ended up in her bed. At first, everything was perfect. She was beautiful, and the chemistry between us was undeniable. But somewhere in the heat of the moment, she started shouting in German. It was loud, passionate, and utterly unexpected. I froze for a split second, my mind scrambling to process the sudden switch to a language I couldn't understand. No offense to German speakers, but it's not exactly a language that screams romance. It's more like a drill sergeant barking commands. Her words rolled out in sharp, guttural bursts, and I was equal parts fascinated and terrified. I had no idea what she was saying. Was she complimenting me? Giving instructions? Cursing me out? The sheer unpredictability of it threw me off my rhythm completely. Still, I powered through, convincing myself this was just one of her quirks. It wasn't a deal breaker, just a surprise. A week later, we decided to grab drinks at a local bar she suggested. It was one of those laid-back spots with dim lighting and an impressive collection of craft beers. When we walked in, she greeted the bartender with a familiarity that made me pause. They laughed, exchanged a few words, and he even asked how she'd been. Curious, I asked her how she knew him once he'd stepped away. She smiled casually and said, "Oh, that's my ex-husband." I nearly choked on my drink. "Ex-husband?" I repeated, trying to process what I'd just heard. We were both in our 20s. How did someone our age already have an ex-husband? "Yeah," she said nonchalantly. "We were married for about 2 years. It's cool, though. We're still friends." She shrugged it off like it was no big deal, but my mind was reeling. I looked back at the bartender, who was casually wiping down glasses, as if this was the most normal situation in the world. Before I could ask anything else, she excused herself to use the bathroom. The moment she disappeared, the bartender leaned over the counter with a sly grin. "So," he said, his tone dripping with amusement, "how are you liking the German in bed?" I blinked, stunned into silence. Of all the things he could have said, that was the last one I expected. Still caught off guard, I stammered, "It's all right." He winked at me. Before I could gather my thoughts, she returned, sliding into her seat beside me as if nothing had happened. The bartender didn't miss a beat, acting like the brief exchange between us had never occurred. The rest of the evening passed uneventfully, but the whole situation left me with an odd feeling I couldn't shake. She was great, fun, attractive, and smart, but there was something about her unpredictability that made me hesitate. The German outbursts, the casual mention of an ex-husband who happened to be serving us drinks. It was all just a bit much. We hung out a few more times before things fizzled out naturally. There wasn't any dramatic ending, just a quiet realization that we weren't quite the right fit for each other. I still go to that bar occasionally, and every time I do, the bartender greets me with a knowing smile. He always comps my first drink, which I like to think of as a silent acknowledgement of the bizarre shared experience. The first time I met him, he seemed confident, charming even. He had that air of someone who knows exactly what they want, a quality that, in the right amount, can be magnetic. He planned our first date without much input from me, choosing the restaurant, the time, even the route we took to get there. It felt a little controlling, but I brushed it off. Maybe he's just trying to be chivalrous, I told myself. Some people like to take charge, and maybe he thought I'd appreciate it. That night went fine enough, though something about him kept me slightly on edge. He was polite, attentive, and seemed genuinely interested in me, but there was a tension simmering beneath the surface. Little comments he made, subtle digs at how I held my fork or the way I laughed, pricked at me like tiny needles. I ignored them, chalking it up to first date awkwardness. When he asked for a second date, I hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. He suggested we go to London for the evening, saying he'd handle all the details. The vagueness immediately set off alarms in my mind. I tried to be casual about it, asking where in London we were going and what he had planned, but he dodged the question. "It's a surprise," he said with a smug grin, like that would put me at ease. I pressed further, explaining that I needed to know at least a little about where we were going, mostly for safety, though I didn't say that outright. "I just need to know what to wear," I lied, hoping that would prompt him to share more. His response was strange. "Wear a dress," he said flatly, as though it were in order. I felt my stomach twist. I never wear dresses, they're not my style, and I wasn't about to start now just because someone else told me to. "I don't really do dresses," I replied lightly, trying to keep the mood from souring. "I'll just wear something comfortable." His reaction was immediate and sharp. His tone, which had been playful before, hardened. "Why do you have to be so difficult?" he snapped. "Can't you just go along with it for once?" For once? We'd only met once. I felt my chest tighten. Something about the way he spoke sent a chill down my spine. "I don't think I'm being difficult," I said, keeping my voice calm but firm. "I just want to know where we're going. It's not too much to ask." That's when he lost it. His words spilled out like venom, his face twisting with anger. "You're such a stuck-up bitch," he spat, his voice shaking with frustration. "Always playing games. You're nothing but a cock tease." I froze, my heart pounding as his words sank in. The anger in his voice was startling, the kind that makes your instincts scream at you to get away as fast as possible. This wasn't someone who'd read me wrong or misunderstood my boundaries. This was someone who didn't think they mattered at all. "I don't think this is going to work," I said quietly, already reaching for my phone. "You're out of order," he barked, but I wasn't listening anymore. My hands shook as I opened the app and blocked him. His messages disappeared instantly, replaced by an eerie silence that hung over me for the rest of the night. It wasn't until later, sitting alone in my room, that the full weight of what had happened hit me. I'd felt uneasy around him from the beginning, but I'd ignored those feelings, convincing myself that I was overreacting. Now, I realized just how close I'd come to something far worse than an uncomfortable date. The next day, I deleted his number and told a few close friends what had happened, partly for my own safety and partly as a reminder to myself that I wasn't being difficult. I was setting boundaries, something he clearly couldn't handle. That experience stayed with me, not because of how it ended, but because of what it taught me. Trusting your instincts isn't just important, it's necessary. And anyone who makes you feel like you're being too much for wanting to feel safe isn't someone worth your time. In hindsight, the red flags had been there all along. I just needed to learn how to see them. I was sitting across from him, a man I'd matched with on Match.com who seemed decent enough online. His profile had been straightforward, his messages polite, and I figured I'd give it a shot. But from the moment we sat down, something felt off. It wasn't the kind of unease that screamed danger, more like a subtle wrongness that I couldn't quite put my finger on. He chewed gum constantly, even as he greeted me. Not just chewing, but snapping it loudly between his teeth. It was a minor annoyance, but I brushed it off. Everyone has quirks, right? The conversation started fine. Small talk, a few jokes, nothing groundbreaking. But as the night went on, his comments grew increasingly strange. I'd always been honest in my profile about being a UK size 14 to 16, confident in who I was, and unapologetic about my curves. At one point, I made a light-hearted joke about my fat arse, something I often did to disarm potential awkwardness. Without missing a beat, he looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Yes, I noticed." His tone was flat, devoid of humor or charm, and his words landed like a slap. I laughed awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Was it an insult? An observation? A clumsy attempt at a joke? Whatever it was, it felt unnecessarily rude. The silence that followed hung in the air like a bad smell, and I suddenly found myself counting the minutes until the date was over. Then there was the gum. He'd been chewing it the entire time, which was bad enough, but when our meals arrived, he casually plucked it from his mouth and stuck it onto the side plate meant for bread. My stomach churned as I watched him leave it there, clearly intending for the waitress to deal with it. It wasn't just gross, it was disrespectful. I tried to steer the conversation elsewhere, determined to salvage what was left of the evening. But it was like trying to start a fire in the rain. He answered my questions with disinterested shrugs or one-word replies, making no effort to keep the dialogue alive. I felt like I was interviewing him for a job he didn't want. The final nail in the coffin came when we bumped into one of my colleagues. She was tipsy and cheerful, clearly enjoying her night out, and she stumbled over to say hello. "Fabergé is the best boss ever," she slurred, throwing her arms around me in an overly enthusiastic hug. I laughed, brushing it off with a wave of my hand. "I'm really not," I said, trying to downplay her drunken praise. But when I glanced back at my date, his reaction made my stomach sink. He didn't smile, didn't laugh, didn't even acknowledge her. Instead, he turned his back to her completely, like she wasn't worth his time. The blatant rudeness of it left me speechless. My colleague, oblivious to the slight, eventually wandered off, but I was done. "I think I'm going to call it a night," I said, forcing a polite smile as I reached for my bag. He didn't argue or ask why. Instead, as I turned to leave, he made one final move that turned the evening from disappointing to outright bizarre. He leaned toward me as if to say goodbye, but instead attempted to shoulder bump me, a move that seemed both petty and unnecessarily aggressive. He missed, the motion clumsy and awkward, and I was too stunned to react. I didn't look back as I walked out the door. The moment I got home, I blocked him on Match.com and reported him for his behavior. I wasn't sure if it would make a difference, but it felt like the least I could do. I couldn't believe I'd wasted an evening on someone so lacking in basic decency. Looking back, it wasn't just his comments or his behavior that bothered me. It was the way he seemed to revel in being inconsiderate, as though he found power in making others uncomfortable. It was a stark reminder that, no matter how polished someone seems online, you can't truly know who they are until you meet them in person. The next day, I deleted our messages, erasing any trace of him from my phone. The date was a disaster, but it left me with a clear resolution. Never ignore your instincts, especially when someone shows you who they really are. I'd agreed to meet her here, at a Starbucks, for our first date. It felt casual, low stakes, a safe way to see if there was a spark. Her profile had been intriguing, funny, intelligent, passionate about animal rights. I wasn't vegan, but she'd assured me she was fine with that. The door chimed as she walked in, her blonde hair pulled into a sleek ponytail and a brightly colored tote bag slung over her shoulder. She smiled, and for a moment, I felt my nerves settle. She was just as pretty as her photos, and I thought this could actually go well. We exchanged pleasantries and joined the line. As we waited, she casually mentioned her veganism again, saying it was more than just a diet. It was her way of life. I nodded, listening, and reassured her that I respected her choices. She seemed satisfied with that and smiled, her demeanor calm and confident. When it was my turn to order, I asked for my usual, a coffee with cream. The moment the words left my mouth, the air around us shifted. She froze, her smile vanishing. Her eyes widened in shock, and for a second, I thought I'd misspoken. Then, in a voice that seemed to echo through the entire cafe, she shouted, "You're a cow murderer." Every head in the room turned toward us. Conversation stopped mid-sentence, cups clattered onto saucers, and the baristas paused in their movements, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. My face flushed hot as her words registered. She wasn't joking, she was furious. "You're contributing to the torture and slaughter of innocent animals," she continued, her voice rising with each word. "Do you even know what they go through? You're complicit in their suffering." I stood there, stunned, my mind racing to catch up. This wasn't just a passionate outburst, it was a full-blown scene, and I was at the center of it. People were staring, some whispering, others outright gawking. I tried to stammer out a response, something to defuse the situation, but my words caught in my throat. The barista behind the counter glanced at me nervously, unsure whether to hand over my drink or wait for the storm to pass. "Look," I finally managed, my voice low, "I respect your choices, but this isn't the time or place for this." She didn't hear me, or maybe she didn't care. She was too busy listing the horrors of the dairy industry, her voice trembling with emotion. I could feel my chest tightening, the weight of dozens of eyes pressing down on me. I hadn't come here to debate ethics or become the target of a public shaming. I'd come for coffee and a conversation. I glanced at the exit, calculating the quickest way out of this situation. My drink was finally placed on the counter, but I didn't even reach for it. Instead, I pulled out my wallet, handed over the cash to pay for both our orders, and said, "I think I'll leave." Her expression flickered for a moment, shock, maybe even regret, but she didn't stop me. I grabbed my receipt and headed for the door, the whispers of the other patrons following me like a shadow. The cool air outside hit my face, but it did little to calm the storm raging inside me. As I walked to my car, I replayed the scene in my mind, each detail sharpening with every step. Her anger, the way she'd weaponized the moment to make a public point, the looks on the faces of strangers, all of it felt surreal. I'd expected differences in opinion, maybe even a light-hearted debate, but not this. When I got home, I blocked her number and deleted our chats. I wasn't angry, not exactly, more bewildered than anything. It was clear we were on entirely different wavelengths, and any chance of a second date had been obliterated in that Starbucks. Later, I told my friends about it, and they laughed, calling it a classic Tinder horror story. But for me, it was more than just an awkward encounter. It was a reminder that some people's passion, no matter how admirable, can blind them to the line between conviction and respect. And as much as I admired her dedication, I knew I needed something simpler, someone who could let me drink my coffee in peace. The sun was setting as we strolled along the trail, the sky painted with hues of gold and lavender. Every word she spoke felt like it had weight, yet her laughter was light enough to make my heart lift. From the moment I met her, I was convinced she was it, the one. We walked for hours, lost in conversation, our steps falling in sync as if we'd done this 1,000 times before. She was smart, kind, and stunningly beautiful in a way that made you forget what you were saying mid-sentence. We had planned to head to the beach after our walk, but as luck would have it, the skies darkened and rain started to fall. I suggested heading somewhere else, maybe grabbing a coffee or finding a cozy spot indoors, but she surprised me. "Your mom lives nearby, right?" she asked, her smile disarming. "I'd love to meet her." I hesitated. Meeting my mom on the first date? That wasn't in the playbook, but she was so sincere, so at ease, that I found myself agreeing. "All right," I said, trying to mask my nerves. To my surprise, it wasn't awkward at all. My mom took to her immediately, and she fit right in, joining the conversation as if she'd been part of the family for years. We shared dinner, laughing and swapping stories, and for the first time in a long time, I felt something I hadn't expected, hope. Afterward, my mom went upstairs to grab something, and she excused herself to the bathroom. As I was heading back down the landing, she appeared, her eyes catching mine in the dim light. Without hesitation, she reached out, her fingers brushing mine before she leaned in and kissed me. It was soft and sweet, yet it left me reeling. I couldn't believe how perfect everything felt. The next time we met, it was at my place. We talked for hours before the night turned intimate. It was effortless, like we had always been meant to find each other. Everything about her felt right. When I told her I had to go away for work for a month, she didn't flinch. I understand, she said, her voice steady and supportive. It's your job, and I know how much you love it. I'll be here when you get back. Her understanding only deepened my feelings for her. When I returned, everything picked up right where we'd left off. She greeted me with the same warmth, the same spark, as if no time had passed at all. A month later, we decided to go on holiday together. A week of sun, sea, and everything that felt like love. It was perfect. Every day felt like a dream, and as we shared quiet moments on the beach or laughed over dinner, I thought, this is it. This is the person I want to spend my life with. The holiday ended too soon. On the train ride back from the airport, we sat close, stealing kisses and whispering plans for the future. Her stop came first, and as she got off, she turned back for one last hug, her hand lingering on mine. I'll see you soon, she said, her smile as bright as ever. But that was the last time I saw her. At first, I thought it was a misunderstanding. I texted her later that week, and her reply was brief. I just need some space. I told her I understood, gave her time, and waited. I had to go away for work again, and when I came back, I reached out. Want to grab lunch? I asked, hopeful. Her reply shattered me. I'm over it, she said. I've moved on. I couldn't believe it. Everything had been perfect. Or at least, I thought it had been. We'd laughed, shared dreams, created memories that I replayed in my mind like scenes from a movie. How had it all unraveled so quickly? What had I done wrong? For weeks, I replayed every conversation, every moment, searching for answers. Was it something I'd said? Something I hadn't done? The silence left by her absence was deafening, and no matter how much time passed, I couldn't shake the feeling of loss. The pub was lively that evening, buzzing with chatter and laughter, the kind of place that felt like a safe choice for a last-minute Tinder date. I wasn't expecting much, just a drink and a chance to see if there was a connection. When I arrived, I spotted him right away, sitting at a table near the back. But something was immediately off. As I approached, I noticed a gash on his forehead, fresh, gooey, and alarmingly out of place. It wasn't a small cut you could ignore. It looked recent and serious enough to demand an explanation. My stomach tightened as I slid into the chair across from him. Hey, I said cautiously, gesturing to his forehead. What happened? Are you okay? He blinked at me, looking genuinely confused. What do you mean? He asked, tilting his head like I'd just mentioned something absurd. I stared at him, waiting for him to crack a smile or offer an explanation, but he didn't. He seemed completely oblivious to the fact that there was a gaping wound on his face. My unease grew, but I decided not to push. Maybe he didn't want to talk about it, or maybe this was just one of those quirks you encountered in online dating. Still, the air between us felt heavier than it should have for a first meeting. We ordered drinks, and as the conversation began, the tension only deepened. He wasted no time diving into the story of his last relationship. I just got out of something pretty serious, he started, swirling his drink with a distracted air. Yeah, I asked, trying to sound polite, but already feeling wary. He nodded. It was with an older woman. We were together for about a year. That wasn't unusual, but his tone hinted at something darker. What happened? I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. He hesitated, then leaned in as if sharing a scandalous secret. She slept with her son's best friend, he said flatly. The words hung in the air, heavy and sharp. I blinked, unsure I'd heard him correctly. Her son's best friend? I repeated, my voice trailing off. Yeah, he said, taking a sip of his drink. The kid was 15. My stomach turned. I felt like the floor had just dropped out from under me. So, you were dating someone who... He cut me off with a shrug, as if brushing away the weight of what he'd just admitted. Yeah, I guess you could say she had some issues. Some issues? The words escaped before I could stop them. I leaned back in my chair, my mind racing. He'd just casually admitted to being in a relationship with someone who had committed a heinous act, and he didn't seem the least bit fazed by it. I glanced at the wound on his forehead again, the uneasiness in my chest growing heavier. The fact that he didn't acknowledge it, didn't even seem to realize it was there, made the whole situation feel surreal, like I was trapped in a scene from a movie that didn't make sense. Look, I said finally, my voice calm but firm. It seems like you've got a lot going on right now. I don't think this is a good idea. He frowned, but before he could respond, I reached into my bag, pulled out a 5-pound note, and set it on the table. For my drink, I said, standing up. I didn't wait for him to argue or try to stop me. I grabbed my coat and left, the cool night air hitting me like a wave of relief. My heart was pounding, and my thoughts were racing. Who was this guy? Why hadn't he been more disturbed by his ex's actions? And what in the world had happened to his forehead? Even now, I still wonder about him. Did he ever figure out what caused the wound? Did he even care? And what became of the woman he'd dated? The one who'd shattered lives without a second thought. 2 years ago, I matched with someone who seemed almost too good to be true. His profile was everything I could have dreamed of: successful, philanthropic, and kind-hearted. He wasn't just wealthy. He'd made millions through a groundbreaking software invention and used his fortune to give back in ways that resonated deeply with me. Articles online painted a picture of a brilliant, selfless individual. He donated countless computers to underserved students in developing countries and given substantial funds to charities working in sectors I was passionate about. For someone like me, working in philanthropy and striving to make an impact in the world, meeting someone who shared those values was thrilling. I'd grown tired of dating guys who were either too detached or had no direction in life. This was someone who seemed like a real partner, someone with drive, compassion, and a sense of purpose. When we arranged to meet, I was filled with anticipation. But the moment he walked into the cafe, my excitement flickered, then dimmed. Something was off. He looked disheveled, like he hadn't showered in days. A thick gold chain hung awkwardly around his neck, clashing with the image I'd built of him in my head. And then there was his manner, subtle at first, but undeniably strange. He mumbled to himself occasionally, his lips moving as if he were in a private conversation with someone invisible. Still, I reminded myself not to judge too quickly. Maybe he was nervous. Maybe he had quirks. It wasn't until the conversation started that I realized just how deep those quirks went. From the very beginning, he was intense. He told me, without hesitation, that he believed in astrology and conspiracy theories. Not just casual ones, but the kind that spiral into complete absurdity. He spoke about psychic powers as if they were an everyday reality, claiming he could manifest people into his life just by thinking about them. Whenever I need to hire someone, he said with a grin, I picture them in my mind, and within days they show up in my office. I forced a smile, unsure how to respond. He didn't stop there. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Anderson Cooper is a lizard person, he said seriously, nodding like he'd just shared the world's best-kept secret. I blinked, my brain scrambling to keep up. The logical side of me was ready to shut this down and leave, but I was also fascinated, morbidly curious about how far this conversation would go. This man, who had achieved so much, was sitting across from me talking about psychic powers and reptilian overlords. 2 hours passed in a blur of the strangest, most surreal conversation of my life. And keep in mind, I work with traumatized children displaced from their homes. I thought I'd seen and heard it all. But this was on another level. When the date ended, I politely declined his immediate request for a second. He nodded, seemingly unbothered, but an hour later my phone buzzed. How about a trip to Paris, he wrote. All expenses paid. Just you and me. We'll leave next week. I stared at the message, stunned. When I said no, he escalated. What if I offered you a $150,000 job at my company? Another no. Okay, for $100,000. Final offer. It was baffling. Here was this man throwing money and opportunities at me, as if they could buy my interest, completely oblivious to the fact that I wasn't looking for wealth or grand gestures. I wanted connection, depth, someone grounded in reality. This was the opposite of that. Over the next 6 to 8 months, he continued to reach out sporadically. His messages were bizarre updates about his life, tech deals he'd closed, pictures of himself in exotic locations, musings about his charity work. Sometimes he asked for advice, like I was some sort of consultant for his personal and professional life. I kept my replies brief and polite, hoping he'd take the hint. Eventually, he stopped messaging. He faded into the background, though his Instagram profile occasionally popped up in my, you might consider following, suggestions. I blocked him everywhere, unwilling to leave even a digital door open for him to step through. Looking back, it's almost funny. He wasn't a bad person, just profoundly strange. I think he genuinely believed everything he said, including the conspiracies and psychic powers. Maybe he was lonely. Maybe he was searching for something no amount of money or success could give him. Either way, I've never forgotten that date. It was a lesson in appearances, in how someone can seem perfect on paper, but turn out to be something entirely unexpected. And to this day, whenever I hear someone mention lizard people, I can't help but think of him. What a weird guy. I sat across from her, a woman I'd been seeing for a few weeks now. She was charming, effortlessly so, with a quick wit and an infectious laugh. By the fifth date, I thought I knew her, or at least enough to see where this could go. We'd met through a mutual friend, someone who swore we'd hit it off, and to my surprise, they were right. The first date was casual, filled with light conversation and easy laughter. The second and third dates were much the same. By the fourth, I was already envisioning the possibility of something serious. She was intelligent, beautiful, and seemed genuinely interested in me. It was refreshing. On this particular evening, as we shared dessert and talked about nothing in particular, the conversation took a turn. She glanced down at her plate, hesitating, her fork tracing circles in her tiramisu. "I need to tell you something," she began, her voice quieter than usual. I froze, bracing myself for whatever was coming. "Okay," I said, trying to sound casual, even as my chest tightened. She looked up, her eyes locking onto mine. "I have 2 kids." The words hung in the air, heavy and unexpected. I blinked, unsure how to respond. 2 kids? She'd never mentioned them before, not even a hint. I felt a wave of emotions, surprise, confusion, but not anger. I took a breath and nodded. "All right," I said carefully. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I wasn't sure how you'd react," she admitted, her voice tinged with nervousness. A lot of guys run when they hear that. I thought about it for a moment. It was a lot to process, sure, but it wasn't a deal breaker. "Thanks for telling me," I said finally. "It doesn't change how I feel about you." Her face relaxed, the tension in her shoulders easing. I thought that was the end of it, but then she hesitated again, her fork stilling midair. "There's something else," she said. My stomach dropped. The way she said it made my pulse quicken, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "What is it?" I asked, my voice steady, though my hands felt clammy. "I'm married," she said, the words cutting through the quiet hum of the cafe like a knife. I stared at her, waiting for her to say she was joking, that this was some kind of twisted test. But her expression didn't waver. She wasn't joking. "Married?" I repeated, the word tasting foreign and bitter on my tongue. She nodded, her gaze dropping to the table. "We're not together like that anymore," she said quickly, as if that would soften the blow. "It's just complicated. We've been growing apart for years." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The woman I'd started to fall for had been hiding this monumental truth. "So, let me get this straight," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "You've been dating me while married?" "Yes, but—" she began, but I cut her off. "Do you realize how wrong this is?" I asked, my voice rising. The people at the table next to us glanced over, but I didn't care. "What about him? Does he know? Or your kids? How could you think this is okay?" Her face flushed, but she didn't look ashamed. Instead, she reached across the table, her hand brushing mine. "I can leave him for you," she said softly, her eyes wide and pleading. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. "Leave him for me?" As if that would fix anything. My chest tightened, a mix of anger and disbelief swirling inside me. "Do you hear yourself?" I asked, pulling my hand away. "If you can do this to him, what's to stop you from doing the same to me?" She opened her mouth to reply, but I didn't wait to hear what she had to say. I stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the floor as I pushed it back. I couldn't stay there a second longer. "I'm done," I said, grabbing my coat. "You need to figure out your life before dragging someone else into this mess." She called after me, her voice soft but desperate, but I didn't look back. My mind was racing as I stepped out into the cold night air. I felt sick, my stomach churning as I replayed the conversation in my head. How had I been so blind? How had she fooled me so easily? The walk back to my car felt longer than usual. By the time I sat behind the wheel, the initial shock had worn off, replaced by a numb kind of disbelief. I'd thought she was someone I could trust, someone genuine, and instead, she'd been lying from the start. For days, I couldn't stop thinking about it, replaying every moment we'd spent together, every word she'd said. I wanted to find some sign I'd missed, some clue that could explain how I hadn't seen it sooner. But there was nothing. Just the sinking realization that I'd been taken in by someone who wasn't who they claimed to be. In the end, I blocked her number, deleted her from my life, and tried to move on. But even now, when I think about her, a part of me still feels that same nauseating twist in my gut. Trust, I've learned, is a fragile thing, and once it's broken, there's no putting it back together. She was sitting by the window when I arrived, her face softly lit by the afternoon sun, a smile that was warm and inviting. She waved me over, and for a fleeting moment I thought this could be something good. But I wasn't in the right headspace. Not even close. The night before, I'd been in a boxing match, the kind of fight that sticks with you long after you leave the ring. My body was sore, my knuckles raw, and my mind wouldn't stop replaying every punch, every feint, every mistake. I'd spent the morning obsessively analyzing the video my coach had taken, dissecting every frame like it held the secret to unlocking perfection. The adrenaline hadn't faded, and neither had my frustration. I sat down across from her, my shoulders tense. She greeted me with a kind smile and asked how I was doing. I don't remember my exact response, but it wasn't anything remotely close to what a date should have started with. Instead of asking her about herself, instead of easing into a conversation, I launched straight into my fight. "It was this close," I said, holding my fingers an inch apart. I had him on the ropes in the second round, but I couldn't finish it. My guard slipped. My coach said it's because I was overextending, but I think it was more about my footing. I wasn't planted right, you know. She nodded politely, her smile fading slightly, but I didn't notice. I was too wrapped up in my own world, my own narrative. "I've got the video," I continued, pulling out my phone without even asking if she cared. "Here, let me show you." She hesitated, but I was already hitting play, leaning across the table to angle the screen toward her. The video began, the faint sounds of punches and grunts filling the cafe as I narrated every moment. "See that jab? I should have doubled up on it," I said, pointing at the screen. "And here, right here, I missed a perfect counter. It's like I wasn't even seeing the openings." She made a soft noise of acknowledgement, something between a hum and a sigh, but I didn't catch the hint. I was too busy critiquing myself, replaying the moments where I thought I'd failed. The conversation was a one-man show, me talking at her rather than with her. I barely gave her a chance to speak. When the server brought our drinks, she tried to shift the focus, asking me about something non-boxing related. I answered briefly, then somehow looped it back to the fight. "It's just that I know I can do better," I said, shaking my head. "It's all about discipline, right? I've got to train harder, get sharper, figure out what went wrong." She smiled faintly, stirring her coffee, and offered a few words of encouragement. But even then, I wasn't really listening. I was too deep in my own thoughts, running through strategies and what-ifs as if she wasn't even there. The date dragged on, and with every passing minute, her energy dwindled. She stopped trying to interject, stopped offering polite comments, and just sipped her coffee quietly while I rambled. By the time I finally paused long enough to ask her a question, something generic like, "So what about you?" the moment had already passed. She gave a short, clipped answer and glanced at the clock on her phone. "I should probably get going soon," she said, her tone polite but distant. It hit me then, a sudden realization that I'd completely botched the entire date. She hadn't been rude or impatient. She'd just been overshadowed by my inability to get out of my own head. I tried to salvage it, offering to pay for her drink, but she shook her head and insisted on splitting the bill. As she walked out of the cafe, I sat there staring at the remnants of my coffee, feeling like an idiot. I didn't expect to hear from her again, and sure enough, she ghosted me. No text, no follow-up, just radio silence. I couldn't blame her. I'd spent the entire date treating her like a sounding board for my own nonsense. That night, as I lay in bed replaying the day in my head, I realized how badly I'd miscalculated. She deserved someone who was present, someone who cared enough to ask her about her life and actually listen. Instead, I'd turned what could have been a meaningful connection into a self-centered monologue about my fight. The lesson hit me hard. If you've got a load of unresolved thoughts or emotions swirling around in your head, deal with them before going on a date. Call a friend, rant to your coach, or just scream into a pillow. Anything to get it out of your system. But don't drag someone else into your storm, especially someone who's there to get to know you, not your baggage. It's been 2 years since that date, but I still think about it sometimes. Not because I miss her, I barely got to know her, but because it reminds me how important it is to be present, to value the time and energy someone else is willing to share with you. It's a mistake I won't make again. He was a full foot shorter than he'd claimed, and at least a decade older. His tight white jeans, practically painted on, only emphasized the stark contrast between the version of him I thought I'd meet and the reality in front of me. My stomach sank, a wave of disbelief washing over me. I stayed rooted to my spot near the corner table, momentarily frozen by the shock. But then he saw me, his face lighting up in recognition. He strode, no strutted, toward me, his jeans creaking audibly with each step. The glint in his eye suggested he was far too pleased with himself, as if he'd just stepped out of a cologne commercial instead of shattering any hope I'd had for this date. As he approached, I instinctively took a step back. His arms opened wide, and before I could even process what was happening, he lunged at me. His mouth was wide open, aiming for what I could only assume was meant to be a passionate kiss. Time seemed to slow down, my brain screaming for me to react. I twisted to the side, narrowly dodging him. His momentum carried him slightly forward, leaving him momentarily off balance. The awkwardness of it all made my face burn with secondhand embarrassment. Hi, I said, my voice strained as I put more distance between us. He straightened up, recovering from his failed ambush, and grinned as if nothing had happened. Hey, gorgeous, he drawled, his tone dripping with confidence that seemed misplaced given the situation. I couldn't do it. I couldn't sit through this date, pretending like this was okay. Everything about him, from the blatant lies about his height and age to the cringe-inducing white jeans, screamed red flags. But what truly sealed the deal was his behavior, so forward and presumptuous that it left me deeply uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I stammered, already stepping toward the door. This isn't going to work. What? He said, his grin faltering. Wait, hold on a second. But I didn't stop. The sheer absurdity of the situation made my legs move faster. I pushed through the cafe door and stepped into the crisp evening air, my heart racing as I put distance between us. I could still feel the phantom heat of his attempted kiss, the sound of his jeans stretching echoing in my ears. As I walked briskly down the street, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Against my better judgment, I pulled it out to check. It was a text from him. Was it the jeans? I stared at the screen, my disbelief turning into something close to laughter. It was almost impressive how oblivious he seemed to everything else that had gone wrong. The jeans weren't the reason. Well, not the reason, but they certainly hadn't helped. I shoved my phone back into my pocket and kept walking, not bothering to reply. As I replayed the brief encounter in my head, I couldn't help but marvel at the sheer audacity of it all. The lies, the over-the-top confidence, the jeans. It felt like a bad rom-com, except I was the unwilling protagonist in a scene that was more cringe than comedy. By the time I got home, I'd already decided to delete the app. Dating was hard enough without adding outright deception into the mix. The experience left a bad taste in my mouth, not because he wasn't perfect, nobody is, but because he'd chosen to present a version of himself so far from reality that it felt insulting. Did he really think I wouldn't notice? That I'd just go along with it, ignoring the glaring mismatch between expectation and reality? I vented to my roommate that night, recounting every detail from the jeans to the lunge. She laughed so hard she nearly choked on her tea, but I couldn't blame her. The whole thing was absurd. You should have just texted back. Yes, it was the jeans, she said through her giggles. Maybe I should have, I replied, shaking my head. But honestly, I don't think he'd have gotten the point. The experience taught me a few things. First, trust your instincts. If something feels off from the start, like someone overcompensating in their profile, it probably is. Second, no matter how disheartening dating can be, it's better to walk away than to force yourself to endure something that makes you uncomfortable. And finally, if someone shows up in tight white jeans and lunges at you open-mouthed before even saying hello, run. Looking back, I can laugh about it now, the memory becoming one of those wild dating stories you tell at parties. But in the moment, it reminded me of the importance of boundaries and self-respect. Dating is a strange, unpredictable journey, and while there are bound to be missteps along the way, you learn to laugh, let go, and move forward. And yes, it was the jeans. The night started innocently enough, a casual group gathering at the pub where conversation flowed freely. We talked about movies, classics, franchises, upcoming releases. He seemed nice enough, chiming in with enthusiasm and a shared love for sci-fi. Then he asked, "Want to see the new Star Wars film with us?" At the time, it sounded harmless. Us implied a group outing, friends bonding over a blockbuster. I agreed without hesitation, thinking it was just another casual plan. What I didn't know was that us meant just him. The realization hit me when I arrived at the cinema. I scanned the crowd for familiar faces, but only saw him rushing toward me, out of breath. "Sorry I'm late," he said, waving a hand. "My stupid dad didn't leave the house on time to drive me here." I froze for a second. This guy was in his 20s and had arrived with his dad as a chauffeur? Not the most promising start, but I brushed it off. Everyone's circumstances are different, I told myself. Maybe he'd redeem himself. He didn't. We grabbed popcorn. Well, he grabbed it, practically snatching the tub from the counter with a level of enthusiasm I hadn't seen in years. He began devouring it in fistfuls, not bothering to close his mouth as he chewed. Each loud crunch felt like nails on a chalkboard. People in the cinema turned to glance at us, but he didn't notice, or didn't care. The lights dimmed, and I hoped the movie would salvage the evening. It didn't. About 20 minutes in, I felt him lean closer. "Very fit you are, he whispered in my ear. His voice was low and gravelly, like a bad Yoda impression, and I wasn't sure whether to cringe or laugh. I opted for neither, ignoring him in hopes he'd stop. He didn't. Every few minutes, there it was again. "Very fit you are, The first time was awkward. The 10th was unbearable. I shifted in my seat, pretending to focus intensely on the movie, but he leaned in again, unfazed by my clear discomfort. By the time the credits rolled, I felt like I'd been held hostage in a sci-fi nightmare. The ordeal wasn't over. As we left the theater, he glanced around, his phone in hand. "Can I grab a lift with you?" he asked. "I can't get hold of my dad, and I don't have money for a taxi." It was late, and I knew the walk back to our village was a solid 80 minutes. My dad's voice echoed in my head, "Make sure everyone gets home safely." Reluctantly, I agreed. I just wanted the evening to be over. The car ride was mercifully quiet, though the popcorn crumbs on his shirt and the faint scent of butter lingering in the air were reminders of the chaos I'd just endured. As I pulled up outside his parents' house, I thought I'd made it out unscathed. Then he leaned in, not for a friendly peck or a polite thank you. He went for the full romantic kiss, his face coming toward mine like a slow-motion train wreck. I froze for a split second, then swerved just in time, his lips narrowly missing my cheek. He paused, clearly disappointed, then shrugged as if nothing had happened. I gave him a tight-lipped smile and mumbled, "Good night," watching as he trudged up the driveway. Relief washed over me as I drove away. Dodged a bullet there, I thought, determined to put the whole debacle behind me. But the story didn't end there. A week later, my phone rang. His name lit up on the screen, and against my better judgment, I answered. He asked me for a second date, his voice hopeful. I hesitated, unsure of how to let him down gently. "I don't think we're a good match," I said, choosing my words carefully. There was silence on the other end. Then, without warning, he snapped. "Fine," he barked, slamming the phone down so hard I could almost hear the echo. I stared at the phone in disbelief, a mix of annoyance and relief settling over me. At least it was over. No lingering awkwardness, no expectations, just a clean break from what was easily the worst date of my life. That night, as I recounted the experience to a friend, she laughed so hard she nearly spilled her drink. "Lesson learned," she said between giggles. "Always ask who's coming." It was advice I took to heart. From that point on, I made it a rule to clarify every plan, to double-check every detail before agreeing to anything. Because sometimes, the difference between a harmless group outing and a cringeworthy solo date is just one poorly chosen pronoun. Now, years later, I still cringe when I think about that night. But I also laugh. It's one of those stories you tell at parties, the kind people can't believe actually happened. And while I haven't watched that Star Wars film again, I'll never forget the lesson it taught me. Trust your instincts and always know exactly what you're signing up for. She waved from a corner booth, a wide smile on her face. I smiled back, nerves fluttering in my chest. Meeting someone new always came with its share of uncertainty, but tonight felt like it had potential. We settled into conversation easily enough. She was funny, charming even, and her stories had a way of drawing you in. I thought this might actually turn out to be a good night. Then, about 20 minutes in, she tilted her head, gave me a serious look, and asked, "Would you marry my niece?" I blinked, unsure if I'd misheard her. "What?" "My niece," she repeated, as though she were asking me to pass the salt. "She needs a passport. If you marry her, it'd help her out a lot." I stared at her, my mind racing. Was she joking? Testing me? But her expression remained calm, sincere even, like she genuinely expected me to consider the proposal. I forced a laugh, trying to lighten the moment. "That's an unusual request." She shrugged, as if she hadn't just dropped the most absurd question I'd ever heard on a first date. "Think about it," she said, her tone casual. The evening pressed on, and somehow we moved past the bizarre marriage request. I wasn't sure what kept me sitting there, curiosity, disbelief, or maybe just the sheer strangeness of it all. By the time we left the pub, she invited me back to her place. Against my better judgment, I agreed. Her apartment was small but cozy, the kind of place that felt lived in. We sat on the couch, talking late into the night. At one point, the conversation drifted toward religion. She told me she couldn't sleep with me because I wasn't Muslim. The statement was matter of fact, like it was simply a rule she lived by. I nodded, unsure how to respond. The night had already veered into the surreal, and this felt like just another twist in the narrative. Still, she offered me her bed to sleep in. "You can stay," she said. "Just don't try anything." I agreed, too tired to argue or overthink it. I climbed into bed, careful to stay on my side, while she lay next to me. Despite the strangeness of the situation, I managed to fall asleep, comforted by the silence of the room. Morning came, and I woke to the feeling of her weight on me. My eyes shot open to find her straddling me, a mischievous grin on her face. "Good morning," she said, her tone playful. Before I could process what was happening, she leaned down and kissed me. Any thoughts of boundaries or her earlier declaration evaporated in an instant. The night's confusion gave way to something unexpected, and before I knew it, we'd crossed a line neither of us had anticipated. The moment was intense, electric, but fleeting. As soon as it was over, her demeanor shifted. She got up, her expression cool, and said, "You should go." I sat up, still trying to piece together what had just happened. "Are you serious?" I asked, half laughing, half confused. She nodded, already gathering my things. "I need to get ready for the day," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. I dressed quickly, the surreal nature of the past 12 hours hitting me like a tidal wave. The marriage request, the religious barrier, the sudden intimacy, and now the abrupt dismissal. It all felt like a fevered dream. As I stepped out of her apartment and into the crisp morning air, I couldn't help but laugh to myself. It wasn't the date I'd expected, not by a long shot. Walking home, I replayed the night over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of it. There was no making sense of it. Some experiences defy explanation, and this was one of them. If nothing else, it left me with a story I'd never forget, a strange, chaotic glimpse into the unpredictability of dating. And though I'd never see her again, the memory of that bizarre night stayed with me, a reminder of just how wild and unpredictable human connections can be. Sometimes, the best lesson you can take from an experience is knowing when to walk away. My Tinder date and I were a couple of drinks in, the kind of buzz that loosens nerves and makes conversation flow just a little easier. It wasn't the best date I'd ever been on, pleasant enough, but nothing that screamed potential. Still, I thought, why not see where the night goes? We moved to a late-night bar, one of those places that seems to exist in perpetual twilight, filled with people who have no intention of calling it a night anytime soon. The energy shifted slightly. We both got a bit drunker, and the conversation began to lose focus. I could feel the date sliding into the territory of just okay, but I was determined to salvage it. That's when it happened. We were standing near the bar, and I'd turned away for a moment, distracted by something on the screen above. When I looked back, she was leaning in close to some other guy, laughing at something he'd said, her hand lightly brushing his arm. At first, I thought I was imagining it. She's just being friendly, I told myself. But then I noticed the way he leaned in, the way she didn't pull back. I stood there, unsure of what to do. I wasn't expecting exclusivity, we were on a first date, after all, but there was something undeniably disrespectful about it. I gave it a few minutes, hoping she'd catch my eye and realize how awkward this looked, but she didn't. Instead, I saw her pull out her phone and hand it to the guy. He tapped something into it and handed it back. My stomach sank. When she finally returned to me, she was all smiles, as if nothing had happened. "Ready for another drink?" she asked brightly. I hesitated, debating whether to call her out or just let it go. I decided on the latter, though my interest in the date had dwindled to almost nothing. The rest of the night was a blur of small talk and forced smiles, and by the time we said goodbye, I knew there wouldn't be a second date. I thought that would be the end of my Tinder horror stories, but a friend's experience soon topped mine. My mate had also met someone on Tinder, and their date had started out promising. They'd chosen a casual bar, found a cozy table, and settled in for a night of drinks and conversation. Everything seemed to be going well, until he excused himself to use the restroom. When he returned, he found his date was gone. At first, he thought maybe she'd stepped outside or gone to the bathroom herself. But then the guys at the next table leaned over and told him what had really happened. "She went through your jacket," one of them said, nodding toward the coat he'd left draped over the back of his chair. "Checked every pocket before she walked out." He He immediately checked his belongings, his heart racing. Thankfully, he'd kept his wallet and phone in his trouser pockets, but the thought of someone rifling through his things while he was just a few steps away made his skin crawl. He felt humiliated, duped by someone he'd thought was genuinely interested in getting to know him. When he told me the story, his voice was a mix of disbelief and anger. "Who does that?" he asked, shaking his head. "I mean, if you're not feeling the date, just say so. Don't pretend, and then rob me." I nodded, sharing his frustration. Both our experiences, though different, had the same bitter aftertaste. A sense of being blindsided, of realizing too late that the person you'd trusted, even briefly, wasn't who they seemed to be. These kinds of stories stick with you, not just because of the awkwardness or disappointment, but because they remind you of the unpredictability of dating. You step into it hoping for a connection, a spark, maybe even something lasting. Instead, you sometimes find yourself questioning people's motives, wondering if you misread the situation or missed some glaring red flag. For me, that night in the late-night bar was a wake-up call. It reminded me to trust my instincts, to recognize when someone's actions don't align with their words. For my friend, it was a lesson in protecting yourself, even in the smallest ways, never leaving your belongings unattended, even when you think you're in safe company. Dating is a gamble, a strange mix of hope and risk, and not every roll of the dice pays off. But even in the worst moments, there's something to learn, something that makes you more cautious, more aware. And if nothing else, there's always a story to tell. A reminder that even the most awkward, disappointing nights can eventually be laughed about, shared over drinks with friends who've had their fair share of misadventures too. As I walked through the door, I felt a mix of nerves and cautious optimism. First dates were always unpredictable, but I hoped this one would be different. We'd connected online, exchanged messages that were light-hearted and engaging. He seemed intelligent, funny, and thoughtful, exactly the kind of person I was looking for. When he arrived, he was polite, even charming at first. He held the door for me, complimented my outfit, and asked about my day as we were seated. It felt normal, pleasant even. I started to relax, thinking maybe this was the beginning of something promising. But then the conversation shifted. We started talking about university, a topic that inevitably came up when two students met. I told him where I'd gone, feeling proud of the choice I'd made. It wasn't one of the top-tier schools, but it was respected, and I'd worked hard to get there. His reaction, however, was anything but supportive. "Oh," he said, his tone dipping into something condescending. He tilted his head slightly, as if trying to mask his disdain but failing miserably. "That's nice." The way he said it made my stomach tighten. It wasn't the words themselves, but the tone, the unmistakable air of judgment. He might as well have said, "Is that the best you could do?" I tried to shake it off, determined not to let his comment derail the evening. But as the date went on, his true colors began to show. He peppered the conversation with little digs, subtle enough to fly under the radar, but pointed enough to make me feel small. He criticized the food, the service, even the playlist humming softly in the background. It felt like he was trying to elevate himself by tearing everything else down. And then out of nowhere, he dropped a bombshell. We'd somehow wandered into the topic of hobbies, and I was sharing some of mine, reading, photography, hiking, when he interrupted me. "Well, I'm a brony," he said, leaning back in his chair with a smug smile. I blinked, unsure if I'd misheard him. "A what?" "A brony," he repeated, his tone as casual as if he'd just announced he played soccer or enjoyed painting. "You know, guys who are fans of My Little Pony." I stared at him, trying to process what he'd just said. Not because being a brony is inherently bad, but because the juxtaposition was jarring. Here was someone who had spent the evening judging me, judging everything, only to reveal that he was an adult man deeply invested in a children's show about pastel ponies. "Oh," I said, my voice neutral, trying not to let my thoughts show on my face. "That's interesting." He took my polite response as an invitation to elaborate. For the next 20 minutes, he waxed poetic about the show's themes of friendship and acceptance, about the brony community, and how misunderstood they were. It wasn't the subject matter that unnerved me. It was the fervor, the sheer intensity with which he spoke. He was more animated, more passionate, than he had been all evening. Meanwhile, I was trapped in an internal tug-of-war between amusement and discomfort. This wasn't just a red flag, it was an entire parade. By the time dessert rolled around, I was exhausted. The meal felt like it had stretched on for hours, each minute a test of my patience. I kept replaying the moment he'd looked down his nose at my university, the casual disdain in his voice, and then contrasted it with his enthusiastic monologue about cartoon ponies. It was all so absurd that I wanted to laugh, but I also wanted to leave. Finally, the check arrived. I didn't wait for him to offer to split it. I just threw down my card, desperate to end the evening as quickly as possible. He looked surprised but didn't argue, which was a small mercy. As we stepped outside, he asked if I wanted to grab a drink somewhere else. I shook my head, forcing a smile. "I think I'm going to call it a night," I said. "Thanks for dinner." He nodded, looking a little disappointed, but didn't press. I walked away, the cool night air refreshing after the suffocating atmosphere of the date. As I got into my car, I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the evening. The judgment, the unexpected declaration of Brony status, the disconnect between his personality and his hobbies. It was all too much. That night, I made a vow. Never again would I agree to a dinner date as a first meeting. It was too much time, too much commitment for someone you barely knew. A coffee or a drink was fine, quick, casual, with an easy escape route. But a full meal? That was a gamble I wasn't willing to take anymore. Looking back, the experience taught me more than just the value of shorter first dates. It reminded me to trust my instincts, to recognize when someone's words and actions don't align. And while I don't begrudge him his love of My Little Pony, I'll always remember that night as a lesson in knowing when to walk away, and when to laugh about it later. The night started out innocently enough. She had matched with a guy on Tinder a week earlier, their conversations casual and lighthearted. He seemed charming, funny, and maybe a bit rough around the edges, but nothing that set off alarm bells. When he suggested meeting up, she hesitated, but decided to give him a chance. After all, everyone deserves one, right? But nothing could have prepared her for the moment he showed up at her door. When she opened it, her breath hitched. There he was, standing on her porch, a suitcase by his side. He wasn't the confident, laid-back guy she'd been texting. Instead, he was gaunt and jittery, like someone who had been running on fumes for days. And then there was the tattoo, an unmistakable Mike Tyson-style face tattoo sprawled across his cheek. Except he wasn't Mike Tyson. He was a skinny white guy whose presence screamed trouble. Before she could even greet him, he stepped forward, dragging the suitcase into her entryway like he belonged there. "Hey," he said, his voice casual as if this were a normal scenario. "Thanks for letting me crash here. I just got out of prison and didn't have anywhere else to go." Her stomach dropped. "Prison? Crash here?" She stared at him, her mind racing. This couldn't be real. She hadn't signed up for this, hadn't agreed to let a stranger, freshly released from who knows where, into her home. Her hand tightened on the doorknob, but he was already inside, standing awkwardly in her living room like a misplaced piece of furniture. I think there's been a misunderstanding," she stammered, trying to keep her voice steady. Her instincts screamed at her to get him out, but fear held her frozen in place. She tried to regain control of the situation. "I thought we were just meeting up." He shrugged, completely unfazed. "Yeah, but I figured it'd be easier this way. I didn't have anywhere else to go." She blinked, stunned by his audacity. "I don't think this is going to work," she said firmly, her voice shaking slightly. "You need to leave." But he didn't move. Instead, he sank onto her couch, letting out a long sigh like he'd just found a sanctuary. "It's been a long day," he muttered, rubbing his hands together. "I just need a place to figure things out." Panic bubbled up in her chest. She needed him gone, but every attempt to reason with him was met with nonchalance or outright dismissal. He acted as if this was perfectly normal, as if she were the one being unreasonable. Her mind raced with worst-case scenarios, the what-ifs growing darker with each passing second. Finally, she excused herself to the bathroom, her heart pounding as she locked the door behind her. She pulled out her phone, hands trembling as she dialed the police. Whispering into the receiver, she explained the situation as quickly and clearly as she could. "There's a man in my house," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He won't leave. He just got out of prison, and he brought a suitcase." The operator assured her that help was on the way, and told her to stay on the line. She tried to keep her breathing steady, every sound from the living room making her flinch. He was still there, muttering to himself, the suitcase now open on her floor. She didn't want to think about what could be inside. Minutes felt like hours as she waited, the tension in the air so thick it was suffocating. Finally, a knock at the door shattered the silence. She peeked out from the bathroom and saw the flashing red and blue lights through the front window. Relief flooded her, but it was short-lived. As the officers entered, the man stood up, his expression a mix of defiance and resignation. "What's this about?" he asked, his tone casual, as if he hadn't been squatting in a stranger's home uninvited. The officers wasted no time, guiding him out of the house while she stayed back, her body still trembling. One of them stayed behind to take her statement, reassuring her that she'd done the right thing. "You can't be too careful," the officer said. "People like that can be unpredictable." After they left, she stood in the middle of her living room, staring at the space where he'd been. The air still felt heavy, the tension lingering even in his absence. She locked the door, triple-checking it before collapsing onto her bed, the adrenaline finally draining from her system. She deleted Tinder the next day, vowing never to trust anyone online so easily again. It wasn't just about him. It was about the stark realization of how quickly things could spiral out of control, how a simple swipe could lead to a situation that felt like something out of a nightmare. In the weeks that followed, she told the story to a few close friends, each retelling met with gasps and disbelief. "A suitcase," one of them asked wide-eyed. "And a face tattoo?" She nodded, laughing now that the fear had faded, but the lesson stuck with her. Trust wasn't something to be handed out freely, and boundaries weren't just a guideline, they were a necessity. The experience left her shaken, yes, but also stronger, more cautious, and far more aware of how quickly a seemingly normal situation could turn into anything but. The restaurant was warm and inviting, its air filled with the savory scent of teriyaki and the quiet clinking of chopsticks against ceramic plates. It was the kind of place that made you feel sophisticated just by being there. I sat across from him, a guy I'd met online, my nerves buzzing like static electricity. He was polite, handsome in an understated way, and he seemed easygoing, at least at first. When the server brought our menus, I immediately noticed the chopsticks. My stomach sank a little. I'd never been great with them. Sure, I could clumsily poke at my food and hope for the best, but I wasn't confident. I smiled nervously, holding the wooden sticks in my hand like they might snap. "Do you think I should just ask for a fork?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. His reaction was immediate, his face tightening with visible disapproval. "No," he said, his voice clipped. "It's so embarrassing when people do that. Just try the chopsticks. You'll get the hang of it." The words stung, but I nodded, determined not to let his reaction ruin the night. If he thought I could manage, then I would. I steeled myself, gripping the chopsticks with exaggerated focus. The first few minutes were a struggle, but I soldiered on, desperate to prove I wasn't the kind of person to embarrass him in public. And then it happened. I went to pick up a piece of sushi, small, harmless, manageable. Or so I thought. The chopsticks slipped in my hand, and in what felt like slow motion, a sizable chunk of wasabi launched into the air. For a split second, I watched it arc gracefully across the table before landing squarely in his eye. Time seemed to stop. His hand shot to his face, and he let out a strangled gasp, the kind of sound you might make if someone had just thrown pepper spray at you. My stomach plummeted. "Oh my God!" I blurted, my voice a mix of horror and panic. "Are you okay?" He didn't answer. Instead, he bolted for the bathroom, his chair scraping loudly against the floor as several heads turned to watch. I sat there, frozen, mortified, and utterly unsure of what to do. The server approached with a concerned look, and all I could do was stammer an apology, unsure if it was meant for her or for the guy I'd just assaulted with wasabi. Minutes dragged by, each one stretching into what felt like an eternity. He eventually returned, his face red and blotchy, his left eye bloodshot and watering profusely. He looked less like the polished, easygoing guy I'd sat down with, and more like a very angry, very wounded pirate. "I am so sorry," I said again, my voice trembling as I reached for my wallet. "Please let me pay for the meal." He waved a hand dismissively, his other hand still clutching a napkin to his eye. "Let's just get through this," he muttered. The rest of the date was an exercise in awkwardness. Every attempt at conversation fizzled out within seconds, my words faltering under the weight of my guilt and his obvious discomfort. He spent most of the time dabbing at his eye, wincing periodically, while I avoided eye contact altogether. By the time the check came, I insisted on paying. It felt like the least I could do after turning what was supposed to be a pleasant evening into a comedy of errors. He didn't argue, which only made me feel worse. As we stepped outside, the cold air hit me like a slap. "Thank you for dinner," he said stiffly, his tone flat. "Have a good night." "You too," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. He turned and walked away without looking back, and I stood there for a moment, the humiliation washing over me in waves. I'd never felt so mortified in my life. The next day, I replayed the date over and over in my mind, each detail more excruciating than the last. The wasabi, the bathroom, his bloodshot eye, it was all burned into my memory. I kept checking my phone, half expecting a text, but deep down I knew better. There was no way he'd want a second date, and he didn't. Looking back, the experience taught me two things. First, practice your chopstick skills before attempting sushi on a date. Second, and more importantly, some things are just out of your control. You can plan, prepare, and try your best to make a good impression, but sometimes life, or a rogue piece of wasabi, has other plans. Though it took time, I've learned to laugh about it. It's become one of those stories you tell at parties, the kind that gets better with each retelling. And while I haven't mastered chopsticks since, I've mastered something far more important. The ability to laugh at myself, even when things go horribly, hilariously wrong. I sat there, nervously stirring my coffee, glancing at the door every few seconds. This was a blind date, arranged by a mutual friend who swore we'd hit it off. I was skeptical but curious. She was Norwegian, my friend had said, confident, intelligent, and charming. A fresh face in Prague's tight-knit expat community. When she walked in, the world seemed to pause for a moment. She was striking, with an effortless elegance that made the rest of the cafe seem dim in comparison. She spotted me, and I waved, feeling a strange mix of excitement and anxiety. This could be the start of something, I thought. I stood to greet her, and she smiled politely, though there was a guardedness in her expression that I chalked up to first-date nerves. We eased into conversation. She was witty and sharp, her English flawless. I was doing my best to keep up, to appear as interesting as she seemed. We talked about Prague, the quirks of living abroad, the strange camaraderie that forms among expats. She seemed engaged, though not overly warm. Still, I felt like the date was going fine, until I mentioned my Norwegian friend. It was an innocent comment, the kind of thing you say when you're trying to build rapport. Oh, you're Norwegian? That's cool. I actually have a Norwegian friend here in Prague. Do you happen to know him? As soon as the words left my mouth, I saw her freeze. Her smile evaporated, replaced by a look I couldn't quite read. Was it shock? Disgust? Annoyance? She stared at me, her eyes narrowing slightly, and the air between us grew heavy. I laughed nervously, unsure of what I'd said wrong. I mean, I know it's a big country, but the expat circles here seem pretty small. She didn't let me finish. Without a word, she pushed her chair back, stood up, grabbed her coat, and walked out. No explanation, no goodbye, not even a glance back. Just gone. I sat there, stunned, the silence at our table deafening against the backdrop of the bustling cafe. My first thought was that I'd offended her somehow, though I couldn't figure out how. My mind raced, replaying the conversation, trying to pinpoint where it had gone wrong. I felt a flush of embarrassment creep up my neck as the reality of what had just happened sank in. When I finally left the cafe, still bewildered, I decided to text my Norwegian friend. He was one of those people who seemed to know everyone in Prague, and if anyone could shed light on what had happened, it was him. Hey, weird question, I wrote. Do you know a Norwegian woman, tall, blonde, kind of intense? I think her name is Elise, or something like that. The reply came almost immediately. Yeah, why? I hesitated before typing back. She just stormed out of a blind date with me after I mentioned you. Any idea why? There was a long pause before his next message arrived, and when it did, I could almost hear the sheepish tone through the screen. Ah, yeah, that might be my fault. We hooked up last week. My stomach sank. Of course. The world of expats in Prague wasn't just small, it was microscopic. What were the odds that the one person I'd bring up in conversation was the very reason she'd left? I felt equal parts frustrated and humiliated. No wonder she'd reacted the way she had. To her, I probably seemed like some kind of accomplice to a bad joke. I told my friend as much, and he laughed. Bad luck, mate. Didn't mean to sabotage you. His response only made me more annoyed. You could have warned me, I shot back. This whole thing was awkward enough without her thinking I was rubbing salt in the wound. The conversation ended there, but the experience stuck with me. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop replaying the moment she'd walked out, the look on her face, the way she'd left without a word. I wondered if I should have handled it differently, if I should have apologized or explained myself. But what could I have said that wouldn't make things worse? In the end, it became one of those stories I told with a mix of embarrassment and humor. A cautionary tale about the perils of dating in a small, interconnected community. It wasn't the first time Prague's tight-knit expat circles had led to an awkward encounter, and it probably wouldn't be the last. Still, the lesson was clear. Tread carefully, especially when mentioning mutual acquaintances. Because in a city like Prague, you never know who's already crossed paths, and how much history might be lingering beneath the surface. The sound of tires idling in the driveway hummed through the evening air, blending with the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. I'd been pacing near the window for the past 10 minutes, my nerves wound tight. It wasn't just the date, though that was pressure enough. It was the added tension of dealing with my dad. He always had a knack for making things awkward, but tonight I prayed he'd give me a break. Then my phone buzzed in my hand. It was her. "Hey, I'm outside," she said, her voice tinged with unease. "Can you come out? I don't really want to meet your dad." I couldn't blame her. My dad was the type to crack jokes that skirted the edge of comfort, always leaning into his role as the overprotective father. I reassured her and told her I'd be right out. As I hung up, I grabbed my jacket and headed for the door, keeping my movements casual to avoid attracting his attention. But as luck would have it, the creak of the old hinges gave me away. He looked up from the couch, his brows furrowing. "Where are you going?" he asked, setting down his beer. "Out," I replied quickly, hoping that would suffice. "With who?" The words hung in the air, the weight of his curiosity suffocating. I hesitated, glancing toward the door. "Just someone." He stood up, stretching dramatically, a mischievous grin already forming on his face. "Oh, just someone, huh? I think I'd better come see who this someone is." I groaned internally, trying to keep my voice steady. "Dad, it's fine. I'll be back later." But he wasn't listening. He followed me out the front door, his expression practically gleeful. There she was, waiting in the driveway, her car idling, headlights cutting through the twilight. I could see her silhouette through the windshield, her phone in her hand as she fidgeted nervously. When my dad spotted her, his grin widened. "Oh, this is gonna be good," he muttered under his breath. "Dad," I hissed, panic rising in my chest. "Don't." But it was too late. The moment I stepped off the porch, he pounced. "Where do you think you're going?" he barked, his voice loud enough to echo down the street. Before I could respond, he tackled me to the ground, his weight knocking the wind out of me as we hit the grass. "Dad, what the hell?" I sputtered, trying to push him off, but he was already rolling into his performance. He grabbed me by the collar, his expression exaggeratedly stern, and pretended to throw punches, his fists stopping just short of my face. "You think you're gonna sneak out with some girl without telling me?" he yelled, his voice dripping with mock fury. "Not on my watch." I heard the rev of her engine, the unmistakable crunch of gravel as her car backed out of the driveway. My heart sank. "Dad, stop," I shouted, struggling beneath him. "She's leaving." But he was too caught up in his own joke, laughing as he pretended to deliver one last blow. Finally, he got off me, dusting off his hands with a satisfied smirk. "There," he said, grinning. "That ought to keep her on her toes." I scrambled to my feet, my chest tight with frustration and humiliation. The red glow of her taillights disappeared around the corner, leaving nothing but the dull hum of crickets in the air. "Are you kidding me?" I snapped, brushing dirt off my clothes. "What?" he said, feigning innocence. "I was just messing around. That wasn't funny." I shot back, my voice cracking under the weight of my anger. "She thought you were serious." "She's gone, Dad. You scared her off." He hesitated then, his grin faltering slightly as he realized what he'd done. But instead of apologizing, he chuckled and clapped me on the shoulder. "If she can't handle a little fun, she's not the one for you, kid." I stared at him, incredulous. "Are you serious right now?" He shrugged, turning back toward the house. "You'll thank me one day." I watched him disappear inside, the screen door creaking shut behind him. The adrenaline from his so-called prank began to wear off, replaced by a heavy sense of defeat. I pulled out my phone, staring at her name in my messages. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, but what could I say? "Hey, sorry about my psycho dad. Please come back." I sighed, sliding the phone back into my pocket. There was no salvaging this. She hadn't even given me a chance to explain. I imagined her racing home, telling her friends about the insane dad who'd ambushed her date on the lawn. The walk back to the house felt like a walk of shame, every step heavier than the last. By the time I reached my room, the frustration had settled into something quieter, a mix of embarrassment and resignation. The next day, I tried texting her. Once. Twice. No response. By the third attempt, I gave up. She was gone, and I couldn't blame her. My dad's antics had ruined any chance I might have had, and I was left with nothing but the memory of his ridiculous laugh and the feel of grass still clinging to my jeans. It was a hard lesson, one I wouldn't forget. Not everyone finds your family's sense of humor endearing. And sometimes, their jokes cost you more than you're willing to pay. It was supposed to be a laid-back lunch, nothing fancy, but I'd still put in the effort. Light makeup, a casual yet stylish outfit, hair neatly tied back. First impressions matter, after all. I was hungry and hopeful, eager to see if this online match could turn into something more. When I arrived, I glanced around, half expecting to see him waiting. He wasn't. A quick check of my phone revealed no new messages, so I sat at a table and sent a polite text. "Hey, I'm here. What's your ETA?" His reply came minutes later, running late. "About 30 minutes. Just start eating without me if you're hungry." I frowned at my screen, annoyance bubbling up. 30 minutes? On a first date? The thought of leaving crossed my mind, but hunger won the internal debate. I ordered something small to tide me over and distracted myself with my phone while the minutes ticked by. As time dragged on, I told myself he'd probably apologize profusely when he arrived. Everyone gets delayed sometimes, right? Maybe this could still turn out okay. And then he walked in. The moment I saw him, I froze, my fork hovering in midair. He looked like he'd just rolled out of bed, literally. His hair was a tangled mess, sticking out in every direction like a bird had built its nest there. He wore an old, faded event t-shirt, baggy shorts that resembled pajamas, and a pair of worn-out slippers. His posture was relaxed, his expression cheerful, and there wasn't a hint of apology in his demeanor. "Hey," he chirped, sliding into the chair across from me, completely unbothered by the fact that he was over half an hour late. I couldn't believe it. No apology, no acknowledgement of the time, no sign that he'd even tried to make himself presentable. The irritation I'd been suppressing erupted into disbelief. This wasn't just casual, this was disrespectful. I'd spent time preparing for this date, and he couldn't even be bothered to brush his hair or wear actual shoes. As he opened the menu, I stared at him, my appetite evaporating. He hummed to himself, completely oblivious to the tension building across the table. "So what's good here?" he asked, flashing me a toothy grin. I didn't answer. My mind was already made up. There was no salvaging this. "You know," I said, trying to keep my voice even, "I'm actually feeling pretty tired. I think I'm going to head home." His face faltered for a split second, but he quickly masked it with another overly casual shrug. "Oh, okay. Well, no worries." I stood up, grabbing my bag. If I'd felt any guilt about leaving him sitting there, it vanished the moment I remembered his lateness, his disheveled appearance, and his lack of basic courtesy. He didn't even seem fazed as I walked away. Once I was out of sight, I let out a deep sigh of relief. The date had barely started, but it was already one of the worst I'd ever experienced. I pulled out my phone, blocked his number, and kept walking, grateful to leave that mess behind me. As I replayed the disaster in my mind, a mix of emotions swirled within me. Annoyance, disappointment, and embarrassment danced together, but one thought stood out. How did I not see this coming? I'd gone into the date thinking that someone who wasn't conventionally attractive might put more effort into their behavior, their courtesy, their presentation. I'd assumed they'd understand the importance of making a good impression. But clearly I'd been wrong. His actions, or lack thereof, spoke volumes. It wasn't about looks. It was about effort, respect, and the simple decency of valuing someone else's time. And he'd shown none of that. By the time I got home, my irritation had subsided into something softer, acceptance. It was a lesson learned, a reminder not to lower my expectations or settle for the bare minimum, just because someone seemed nice in text conversations. If they couldn't show respect in person, then they weren't worth my time. That night, I told my friends the story, complete with dramatic reenactments of his entrance and my walkout. They laughed until tears rolled down their faces, and soon I was laughing too. The experience had been frustrating, yes, but in hindsight, it was absurd enough to be funny. The next time I went on a date, I made sure to set my expectations higher, not in terms of looks, but in terms of effort and respect. Because if there's one thing I learned from that disheveled, chirpy guy with his bird's nest hair and oblivious smile, it's this. The way someone shows up for you says everything about how much they value you. And I deserved someone who'd show up ready to match my energy, not just roll out of bed and hope for the best. Dating, they said, was supposed to be an adventure. What they didn't tell me was that sometimes That adventure felt more like a slow-motion car crash, one bizarre twist after another. Each experience brought its own lesson, or at least its own baffling story. But there were three that stood out like the plot of a fever dream. The first story started off promising enough. She was smart, confident, and carried herself with an air of independence. It was the kind of energy that drew me in, making me think, this could actually work. Our first date went smoothly, and over the next few weeks, we met for dinners, drinks, and the occasional movie. Things seemed to be falling into place, until the night it all unraveled. We'd planned dinner at a cozy little spot not far from her office. It was 5 minutes, maybe less, from where she worked, and I assumed we'd meet there. But as I was heading to the restaurant, my phone buzzed. Her text was curt, almost accusatory. "Are you not going to pick me up from my office?" I stared at the message, confused. Her office was literally around the corner. When I explained I was already at the restaurant and had assumed she'd walk over, her response was cold. She showed up with a frosty demeanor that lingered through the entire meal. That wasn't the end of it. Despite her insistence on splitting the bill on every date, she later dumped me after our 5th outing, citing the fact that I'd never fought her for the bill. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd respected her independence, only to be criticized for it. The entire thing left me scratching my head, wondering if I'd missed some unspoken rule of modern dating etiquette. Then there was the lunch date that spiraled into something I can only describe as surreal. It started innocently enough, good food, light conversation, and the usual back and forth about hobbies and interests. As we finished our meal and stepped out into the sunshine, she grabbed my arm and tugged me toward a nearby store. I glanced up at the sign, Furla. I'd barely processed what was happening when we were inside, surrounded by glossy shelves lined with designer handbags. She glided through the displays with purpose, occasionally glancing back to see if I was following. Finally, she stopped in front of a sleek black bag, picked it up, and turned to face me. "This one's nice," she said, her tone casual but pointed. She held the bag out slightly, as if waiting for me to take it. I laughed nervously, unsure of what she was expecting. "Yeah, it's a nice bag," I replied, trying to steer the conversation back to neutral ground. Her smile faltered. She placed the bag back on the shelf, her disappointment palpable. The energy shifted after that, the rest of the afternoon tinged with an awkwardness I couldn't quite shake. I walked away from that date more puzzled than anything else, wondering if she genuinely expected me to buy her a designer bag after one lunch. But the strangest date of all happened in the most unassuming setting, a coffee shop. It was a first date, casual and low pressure. She was charming in the way people sometimes are when they're just a little too confident, and our conversation flowed easily, at least at first. Then out of nowhere, she steered the topic into a very unexpected direction. "So," she said, stirring her latte, "what kind of kinks are you into?" I nearly choked on my coffee. I stammered, caught completely off guard. "I'm not sure that's first date material." She grinned, leaning in as if she were about to share a juicy secret. "Well, I'll go first," she said, her tone nonchalant. "I like being slapped. Hard. Like full force across the face." The coffee shop suddenly felt a lot smaller. I froze, unsure how to respond. She must have noticed my discomfort because she kept talking, filling the silence with a story that made my stomach churn. "It's probably because of my dad," she said casually. "He used to do it to me when I was a kid. Guess it stuck." I stared at her, trying to decide if I was being trolled or if this was some kind of dark confession disguised as banter. Her expression didn't give anything away. She seemed completely unbothered, sipping her coffee like we were discussing weekend plans. The date ended shortly after, and I walked out of the coffee shop feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. To this day, I still don't know if she was being honest, trying to shock me, or just testing how far she could push the boundaries of first date conversation. Whatever her intent, it was a date I'd never forget, and not for the right reasons. Each of these dates left me with more questions than answers. Was I missing some critical piece of the puzzle, or was modern dating just a minefield of unspoken rules and outlandish expectations? I thought about quitting altogether, retreating into the safety of single life, where at least I didn't have to navigate these bizarre encounters. But with time, I learned to laugh about it. These stories became the kind of thing you share with friends over drinks, each retelling more exaggerated than the last. And while they didn't lead to love, they left me with something just as valuable. A treasure trove of memories, proof that the road to connection is as unpredictable as it is absurd. I had matched with her on Tinder, her profile boasting a polished smile and a spark in her eyes that had intrigued me. We'd exchanged a few pleasant messages, and everything seemed promising enough. But when I arrived, my stomach dropped. She looked nothing like her photos. It wasn't just the slight differences filters can bring. It was an entirely different person. I considered turning around and leaving, but politeness won out. "You're already here," I told myself. "At least enjoy the meal and make it through the evening." I greeted her, doing my best to mask my surprise, and we settled into our seats. The initial awkwardness faded as we made small talk, and soon the conversation turned to the inevitable first date topic: why we were on Tinder. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping as if to share a juicy secret. "I had a bad breakup recently," she began, shaking her head. "Turns out my boyfriend's girlfriend called me to tell me that my boyfriend was actually married." I blinked, trying to process her words. "Wait," I said carefully, "your boyfriend had a girlfriend and a wife?" She nodded solemnly, like someone recounting a tragic but oddly rehearsed story. "Yeah, I had no idea though. He seemed so young, so put together. It never crossed my mind." Intrigued despite myself, I asked, "How old was he?" Her expression shifted slightly, as if bracing for judgment. 50, she said, then added quickly, "but he looked way younger." I raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a picture of him?" She reached for her phone, scrolling through her gallery before holding it out to me. The man in the photo was clearly pushing 60, his weathered face and graying hair telling a story that didn't quite align with her description. My mind reeled. Between the revelation of her ex's double life and the odd gaps in her perception of reality, it was all starting to feel too much. I decided then and there to cut my losses. This wasn't just a bad date, it was a minefield of drama, and I had no intention of stepping further into it. "Listen," I said, leaning back in my chair, "I appreciate you coming out tonight, but I don't think this is going to work. I don't want to waste your time, so I'd rather be honest." She blinked, taken aback, but nodded slowly. "Okay," she said, her tone neutral. I paid the bill, standing up and thanking her for the evening. As I left, I expected her to stay behind, perhaps finishing her drink or calling a friend. Instead, I realized she was walking alongside me toward the street. "So," she asked a little too casually, "where am I going?" I stopped in my tracks, staring at her. "I'm going to my home," I said, signaling with my hands to emphasize the growing distance. "And you're going to your home." She paused for a moment, her expression unreadable, before nodding. "Okay," she said, her tone a little too cheerful for someone who'd just been turned down. I flagged my ride and headed home, relieved to leave the strangeness of the night behind me. Or so I thought. The next morning, the doorbell rang. Groggily, I checked my video feed, expecting a delivery or a neighbor. Instead, there she was, standing on my porch, visibly upset. "What the?" I muttered, staring at the screen in disbelief. Through the video feed, she began shouting, "Why didn't you text me? Why didn't you want to see me again?" I stared at her, stunned. How had she even found my address? Then it clicked. My home doubled as my office, and the address was listed on my website. Taking a deep breath, I pressed the intercom. "I was clear last night," I said, my voice firm. "We're not seeing each other again." She started crying, her voice rising as she tried to argue, but I cut the connection, turning off the feed. My heart pounded as I stood there, waiting for her to leave. After a few minutes, the silence returned. I checked the feed again. She was gone. For days, I half expected her to show up again, but she never did. The incident faded into a strange, almost surreal memory, a cautionary tale I'd recount to friends over beers. I deleted the app for a while, swearing off dating altogether. But 2 months later, I decided to give Tinder one last try. That's when I met her, my now wife. She was everything the previous date wasn't: grounded, kind, and effortlessly funny. We hit it off immediately, and within weeks, we knew we had something special. Looking back, that bizarre evening at the restaurant feels like a distant nightmare, a strange detour on the path to something far better. The drama, the awkwardness, the uninvited visit to my home, it all became just another story, one that makes me appreciate the stability and love I have now. Tinder may be a minefield, but sometimes, if you're lucky, it leads you exactly where you're meant to be. The bustling city street was alive with energy, packed with pedestrians weaving in and out of each other's paths, the hum of conversations and car horns creating an urban symphony. I was navigating the crowd, focused on not bumping into anyone, when I felt him at my side. My first date with this guy, arranged through a mutual friend, had barely started. We were on our way to a cafe I'd suggested, and while we'd exchanged polite texts before meeting, I'd had no warning for what was about to unfold. 10 minutes into the walk, he abruptly stopped mid-stride and glared at me. His voice, sharp and loud enough to cut through the noise around us, caught me off guard. "Are you seriously checking out other guys in front of me?" he demanded. I blinked, taken aback. "What? No, I'm just—" "You think I didn't notice?" he interrupted, his voice rising. "Your head's on a swivel, ogling every guy that passes." My stomach dropped, not because I'd done what he accused me of, I hadn't, but because I realized this wasn't going to be the light-hearted first date I'd hoped for. "I'm just trying not to bump into anyone," I said, gesturing to the sea of people around us. He scoffed, shaking his head. "Yeah, right. Let me tell you something. Being a hoe is a bad life decision." His words hit like a slap, the venom in his tone leaving me momentarily speechless. This wasn't some awkward misunderstanding. This was hostility, pure and unfiltered, hurled at me on what was supposed to be a simple coffee date. I felt my pulse quicken, my hands tightening into fists as a surge of indignation rushed through me. "Excuse me?" I said, my voice calm but firm, refusing to let him rattle me. He ignored my question, launching into a tirade about respect, loyalty, and how women like me were doomed to end up alone. All this, mind you, within 15 minutes of meeting me. The sheer audacity of his assumptions and accusations was staggering. People on the street glanced in our direction, sensing the tension, but I barely noticed. My focus narrowed on one goal, getting out of this nightmare. Without another word, I pulled out my phone and texted my friend who worked nearby. "SOS. Having a terrible date. Coming to see you." As I walked away, his voice followed me, louder and angrier. "You'll never find someone better than me," he shouted, his words laced with bitterness. "Good luck being single forever." I didn't look back. The cafe I'd suggested faded into irrelevance. Instead, I ducked into a Starbucks and bought 2 drinks, my hands still shaking as I handed over my card. The entire encounter played on a loop in my head, disbelief mingling with anger. How had someone thought this man was a good match for me? How had I ended up here? Drinks in hand, I headed to my friend's workplace. When I walked in, she looked up, her face breaking into a surprised smile. "What are you doing here?" "Long story," I said, handing her the coffee. "Let's just say you're saving me from the worst date of my life." As I recounted the incident, her expression shifted from shock to fury. "Who even acts like that?" she said, her voice rising. "That's completely unhinged." "Tell me about it," I muttered. I blocked him the second I walked away. "And the person who set us up? They're blocked too." We laughed about it then, the kind of laughter that comes from sheer relief at dodging a bullet. Sitting there with my friend, surrounded by the comforting buzz of her workplace, I felt the tension in my chest begin to ease. The date, ridiculous as it had been, was over. I was safe, and I'd learned something valuable. Red flags don't always wave subtly. Sometimes they slap you in the face and yell at you in public. The whole experience left me wary of setups and dates for a while. It wasn't just the man's outburst that unnerved me. It was the sheer speed with which he'd revealed his true colors. There had been no slow unraveling, no gradual realization that we weren't compatible. It had been instant, a neon sign flashing run from the moment he opened his mouth. But as terrible as it was, the incident gave me a story I'd carry with me, a reminder of what I wouldn't tolerate. Respect, I realized, was non-negotiable. And any man who couldn't extend that courtesy on a first date wasn't worth my time, my energy, or even the breath it took to say goodbye. As I walked into the restaurant, I spotted him waiting at a corner table, his confident smirk already on display. He waved me over, and I felt a flicker of hope that this bumble date might turn out well. But it didn't take long for the facade to crack. From the moment I sat down, he was all bravado. Every word that left his mouth dripped with arrogance as he launched into a monologue about his life. He wasn't just confident, he was cocky, and not in the charming way some people can pull off. He bragged about his career, his gym routine, even the specs of his car. It was like he was trying to brand himself as the ultimate alpha male, as if his identity depended on proving he was the most impressive person in the room. I tried to steer the conversation into more neutral, relatable territory, hobbies, favorite movies, anything, but he kept circling back to himself. My patience was already wearing thin when the bill arrived. It was over $250. Now, I'd only had one main and a pint, totaling about $60. The rest? 6 pints of Guinness, his order. I didn't bat an eye at the cost. I'd planned to pay for my share. But then he did something that made my face burn with secondhand embarrassment. With the waitress standing right beside us, he leaned back in his chair and announced loudly, "Wow, restaurants love me, man, because I spend so much money." I froze, cringing as the poor waitress gave him a tight, awkward smile. The sheer lack of self-awareness was astounding. I couldn't hold it in any longer. "Can you just stop?" I hissed, my voice low but sharp. Then I glanced at her and mouthed, "I'm so sorry." He either didn't notice or didn't care about my reaction. He paid the bill with a flourish, still basking in his self-proclaimed generosity. As we stood to leave, I prayed the night would somehow salvage itself. But instead, he walked directly into a glass door, his bravado colliding with reality in the most literal way possible. The sound of the impact echoed in the entryway, and I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing. He recovered quickly, brushing it off with a forced chuckle, but the second-hand embarrassment was so thick I could feel it in my bones. We stepped outside to book our rides home, and I thought the ordeal might finally be over. Then he lit a cigarette, taking a long drag before turning to me. "You smoke?" he asked. "No," I said firmly. "I quit." He didn't seem to hear me. Instead, he held the cigarette toward my mouth, insisting, "I just smoke la. You're gonna start again eventually." I recoiled, pushing his hand away. "No thanks," I said, my voice colder now. I wasn't about to let him pressure me into something I'd worked hard to leave behind. Undeterred, he switched gears. "You know where I stay?" he asked casually, like we were old friends. I shrugged, trying to keep things civil. "East Side, right? That's what your profile said." He grinned, puffing his chest out. "I stay in Juchayat. You know where that is? All the landed houses." His phrasing was so blatantly smug that I couldn't help but laugh. Not with him, at him. The audacity was unreal. Who says that on a first date? Who says that ever? Still, he wasn't done. As we waited for our respective rides, he leaned in, desperation creeping into his voice. "You sure you don't want to come back with me?" he asked, his tone turning suggestive. "I'm not interested," I said firmly, for what felt like the fifth time that night. "I'm not looking for casual sex." Instead of respecting my boundaries, he leaned back with a sleazy grin. "Fine," he said, his voice dripping with something vile. "I'm gonna jerk off so hard when I get home, thinking about you." I stared at him, too disgusted to respond. There are moments in life where you wonder how someone could possibly think their behavior is acceptable. This was one of those moments. When my ride finally arrived, I didn't even bother with a goodbye. I climbed in, closed the door, and breathed a sigh of relief as the car pulled away. I didn't wait until I got home to block him. I did it right then and there, deleting any trace of his existence from my phone. Then I blocked the friend who had set us up, ensuring this kind of disaster wouldn't happen again. By the time I reached home, the absurdity of the evening started to sink in. I replayed his antics, the bragging, the glass door, the cigarette, the audacious comments, and found myself laughing out loud. It was so ridiculous it almost felt like a bad sitcom episode. The digital glow of my phone's screen lit up my room as I swiped through the dating app, each profile blending into the next. Then her profile caught my eye. She seemed witty, sharp, and her bio hinted at a playful sense of humor. Our chat started light, filled with jokes and teasing, and I thought we hit it off. Over the course of a week, the conversation flowed effortlessly, online at least. By the time we decided to meet in person, I felt optimistic. This could be the start of something good. Or so I thought. We agreed on a casual restaurant for dinner. When I arrived, she was already there, scrolling through her phone. I greeted her with a smile, and she glanced up briefly before returning to her screen. That should have been the first warning sign, but I brushed it off. Maybe she was nervous or distracted. As we sat down, I did my best to steer the conversation into something engaging. "So, what's your favorite thing to do on weekends?" I asked, starting with an easy topic. She shrugged. "Nothing much." "Okay, maybe hobbies weren't her thing. What about your job? Do you like what you do?" Another shrug. "It's all right." Her responses were lukewarm at best, disinterested at worst. I pushed on, determined to salvage the date. "Any fun plans coming up? Maybe a trip or something you're excited about?" "Not really," she said flatly, her tone making it clear she couldn't care less. It was like talking to a brick wall. No worse, a brick wall might have had more personality. Then she turned the tables. "How much do you make?" she asked abruptly, her eyes suddenly sharp with interest. The question hit like a jolt. I'm not really comfortable talking about my salary on a first date," I replied, trying to keep my tone neutral. Her expression soured. "Share only what cannot ice it," she said, her words tinged with annoyance. That was when the red flags started waving furiously in my mind. I stayed calm, though inwardly I was certain this wasn't going anywhere. "It's not about whether I can or can't," I said evenly. "I just think it's a personal thing to discuss with someone I barely know." Her response was a dismissive scoff. "Fine lore. If cannot share, then no date." I blinked, stunned by the audacity. The polite thing to do would have been to pivot the conversation, but she doubled down. Her tone was sharp, her words dripping with entitlement. Still, I held my ground, refusing to let the situation escalate. At that point, I knew we weren't compatible, but curiosity got the better of me. Against my better judgment, I showed her a vague breakdown of my last paycheck, not because I wanted to impress her, but because I wanted to see where this would go. As expected, her demeanor changed instantly. "Oh wah, so high pay ah," she said, her tone shifting to one of thinly veiled greed. The glint in her eyes was unmistakable. From that point on, the energy shifted entirely. She demanded that I pay for her meal, arguing that someone with my salary should cover it without question. It was less a request and more an expectation, the kind of attitude that grated on my nerves. I calmly told her I'd cover my portion of the bill because, in my mind, this wasn't a date anymore. It was a transaction, and not one I'd agreed to. "Wait, you're not going to pay for mine?" she asked, her voice rising in indignation. "No," I said firmly, placing $25 on the table for my meal. "This isn't a date anymore." Her reaction was a mix of disbelief and irritation, but I wasn't about to let her guilt me into paying for something she clearly saw as a one-sided affair. I stood up, thanked her for the evening, more out of habit than sincerity, and left the restaurant. As I walked home, the evening replayed in my mind, each moment a lesson in recognizing red flags early. The online connection, so easy and engaging, had been nothing more than a facade. In person, she was uninterested, transactional, and entitled, and I'd wasted an evening trying to engage with someone who clearly wasn't worth the effort. Still, I didn't leave the date angry. Disappointed? Sure. Frustrated? A little. But mostly I was relieved. Relieved that I had trusted my instincts and drawn a line when things crossed into uncomfortable territory. Relieved that I hadn't caved to her demands. And relieved that I'd learned something about setting boundaries, because if there's one thing this date taught me, it's that no connection, no matter how promising it seems online, is worth compromising your self-respect. As I climbed into bed that night, I deleted her number and muted the friend who'd encouraged me to meet her. Some people might see the evening as a disaster, but I saw it differently. It was a reminder that while dating can be messy and unpredictable, it's also a chance to learn more about what you want, and more importantly, what you won't tolerate. The excitement was palpable as I made my way to the restaurant. A week of non-stop, magnetic conversation had built up my expectations for this date. We'd been texting all day and night, diving deep into topics that ranged from favorite childhood memories to future dreams. It felt effortless, like I'd stumbled upon someone who truly understood me. My nerves were electric, but I was hopeful. This was going to be something special, or so I thought. As I approached the restaurant, I saw him waving from inside. I smiled, waved back, and walked in. He looked just as he did in his photos, but something felt slightly off. He didn't stand to greet me or make eye contact. Instead, he kept his gaze locked on the menu, as though it held the answers to the mysteries of the universe. I brushed it off, chalking it up to nerves, and took my seat. The air between us felt strange, almost awkward, but I soldiered on. As I scanned the menu, my stomach sank. It wasn't a halal restaurant. I cursed myself internally for assuming it would be. Trying to keep things smooth, I chose the sole vegetarian option, a risotto, and requested they leave out the wine. The waitress nodded politely, accommodating my request without fuss. Then came the kicker. He ordered a bottle of wine. "Share this with me," he said, flashing what I assumed was his version of a charming grin. I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. "Oh no thanks. I'm good with water." He shrugged, poured himself a glass, and began sipping as though he hadn't heard me. As the wine flowed, so did his inhibitions, or rather, his lack of decency. At one point, he called the waitress a bitch for not smiling enough. My jaw tightened. Sure, she wasn't particularly bubbly, but why on earth did that matter? His entitlement radiated like a neon sign, but I bit my tongue, not wanting to escalate the situation. Trying to salvage the evening, I suggested we play one of the restaurant's get-to-know-each-other games. At first, it seemed to lighten the mood, but then he began dissecting every answer I gave, rephrasing questions to nudge me toward answers that aligned with his preferences. My patience wore thin. He rambled on about his experiences with drugs, describing them with an almost nostalgic affection. Then, mid-swig from his wine glass, he launched into a story about his ex. She didn't want to raise our future kids as Muslims, he said, the irony lost on him as he downed another gulp. I just nodded, unsure how to respond. As the restaurant neared closing time, we decided to go for a walk. I hoped the fresh air would clear some of the tension. Instead, he grabbed the wine bottle to take with him, ignoring my raised eyebrow. Outside, he lit a cigarette and excused himself for a quick work call. I agreed, sitting on a nearby bench as he walked a short distance away. He placed the wine bottle next to me before stepping away, leaving me awkwardly stationed with his leftovers. As I waited, a group of elderly women passed by, glaring at me with disapproval. The weight of their judgment made me squirm, and I stood up, putting distance between myself and the bottle. When he returned, he immediately noticed. "Why'd you leave the bottle alone?" he asked, as though I'd committed some unspoken offense. I said nothing, sitting back down out of sheer exhaustion. Then out of nowhere, he pulled out a vape pen, took a deep puff, and blew the smoke directly into my face. My eyes stung, and I coughed, but he just laughed. "Oops," he said, smirking. "Accident." That was the moment I realized I was done. No more excuses, no more trying to smooth over his behavior. He leaned back, glancing at me with a mix of amusement and disdain. "You're not really my type, anyway," he said offhandedly. "Too goody two-shoes for me." I blinked, stunned by his audacity, but I refused to let him see how angry I was. Without a word, I pulled out my phone, booked a grab, and stood up. "I'm heading home," I said, my tone as flat as I could make it. He didn't argue. He barely reacted. As my ride pulled up, I climbed in and didn't bother looking back. The next day, I felt a mix of relief and frustration. Relieved to be done with him, but frustrated that I'd endured such an awful experience after such promising conversations. Then came the final twist. He ghosted me. I couldn't help but laugh when I realized. Of course, he ghosted me. It was the perfect, absurd conclusion to a date so wildly mismatched it felt like a bad rom-com. If nothing else, the ordeal taught me to trust my gut and to stop giving people the benefit of the doubt when red flags started waving. The connection we'd had over text turned out to be a mirage, a facade that crumbled the moment we met in person. And now, it's just another story to tell, one I can laugh at now, even if it made me want to scream at the time. Because if there's one thing dating has taught me, it's this. Sometimes, the most important lesson is knowing when to walk away. The night had started innocently enough. A new city, a new chance at meeting people, and the promise of an evening out at a cool bar. I'd been in town for barely a month, still navigating its streets and quirks, and when the guy I'd matched with suggested we meet in an area I'd heard was trendy, I thought, why not? The area was alive with energy, the hum of indie rock spilling from nearby clubs, mingling with the laughter and chatter of people spilling out of restaurants and bars. It felt like the perfect setting for a fun, low-pressure evening. He greeted me with a grin, his confidence infectious, as we began walking. I let him take the lead, figuring he knew the scene better than I did. That's when we stopped in front of a building with blacked-out windows. I hesitated, glancing at the facade. It was unassuming, almost nondescript, except for the vague neon glow above the entrance. There was no sign, no indication of what lay beyond the door. My curiosity wavered for a second, but then I thought, this must just be part of the charm. Maybe it's one of those hidden cocktail lounges. So I followed him in. The air inside was thick, a strange mix of perfume and leather, with dim red lights casting a glow over the space. My eyes adjusted slowly, but when they did, the reality hit me. Women in barely their outfits moved gracefully across a stage, the music heavy and pulsing. Conversations buzzed quietly in the shadows as patrons leaned back in their seats, drink glasses glinting under the neon light. It was a strip club. I froze for a moment, my mind racing. Part of me wanted to turn around and walk out. This wasn't what I'd signed up for, but something held me there. Maybe it was the unfamiliarity of the situation, or maybe I just didn't want to seem rude. I'd never set foot in a place like this before. Growing up, strip clubs were the kind of thing hidden in seedy corners of town, not in the middle of a bustling, trendy area. My date didn't seem fazed at all. In fact, he was enjoying himself, chatting animatedly, as if this were a totally normal place for a first date. "Want a drink?" he asked casually, his voice barely audible over the music. I nodded, still trying to process the turn the evening had taken. He handed me a drink, and before I could figure out what to say or do next, he leaned closer with a sly grin. "How about a lap dance?" he offered. I blinked, caught off guard. I don't think so." "Come on," he urged. "It'll be fun. My treat." Something in his tone made me agree, more out of awkwardness than genuine interest. A few moments later, he waved over a dancer, her smile warm but slightly tired. She wasn't the youngest or flashiest on the floor, but there was something authentic about her that made me choose her. Her expression brightened when I pointed her out, and I realized I might have just made her night. As she started the dance, I surprised myself by striking up a conversation with her. "So, how long have you been doing this?" I asked, my voice louder than usual to be heard over the music. She laughed, clearly not expecting the question. "A few years," she replied, moving in rhythm with the song. "It's not bad, pays the bills, and I meet some interesting people." We chatted through most of the dance, me asking questions about her job and her life, her answering with surprising candor. It felt oddly normal, like I was catching up with a friend, even though the circumstances were anything but. When my date decided to get his own lap dance, she leaned in before leaving. "Tell him to pick someone who's having a rough night," she whispered, her tone conspiratorial. I passed along the suggestion, and he followed through, choosing another dancer who'd been standing off to the side, looking bored. Her face lit up when he waved her over, and I felt a strange sense of satisfaction. If nothing else, at least two women got a little extra money tonight. The rest of the evening was a blur of strange but oddly fascinating moments. I watched as the dancers moved across the stage, their performances blending artistry and raw confidence. My date, meanwhile, grew increasingly comfortable in the space, clearly more at ease than I was. By the end of the night, I felt like I'd stepped into another world and lived to tell the tale. It wasn't the cool indie bar I'd imagined, and it certainly wasn't the kind of date I'd expected, but it was an experience, one that left me equal parts amused and bewildered. As we walked out into the cool night air, I realized that this date wasn't about romance or chemistry. It was about stepping out of my comfort zone and embracing the unexpected. I wasn't sure if I'd ever see this guy again. It didn't really matter. What mattered was that I now had a story to tell, one that I'd never forget. Sometimes the best thing you can do is roll with the punches, even when the night takes a turn you didn't see coming. I'd matched with him online, and after a week or so of light-hearted banter, we decided to meet up. He seemed mostly normal in his photos, and our conversations had been engaging enough. So when he showed up looking like his profile and full of compliments, I thought this might actually turn into something decent. At first, it was easygoing. He complimented me often, his words teetering between flattering and over the top, but I brushed it off. Some people get nervous on first dates, and his enthusiasm seemed genuine, even sweet. His energy was high, maybe a little too high, but I wrote that off as part of his personality. We laughed, talked, and shared stories over drinks. It felt like a good time. By the end of the evening, I decided to invite him back to my place. He seemed like a good guy, and the chemistry between us was undeniable. As soon as we got inside, the atmosphere shifted. The playful banter turned into deeper flirting, and before long, we were making out on my couch. It escalated quickly, his hands were everywhere, and the intensity grew. I had to put the brakes on, and let him know I couldn't have sex that night. He seemed fine with it, or so I thought. Instead, we settled into fooling around, and I ended up giving him a handjob. Everything seemed normal until that moment, the exact moment he finished. His entire demeanor shifted. At first, it was subtle. He went quiet, his earlier enthusiasm replaced by a heavy silence. His face clouded over, and he looked visibly upset. I couldn't understand why. Sure, it hadn't been a drawn-out experience, but it hadn't exactly been 2 seconds either. I waited for him to say something, but the silence stretched on, growing increasingly uncomfortable. Then it got even weirder. He stood abruptly and began pacing around my living room. His movements were erratic, almost frantic, as if he were searching for something. I watched, confused, as he inspected my patio door, flipping the lock back and forth. Then he wandered into the bathroom, opening and closing the cabinets as if they held answers to some unspoken question. "Are you okay?" I asked, trying to mask my growing unease. He barely acknowledged me, muttering something under his breath that I couldn't quite catch. I followed him upstairs, where he began wandering through my bedroom, touching the light switches and checking the windows. My townhome was multi-story, and soon I found myself trailing him as he climbed up and down, opening doors and inspecting spaces like a detective searching for clues. I didn't know whether to laugh or be scared. His behavior was relentless, as if he couldn't sit still, and his earlier charm had evaporated entirely. My attempts to engage him, asking what he was doing, offering him water, suggesting we sit back down, were met with vague responses or complete dismissal. Eventually, I reached my limit. The situation had shifted from strange to downright unsettling, and I realized I had to get him out of my house. Gathering my courage, I put on my most polite but firm voice. "Hey, it's getting late, and I'm feeling pretty tired. Maybe we should call it a night." For a moment, he just stared at me, his expression unreadable. Then, without a word, he grabbed his jacket and left. The sound of the door closing behind him was both a relief and a lingering mystery. As I locked the door, I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. Everything had gone from normal to bizarre so quickly that my mind struggled to make sense of it. Was it something I'd done? Had he simply been overwhelmed? Or was there something deeper, something I hadn't picked up on earlier in the night? The next day, I replayed the events over and over in my head, trying to find a rational explanation. I even turned to Reddit, sharing the story in hopes of getting some clarity. The responses ranged from lighthearted jokes about my skills to serious suggestions that he might have been struggling with bipolar disorder or some other mental health issue. I never heard from him again, and truthfully, I was relieved. The whole experience left me rattled, a strange mix of embarrassment, confusion, and curiosity. I couldn't help but wonder if this was a one-off incident for him, or if he carried this strange energy into every date. Looking back, I realize how important it is to trust your instincts. That sense of unease I'd felt after his sudden mood shift was my gut telling me something was off, even if I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. It's a lesson I won't forget, one that reminds me to prioritize my comfort and safety above politeness. Now, it's just another story in my dating archive, the kind you tell friends over drinks with a mix of humor and disbelief. Life has a way of throwing unexpected curveballs, and sometimes all you can do is dodge them and laugh about it later. I matched with her on Tinder a week ago. Julia. She was the kind of girl who'd turn heads back in high school. A magnetic smile, wild laughter that made you feel like you were the only one in on the joke. We'd never spoken much back then, but when her profile popped up, I couldn't swipe right fast enough. Her message came almost immediately. "Dinner at my place next Friday? I make a killer lasagna." I wasn't one to turn down a home-cooked meal, especially not when it came with the possibility of rekindling some teenage fantasies. So there I was, pulling up to her place, an unassuming house in a quiet suburb, armed with a bottle of cheap wine and a half-decent button-up shirt. Butterflies swirled in my stomach as I knocked on the door. When she opened it, she looked even better than her pictures. Casual but alluring, her hair pulled into a loose ponytail, lips painted crimson. "Glad you made it," she said, her voice warm, inviting. "Come in." The smell of lasagna wafted through the air, mingling with the subtle vanilla scent of her perfume. I stepped into her living room, my eyes darting around. Cozy, clean, filled with personal touches, framed photos, mismatched throw pillows. Then I saw the kid, a tiny human parked on the couch, watching cartoons, completely unfazed by my presence. "Oh, this is Benji," Julia said with a shrug, as if she'd forgotten to mention the small fact of her motherhood. "He's 7. Cool with kids." I stammered out something vaguely agreeable. Kids were fine, I told myself, in small doses. Dinner was surprisingly good. Julia was charming, witty, every bit the girl I'd fantasized about back in school. Benji piped in occasionally, asking questions about my car or whether I could do a backflip. The whole scene was strangely domestic, but there was an energy between Julia and me, an unspoken tension crackling just beneath the surface. As the night wore on and Benji was shuffled off to bed, Julia's demeanor shifted. Her smile lingered longer, her touches grew bolder. "Want to head upstairs?" she asked, her voice a low purr. I followed her without hesitation. Her bedroom was dimly lit, the faint glow of candles casting flickering shadows on the walls. I barely had time to take it in before she was pulling me close, her lips on mine, hands exploring. The world outside faded, reduced to nothing but the heat between us. Then, somewhere in the distance, a sound. A faint, unmistakable noise that sliced through the moment like a knife. The slam of a car door. Julia froze. Her eyes widened, panic flickering across her face. "Shit," she whispered, scrambling to her feet. "He's home." I blinked, my brain sluggish to catch up. "Who's home?" "My husband," she hissed, grabbing at her clothes. "You have to go." "Husband?" The word hit me like a bucket of ice water. Adrenaline surged as I realized the gravity of the situation. "What the hell, Julia?" I whispered harshly, fumbling for my jeans. They were nowhere to be found. "Just get out," she urged, shoving my shirt into my hands. "Window go." I glanced at the window. 2 stories up, a sheer drop onto what looked like a rosebush-covered lawn. "You can't be serious." Footsteps echoed from downstairs, heavy, deliberate. Julia's panic was contagious now, coursing through me like an electric shock. There wasn't time to argue. Heart pounding, I pushed open the window, cold air hitting my skin like a slap. "Go," she hissed again, shoving me toward the ledge. I swung one leg over, then the other, muttering a stream of curses under my breath. Below me, the yard stretched out like a dark abyss. I had no plan, no dignity, and absolutely no time. I jumped. The landing was less than graceful. Thorns tore at my bare legs as I tumbled into the bushes, biting back a scream. Pain radiated from my shoulder, but there was no time to assess the damage. Somewhere inside, I could hear voices, Julia's husband, confused, demanding answers. "Thought you said you were working late," I heard her say, her voice strained but steady. A masterclass in damage control. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline dulling the pain. Barefoot, shirtless, and in nothing but my boxers, I bolted across the yard. The cold ground stung my feet as I sprinted for the safety of my car, parked a block away. Behind me, a light flicked on. I didn't look back to see if anyone was watching. I didn't want to know. When I finally reached my car, I collapsed into the driver's seat, lungs burning, heart hammering like a drum. My hands shook as I fumbled for the keys, glancing around to make sure no one had followed me. The neighborhood was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that feels oppressive, suffocating. I sat there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. My shoulder throbbed, and I noticed for the first time that my boxers were shredded, tiny red scratches crisscrossing my thighs. What the hell is wrong with people? I muttered to no one. The absurdity of it all hit me then. The lasagna, the kid, the husband, the damn rosebush. A hysterical laugh bubbled up in my chest, spilling out before I could stop it. I was half naked, bruised, and bleeding in the middle of suburbia, and all I could do was laugh. The drive home was a blur. By the time I stumbled into my apartment, the adrenaline was wearing off, leaving behind a dull ache and a bone-deep exhaustion. I collapsed onto the couch, staring at the ceiling, replaying the night over and over in my head. The audacity of it, the betrayal, the sheer, chaotic absurdity. Part of me wanted to text Julia, demand answers, call her out on her lies. But what would be the point? She wasn't the girl I thought she was, and I sure as hell wasn't about to be her collateral damage. I dodged a bullet tonight, barely. And as I lay there, staring at the ceiling, I made a silent vow. No more Tinder, no more lasagna, and absolutely no more married women. When I first matched with her on the app, it felt promising. Let's call her Emily. She had this bright, disarming smile in her pictures, one that felt both genuine and intriguing. Our initial conversation was effortless, filled with humor and just the right amount of flirtation. It was rare to find that kind of spark online, but sparks can be misleading. By the end of our first evening texting, I felt hopeful. Emily was sharp, funny, and seemed down to earth. We traded banter, talked about favorite movies, and even shared playlists. For once, it felt like this wasn't going to be another dead-end match. I was wrong. On day 3, her messages began to shift. It wasn't gradual. It was like turning a page in a book and realizing you're suddenly in a completely different story. Out of nowhere, Emily started sharing deeply personal details about her life. She talked about therapy sessions, past betrayals, and family issues, painting a picture of someone who had clearly been through a lot. Now, don't get me wrong, I didn't mind that she'd opened up. Vulnerability isn't a bad thing, but this felt abrupt, almost out of context. Just 2 days earlier, we'd been laughing about bad karaoke experiences, and now we were diving headfirst into her emotional scars. It was jarring. I listened as best I could, sending supportive responses, though I didn't feel we'd earned that level of intimacy yet. Trust takes time, and I wasn't ready to carry someone else's weight, not when I barely knew them. Still, I figured it was just a moment. She'd recalibrate, right? I hoped. By day 5, the universe had other plans for me. That morning, I saw something my ex posted online. It wasn't anything dramatic, a photo, a casual caption, but it hit me harder than I cared to admit. Grief isn't linear, and heartbreak doesn't keep to a schedule. It gutted me. Suddenly, every ounce of energy I had drained out of me. I wasn't angry or bitter, just hollow. I wasn't ready to talk to anyone that day, least of all Emily, someone I barely knew. When her text popped up mid-morning, cheerfully asking how my day was going, I stared at my phone for a moment before replying. I needed space, I told her. I explained it kindly, honestly, or at least I thought I had. I figured she'd understand. Minutes passed. Then an hour. No reply. I assumed she'd taken it in stride. I set my phone down, crawled into bed, and let the world slip away for a little while. When I picked up my phone a few hours later, everything had changed. From missed calls, 9 unread texts. My stomach sank as I scrolled through the notifications, each one heavier than the last. The texts weren't the light-hearted kind, the hope you're okay messages a friend might send. No, these were diatribes. Paragraphs filled with frustration, accusation, and melodrama. This always happens to me, she wrote. Every time I open up to someone, they push me away. I thought you were different. The words felt less like a plea for understanding and more like a hammer of guilt, wielded with precision. I was apparently revealing my true colors. Her tone was relentless, painting herself as the victim of yet another failed connection, and me as the perpetrator of some imagined cruelty. I didn't know how to respond, or if I even wanted to. I barely knew this woman, yet she was demanding an explanation, an apology, as if I owed her something. I didn't. Not after 5 days of texting. Not after what was, at best, a passing connection. I let the messages sit there, unanswered. The next morning, I sent her one final text. I kept it brief and polite, though every word felt like walking a tightrope. I told her this wasn't going to work out, and wished her the best. Then, without waiting for a response, I blocked her number. It wasn't a decision I made lightly. Blocking someone felt extreme, but Emily had shown her hand. Her reaction wasn't just intense, it was a red flag the size of a billboard. I realized I wasn't ready to date anyway. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise, a favor she'd unwittingly done for me by showing me what I wasn't ready to handle. For weeks, I thought about her only in passing. Occasionally, I'd remember her words and feel a pang of discomfort, but mostly I moved on. My focus shifted inward, time spent healing, reflecting, rediscovering what I wanted and needed. Slowly, I felt like myself again. And then last night, she found me. I was scrolling through Facebook, mindlessly liking photos of old classmates and distant cousins, when the notification popped up. A friend request from her. My heart skipped a beat. Emily. Her profile picture was unmistakable, that same bright, disarming smile. But how? I had never given her my last name. We hadn't exchanged social media handles, or even mentioned mutual friends. Yet there she was, finding me in the vast, endless expanse of the internet. It was unsettling, to say the least. For a moment, I stared at the screen, unsure of what to do. My thumb hovered over the delete request button, but curiosity nagged at me. How had she tracked me down? Was this some kind of coincidence, or had she gone digging for information? I clicked her profile, scrolling through her posts and photos. It was a strange feeling, seeing someone's curated life after you'd glimpsed the raw, unfiltered version of them. Her timeline was cheerful, polished, filled with inspirational quotes and selfies. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was just another happy, well-adjusted person. But I knew better. I deleted the request without hesitation. Whatever Emily was looking for, it wasn't something I could give her. Whether she was seeking closure or rekindling whatever connection she thought we'd had, I wanted no part of it. That chapter of my life, brief, chaotic, and bewildering as it was, needed to stay closed. As I sat there, staring at the empty notification tab, a strange mix of emotions washed over me. Relief, mostly, but also a lingering unease. Emily had been a lesson, one I hadn't expected but desperately needed. Trust takes time, and not every spark is worth chasing. I powered down my phone, set it aside, and took a deep breath. The world felt quieter, safer without her presence looming in my digital periphery. It was over now, for good this time. Or at least, I hoped it was. Bucharest, 2017. A city alive with old-world charm and electric energy. I was there for a week, soaking in the culture, the history, the cobblestone streets that seemed to echo whispers from the past. It was the kind of place where anything felt possible: romance, adventure, even danger. And that's where I met her. Her name was Alina. We matched on Tinder late one night while I sat in a dimly lit cafe, sipping something strong and unfamiliar. Her photos were captivating, dark, striking eyes, a mischievous smile that felt like it held secrets. She messaged me first. Confident, witty. It didn't take long before we'd arranged to meet for dinner. That night, I arrived at the restaurant a little early. It was a cozy, intimate place tucked away in one of the quieter corners of the city. Warm light spilled from the windows, painting golden pools on the cobblestones. As I stepped inside, the low murmur of voices and clinking glasses wrapped around me like a blanket. And there she was, waiting for me at a table near the back. Alina looked even more stunning in person. Her dress hugged her figure just enough to turn heads, but it was her presence that commanded attention. She stood as I approached, her smile magnetic, her handshake firm but warm. "I was starting to think you'd stood me up," she teased, her voice low and velvety. "Not a chance," I replied, though my stomach fluttered. We settled into the evening easily, or so it seemed. Conversation flowed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. At first, I chalked it up to nerves. She was captivating, after all, and I was just some guy passing through a city where she probably had her pick of admirers. But as the night wore on, the unease grew. It wasn't her words. Those were charming, even clever. It wasn't her demeanor, either. She laughed in all the right places, asked thoughtful questions, and leaned in just enough to make it feel like I was the only man in the room. No, it wasn't anything she did. It was something deeper. A gut feeling. A prickle at the back of my neck. Like I was being watched. Or hunted. By the time the plates were cleared and the wine glasses were drained, I was ready to call it a night. "This was nice," I said, leaning back in my chair. "But I should probably head back. Early morning tomorrow." Her smile faltered, just for a moment. So brief I almost missed it. "Come on," she said, her voice soft but insistent. "The night's still young. Let's go back to my place. Just one more drink." It wasn't the first time I'd been invited back to someone's place. Usually I didn't hesitate. But tonight, the pit in my stomach twisted tighter, a visceral warning I couldn't ignore. I smiled politely, trying to soften the blow. "I really appreciate the offer, but I should get some rest." Her eyes darkened, the playful spark in them dimming. She sat back in her chair, her expression unreadable. For a moment, I thought she'd let it go. And then it happened. The movement was so quick, so sudden, that I barely registered it at first. One moment, she was sitting there, her face a mask of cool indifference. The next, her hand darted out, grabbing the steak knife from the table. I didn't have time to react. I didn't even see it coming. The blade sank into my stomach with a sickening, surreal pressure. There was no immediate pain, just a rush of confusion, a blur of movement as she pulled back, the knife still clutched in her hand. Time slowed. The room tilted. I stared down at the growing red stain on my shirt, my brain struggling to process what had just happened. She stabbed me. She actually stabbed me. The shock broke first. "What the?" I gasped, pushing back from the table, my chair scraping against the floor. My legs wobbled as I stood, one hand clutching my abdomen, the other gripping the edge of the table for balance. The pain hit then, sharp and deep, radiating through my torso like fire. Alina stood too, the knife still in her hand, her face unreadable. She didn't look angry or panicked, just calm, detached. Like this was nothing more than a calculated move in some game I didn't understand. "You should have come home with me," she said, her voice eerily steady. Adrenaline surged, dulling the pain as survival instinct kicked in. I staggered backward, bumping into a nearby table. The other diners were staring now, their faces frozen in shock and horror. Someone screamed. A man jumped to his feet, shouting something in Romanian. "Help me!" I managed to choke out, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth. My legs buckled, but I caught myself on the edge of another table. The restaurant erupted into chaos. Chairs scraped, glasses shattered, and voices overlapped in frantic confusion. Alina didn't move, her dark eyes locked on me, as if she were waiting for something. Waiting for me to fall. I wasn't going to give her that satisfaction. Somehow, I made it to the door. Hands grabbed at me, waiters, other patrons, their voices a blur of questions and shouts. I stumbled into the cold night air, the chill biting at my sweat-soaked skin. The pain was unbearable now, each step a jagged spike of agony radiating through my body. A cab was idling at the curb, the driver oblivious to the chaos spilling out behind me. I practically fell into the back seat, gasping out the name of the nearest hospital. The driver turned, his eyes widening when he saw the blood, but he didn't hesitate. The car lurched forward, the tires screeching as we sped through the narrow streets. The hospital was a blur of white lights and frantic voices. I was rushed into surgery, the world fading in and out as I drifted on the edge of consciousness. When I woke up, the police were waiting. I told them everything, the dinner, the knife, Alina. They listened, their faces grim. When I finished, one of the officers exchanged a look with his partner before turning back to me. "She's done this before," he said quietly. My blood ran cold. In the days that followed, I learned bits and pieces of the truth. Alina wasn't just some woman looking for a casual date. She had a history, a dark, violent past that no dating profile could ever reveal. I was lucky, they told me. Luckier than most. Even now, years later, I can still see her face in my nightmares. That calm, detached expression, the glint of the knife in her hand, the way she watched me bleed, as if I were nothing more than a fleeting inconvenience. Bucharest, 2017. A city alive with charm and danger. I'll never forget it. The night began with such promise. It was a quaint little restaurant, the kind with dim lighting, warm wooden accents, and a soft hum of classical music in the background. The kind of place where you'd imagine love stories beginning over candlelight. That's what I was hoping for, at least a story worth telling. When he walked in, I thought maybe I'd found it. He was handsome in a boyish way, rumpled dark hair, a slightly crooked smile, and a nervous energy that felt endearing rather than off-putting. Let's call him Daniel. He greeted me with a genuine warmth that immediately put me at ease, and as we settled into our table, the conversation flowed naturally. No awkward pauses, no rehearsed lines. Just two strangers learning about each other over shared glances and laughter. For the first 20 minutes, everything was perfect. Then, the waiter came to take our order. I'd barely scanned the menu before deciding on the chicken Alfredo. Simple, safe, and reliably delicious. Daniel followed my lead, ordering the steak medium rare. Nothing unusual. The waiter smiled, jotted down our choices, and disappeared into the flow of the busy dining room. That's when Daniel's demeanor shifted. It was subtle at first. He became quieter, his eyes darting around the room like he was looking for something, or someone. I asked him if everything was okay, and he offered a tight-lipped smile, assuring me it was. But his gaze never quite landed on mine. "I'll be right back," he said abruptly, pushing his chair back. "Just need to step out for a second." I nodded, confused but polite. Maybe he needed the restroom. Maybe he was just nervous and needed a moment to gather himself. I sipped my water, glancing around at the other couples and groups of friends enjoying their meals. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. I checked my phone. Nothing. By the time 15 minutes rolled around, I was ready to leave. I'd been ghosted before, but never this dramatically. I started calculating how much cash I had in my purse, wondering if I should pay for both our meals out of sheer embarrassment, when the door to the restaurant swung open. There he was. At first glance, Daniel looked off. His eyes were red and glassy, and his steps were slow, like he was dragging himself back to the table. My immediate thought was that he'd gone outside to smoke. A quick puff to calm his nerves, maybe. I hated smoking, always had, so right then and there, I knew the rest of the date was pointless. A deal breaker is a deal breaker. But then, as he sat down across from me, I noticed something else. His hands were trembling. His breathing was uneven, like he'd just run a marathon. Before I could ask what had happened, he looked at me with an apologetic expression so raw, so vulnerable, that I felt my annoyance falter. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't mean to disappear like that. It's just," he hesitated, his gaze dropping to the table. "You ordered the chicken Alfredo." I blinked, unsure if I'd heard him correctly. "What?" He exhaled shakily, running a hand through his hair. "My ex always ordered the chicken Alfredo. Every time we went out. It was her favorite. And when you said it, it hit me. I wasn't expecting it. I had to step outside." The words hung in the air between us, surreal and disorienting. I stared at him, my mind scrambling to piece together what he was telling me. "You left because I ordered chicken Alfredo?" I asked, my voice cautious, disbelieving. He nodded, his eyes glistening with something I could only describe as heartbreak. "I tried to stay," he said, his voice cracking. "But I couldn't. I went in my car, and I cried. He cried. In his car. Over chicken Alfredo. I didn't know how to respond. Part of me wanted to laugh, to shake him and tell him how absurd this all was. Another part wanted to reach across the table and offer him some kind of comfort. But mostly I just felt trapped. Trapped in this moment, in this story that wasn't mine but was now uncomfortably tied to me. Daniel, I began carefully, I'm really sorry that you're still hurting over your ex. But maybe you're not ready to be dating. He flinched like the word stung, but he didn't deny it. Instead, he let out a hollow laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. I thought I was, he admitted. I really did. But when you said those words, it was like she was here. Like I could hear her voice again, see her sitting there across from me. I nodded slowly, my discomfort growing with every passing second. I didn't know this man. I didn't know his ex. But suddenly, I was a ghost in his memory, a stand-in for something he couldn't let go of. The rest of the evening limped forward like a wounded animal. Our meals arrived, and while the chicken Alfredo was as delicious as ever, it was hard to enjoy it under the weight of Daniel's sorrow. He picked at his steak, barely eating, offering apologies between long silences. I tried to keep the conversation light, steering it away from his ex and the overwhelming shadow she'd cast over our date, but it was like trying to fill a sinking ship with a bucket. The night was irreparably ruined. By the time the check arrived, I was counting the seconds until I could leave. Daniel offered to pay, but I insisted we split it. I didn't want to owe him anything, not a cent, not a memory, nothing. As we stood outside the restaurant, the chill of the night air biting at my skin, he looked at me with that same wounded expression. I really am sorry, he said. You didn't deserve that. I forced a polite smile, already taking a step back. It's okay. Take care of yourself, Daniel. He nodded, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, and walked away into the night. I watched him go, a strange mix of pity and relief swirling in my chest. We'd matched a week earlier. His name was Ryan. Clean-cut, quick-witted, and charming in a way that seemed effortless. He had a smile that could disarm you and an easy confidence that made you want to trust him. Maybe that was the problem. The date itself was fine, dinner at a small Italian restaurant. He was attentive, asked all the right questions, and kept the conversation light and engaging. If there were any red flags, I missed them entirely. By the time he offered to drive me home, I felt relaxed. Safe. I should have known better. It started with a rolling stop. We'd barely made it 2 blocks when he slid through a stop sign without even pretending to slow down. My brow furrowed, but I didn't say anything. Maybe he didn't see it. Maybe it was just an honest mistake. But then, a few minutes later, he took a left turn where a large, glaring sign clearly read "No left turn." My unease deepened as I glanced at him. Ryan," I said hesitantly. "I think that was illegal." He chuckled, brushing it off like it was no big deal. "It's fine. Nobody's out here this late." As if on cue, flashing red and blue lights lit up the rearview mirror, accompanied by the wail of a siren. My stomach dropped. He cursed under his breath, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. "Pull over," I said, my voice a mix of urgency and disbelief. He didn't. Instead, he muttered, "I can't do this right now," and slammed his foot on the gas. The car lurched forward, pinning me against the seat as we sped down the empty street. My heart was in my throat, panic clawing at my chest. "What are you doing?" I shouted, gripping the door handle as if it might somehow save me. "I just need to lose them," he said, his voice steady in a way that terrified me even more. "It'll be fine. Trust me." Trust him? Trust him? The man who'd just turned a routine traffic stop into a car chase? My head spun as I tried to process what was happening. The sirens grew louder, the flashing lights brighter, as the police car closed in behind us. "Ryan, this is insane. Stop the car," I begged, but he was too focused on the road, his jaw clenched, his knuckles white on the wheel. He made a sharp turn onto a residential street, the tires screeching beneath us. Houses blurred past as he scanned for somewhere to hide. Finally, he veered into a random driveway, killing the engine and plunging us into silence. "Stay quiet," he whispered, as if this were some kind of spy movie and not a life-altering disaster unfolding in real time. I sat frozen, my pulse pounding in my ears, as the police car slowed at the end of the street. For a brief, agonizing moment, I thought they might pass us by. But then the car stopped. The lights cut off, and the officers got out. The next few minutes were a chaotic blur. The police approached the car with weapons drawn, shouting commands I could barely process through the fog of panic. "Hands where we can see them. Both of you, out of the vehicle, now." My hands trembled as I fumbled with the seatbelt, my mind racing. I wasn't even sure if I could stand. My legs felt like jelly. Ryan stepped out first, his movements slow and deliberate, as if this was all just a minor inconvenience. "It's not what it looks like," he said calmly, raising his hands. But it was exactly what it looked like. And worse. I followed him out, my hands shaking as I lifted them above my head. The officers moved quickly, barking orders, their flashlights blinding in the darkness. Before I knew it, I was in handcuffs, the cold metal biting into my wrists. "Wait!" I stammered, my voice cracking. "I didn't do anything. I don't even know what's going on." The officers weren't interested in my protests. They marched us to the curb, sat us down, and began searching the car. Ryan was eerily quiet, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, my mind raced with questions and fears. How had this gone so wrong? Who was this man? And why, in the name of all that was sane, had I agreed to get in his car? It didn't take long for the truth to come out. One of the officers emerged from the car, holding a radio in one hand and a file in the other. His expression was grim. "This car's stolen," he announced, his voice flat and matter-of-fact. My stomach dropped. I stared at Ryan, horrified, but he didn't even flinch. "And he's got outstanding warrants," the officer continued, glancing down at the file. "We'll need to extradite him." I could barely breathe. Stolen car? Warrants? What kind of person had I just spent the evening with? The officers pulled Ryan to his feet, reading him his rights as they led him to the patrol car. He didn't look back. Not once. As for me, they removed the handcuffs but didn't let me go. Not right away. They asked me questions, how I knew him, what I knew about the car, whether I was involved in any of his crimes. I answered as best I could, trying to keep my voice steady despite the tears threatening to spill over. Eventually they believed me. They offered me a ride home, and though the thought of getting into another car, any car, made my skin crawl, I didn't have much choice. The ride was silent, except for the officer driving. "You're lucky," he said after a long pause. "Guys like that, they don't usually stop at traffic violations. Could have been worse." I nodded numbly, staring out the window as the city blurred past. Lucky? I didn't feel lucky. I felt shaken, exposed, and deeply, profoundly stupid. How had I missed the signs? Or were there even signs to miss? When we finally pulled up to my apartment, I thanked the officer quietly and slipped inside. The moment the door closed behind me, I sank to the floor, my entire body trembling. I never saw Ryan again. From what the police told me, he was extradited to another state the following week. His outstanding warrants included everything from grand theft auto to fraud. Sometimes, late at night, I think about that drive, about the look on his face as the sirens closed in, about the calm way he'd said, "Trust me," as if trust could ever survive something like that. And I think about how close I came to becoming a footnote in his story, another casualty of his recklessness. It was a lesson I wouldn't forget. Sometimes, danger doesn't come with warning signs. Sometimes, it comes with a charming smile and an offer to drive you home. I was a college sophomore, still navigating the murky waters of dating and trusting my roommate's advice a little more than I should have. She swore up and down that Daniel was a great guy. She'd known him through a few mutual friends, funny, kind, into the same obscure movies and music that I loved. "You'll hit it off," she said. "I can feel it." When he messaged me, his plan sounded sweet. He'd make me dinner, and then we'd watch a movie. Low-key, thoughtful, unpretentious. I was charmed. In a sea of ramen and cafeteria food, the idea of someone cooking for me felt almost romantic. So when he showed up outside my dorm that evening, leaning casually against his battered old sedan, I was ready to give him the benefit of the doubt. He had a shy smile and an awkward charm that immediately put me at ease. I climbed into the passenger seat, the possibilities of the night stretching before me. "What kind of dinner are you making?" I asked as we pulled out of the parking lot. "It's a surprise," he said, grinning. "But don't worry, it'll be good." That's when things started to veer into the unexpected. Instead of heading toward his apartment or a nearby grocery store, Daniel took an unfamiliar turn. I glanced out the window, watching as the campus buildings faded into a quieter, industrial part of town. The air in the car felt suddenly heavier, the romantic glow of the evening dimming. "Are we picking up groceries first?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. "Sort of," he said, his tone evasive but cheerful. He didn't elaborate. When the car finally slowed, I realized we weren't at a store. We were behind it. He pulled into a shadowy alley behind a large chain supermarket, the faint hum of industrial refrigerators filling the air. The streetlights flickered ominously, casting long, jagged shadows across the lot. My stomach nodded. "What are we doing here?" I asked, trying not to sound alarmed. Daniel parked the car and turned to me, his expression earnest, as if what he was about to say made perfect, undeniable sense. "I'm just going to check the dumpsters real quick," he said casually. "You can come too if you want. It's fun. Fun." The word hung in the air like a bad joke. I blinked, certain I'd misheard him. "The dumpsters?" He nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, they throw out so much good stuff. Vegetables, bread, sometimes even sealed snacks. You wouldn't believe it." My mind raced. This wasn't just an unexpected detour. This was an entirely different planet of weird. My first instinct was to laugh, to think this had to be some kind of bizarre prank. But Daniel's expression was sincere, almost eager. He meant it. He was serious. Before I could fully process what was happening, Daniel hopped out of the car, leaving me stunned in the passenger seat. I watched in disbelief as he strolled toward the row of dumpsters, completely unbothered, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. My hands gripped the edges of the seat, my pulse quickening. I considered getting out, calling him back, demanding he take me home. But something held me there, frozen by a mix of disbelief and morbid curiosity. I couldn't look away. For the next 20 minutes, I sat in the car, watching as Daniel rummaged through the bins like a raccoon on a mission. He moved with practiced efficiency, flipping open lids, sorting through piles of discarded produce, and occasionally holding something up to inspect it in the dim light. At one point, he pulled out a loaf of bread, gave it a triumphant shake, and tossed it into a tote bag he'd brought along. My stomach churned. This was not the charming, low-key evening I'd envisioned. From time to time, he glanced back at the car, as if expecting me to join him. I stayed put, arms crossed, my discomfort growing with every passing second. The moments stretched endlessly, each one more surreal than the last. When he finally returned, he looked pleased, like a hunter returning from a successful expedition. He placed the tote bag in the back seat with a satisfied sigh, brushing stray bits of lettuce off his jacket. "Well," he said, sliding into the driver's seat. "That went pretty well." I stared at him, struggling to find words. "You're serious about this?" "Why not?" he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "It's sustainable. And free. Waste not, want not, right?" I wanted to argue, to tell him how absurd this all was, but I was too stunned to form a coherent response. Instead, I settled on the only thing I could manage. "Can you just take me back to my dorm?" His face fell slightly, but he nodded. "Sure. But are you sure you don't want to stay for dinner? I think I can make something great with this haul." I didn't answer. I just stared out the window, silently willing the drive to go faster. The ride back was quiet. Daniel made a few attempts at small talk, but I couldn't bring myself to engage. My mind was too busy replaying the bizarre events of the evening, trying to reconcile the sweet, awkward guy who'd picked me up with the dumpster diving enthusiast who now sat beside me. When we finally pulled up outside my dorm, I unbuckled my seatbelt and turned to him, trying to find something polite to say. "Thanks for the ride," I muttered. "Good luck with dinner." He smiled, seemingly unbothered by my obvious discomfort. "Thanks. And hey, maybe we can try again sometime. I promise I'll make it up to you." I nodded vaguely, not wanting to prolong the conversation. Then I got out of the car and walked quickly toward the entrance, my heart still racing. Studying abroad felt like stepping into a new life. The air carried an electric charge of freedom, adventure, and possibility. The narrow cobblestone streets, lit by flickering lanterns, seemed to hum with stories waiting to unfold. I was young, idealistic, and determined to embrace every moment, every chance encounter, every yes that might lead to something extraordinary. That night started innocently enough. After a long dinner with classmates, I decided to walk home alone. The streets were calm but alive, occasional laughter spilled out from cafes, and the cool breeze carried the faint scent of blooming jasmine. It was a little past 9, maybe 10. I wasn't worried. I'd walked this route before, and besides, this city felt safe. I was about halfway home when I noticed him. He was lingering on the corner, near a bakery that had already closed for the night. His clothes were wrinkled, his posture a little hunched. He didn't seem threatening, just awkward, like someone unsure of whether to approach or walk away. When our eyes met, he smiled, and then he started walking toward me. "Excuse me," he said, his accent faint but unfamiliar. "Do you live here?" I hesitated but nodded. I'm studying abroad. His face lit up. He launched into a friendly spiel about how he was new to the area, exploring, looking for connections. His words were fast, eager, as though he were trying to convince me, and maybe himself, that he was harmless. After a few minutes, he asked if I'd go on a date with him. I didn't know what to say. He wasn't attractive, that much was clear. But he'd been polite, and I was raised to believe politeness deserved a chance. Besides, I told myself, appearances aren't everything. I could have a pleasant conversation, maybe even make a new friend. Sure, I said. Why not? A few days later, we met at a nearby park. The sun was setting, bathing everything in a soft golden light that made the whole scene feel like the opening act of a romance novel. For the first half hour, everything was surprisingly normal. He talked about his travels, places he'd been, people he'd met. I listened, nodding, letting the rhythm of conversation carry us. But as the evening wore on, cracks began to form. It started with his intensity. When I spoke, he leaned in too close, his eyes locked on mine with a laser-like focus that felt more intrusive than attentive. His smile lingered a beat too long, and there was a strange tension in his laugh, like he was trying to force a connection that wasn't there. When we found a patch of grass to sit on, the atmosphere grew stranger. He positioned himself directly in front of me, his body stiff and deliberate, and stared at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried to brush it off, keeping the conversation light, but it became impossible to ignore. His eyes never left mine, his expression shifting into something I can only describe as predatory. Then came the question, "Can I kiss you?" I froze for a moment, caught off guard by the abruptness of it. He hadn't touched me, hadn't even leaned in, but the question landed like a thunderclap. It was less of a request and more of a demand disguised as politeness. "I'm not comfortable with that," I said carefully, trying to keep my voice steady. His entire demeanor shifted. The intensity in his eyes turned darker, angrier, and his mouth twisted into a sneer. "Why not?" he asked, his tone sharp and accusatory, as though my rejection were a personal attack. "I just don't want to," I said firmly, standing my ground. "We just met." For a moment, he said nothing. Then, without warning, he erupted. His voice rose, spitting venomous words faster than I could process them. "You're such a tease," he snarled. "A slut. A bitch. Girls like you are all the same." I stood up, my heart pounding, every muscle in my body tense. "You're disgusting," I snapped, my voice trembling with anger and fear. "You need to leave me alone." But he didn't leave. Instead, he followed me as I started walking away, alternating between insults and desperate pleas. One moment, he was calling me names, his voice dripping with contempt. The next, he was apologizing, begging for forgiveness, declaring that he loved me and wanted to marry me. "I messed up," he said, his tone frantic. "But I can fix it. We can fix it. I love you. I'll take care of you." I quickened my pace, my mind racing for an escape. He didn't stop. His voice grew louder, more erratic. "I will have sex with you," he said, the conviction in his voice sending a cold wave of terror through me. That was my breaking point. I bolted. I didn't care where I was running, as long as it was away from him. My legs burned as I weaved through the park, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see. When I finally slowed down, my chest heaving, I realized I was completely disoriented. The park's winding paths and unfamiliar landmarks blurred together in my mind. I spent the next hour walking in circles, taking random turns, and doubling back on my own route to make sure he wasn't following me. My paranoia was overwhelming. Every shadow, every rustling leaf, felt like a threat. The thought of him finding out where I lived kept me moving, even as exhaustion set in. By the time I made it back to my dorm, I was shaking. I locked the door behind me, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the chain. My roommate found me sitting on the floor, my back pressed against the door as if I could hold it shut with my body alone. "What happened?" she asked, her voice tinged with alarm. I told her everything, every chilling word, every frantic moment. She stared at me wide-eyed, her hand over her mouth. "You're never seeing him again," she said firmly, and I nodded, grateful for her clarity when mine felt so fractured. The dinner couldn't have ended soon enough. I was sitting across from him, poking at the last remnants of my meal, nodding along to whatever story he was droning on about. My mind had checked out 30 minutes ago, and I was already strategizing how to politely extract myself from this painfully dull evening. It wasn't that he was offensive or rude, he just wasn't anything. No spark, no charm. Just one long, monotonous monologue about his job at a medical lab. When the check finally arrived, I exhaled with relief. One hurdle down. He offered to drive me home, and though my gut told me to order an Uber, I didn't want to seem rude. A car ride couldn't be worse than the dinner, right? Wrong. So wrong. The drive started quietly enough. I stared out the window, counting streetlights and mentally replaying my excuses for why I couldn't go on a second date. He made small talk, something about the upcoming weekend, but I was barely listening. I just wanted to get home, peel off my heels, and binge-watch a show that didn't make me feel trapped. Then, out of nowhere, he pulled the car over. We were on a quiet, dimly lit street, far from my apartment. My stomach tightened. "Why are we stopping?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual, though my pulse quickened. He turned to me, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. "I just thought, maybe we could take a moment." A moment for what? I asked, though deep down I already knew. Before I could react, he leaned closer, his hand gently cupping the back of my neck. It was the kind of move that might have been romantic under different circumstances, like, say, if I actually wanted him to kiss me. But I didn't. Not even close. My plan was simple. Dodge the kiss, offer a friendly hug, and tell him to take me home. Easy. But as he leaned in, my attempt to steer the interaction quickly spiraled out of control. Instead of stopping at a kiss, his hand tightened ever so slightly, and he pushed my head downward. It wasn't forceful, but it was clear. Crystal clear. He wasn't looking for a hug, and he definitely wasn't reading the signals I wasn't even trying to send. Time froze. My brain screamed, "Are you serious right now?" I pulled back, jerking my head away from his grip. "What the hell are you doing?" I said, my voice sharp. He stammered, his grin faltering, but he didn't apologize. He didn't even seem embarrassed. Instead, he shrugged, like his actions were perfectly reasonable. "I thought you might be into it," he said. "Into it? Into it?" The audacity made my blood boil, but my instincts told me to keep my cool. I needed to get out of this car, not escalate things with a man who clearly didn't respect boundaries. But then an idea struck me. A wicked, absurd, beautiful idea. If he thought he could treat me like this, I'd make him regret it. I straightened in my seat, meeting his gaze with a soft, almost bashful expression. "Listen," I began, my tone shifting to something more vulnerable, almost confessional. "Before we go any further, there's something I need to tell you." His eyebrows furrowed, but his curiosity was piqued. "What is it?" he asked, leaning back slightly. "I really like you," I said, laying it on thick. "But I need to be honest. It's only fair." He nodded slowly, his confusion morphing into cautious interest. "Okay." I took a deep breath, as if gathering my courage, and delivered the line that would haunt him forever. "I work as an escort on the side." The words hung in the air like a grenade, their weight pulling his expression from curious to horrified. His mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. I pressed on, undeterred. "It's just to pay the bills," I explained, keeping my tone calm and matter of fact. "College is expensive, and this helps a lot. Plus, the money's really good, especially when clients pay extra to, skip the condoms." His face turned an alarming shade of pale. "Wait, what?" he managed to choke out. "I just think honesty is so important," I said earnestly, doubling down. "I mean, you work in a lab testing for STDs, right? You probably understand how important it is to be transparent about these things." His jaw tightened, his eyes darting nervously toward the windshield, the dashboard, anywhere but me. The silence stretched, the tension in the car thick enough to cut with a knife. Finally, he cleared his throat and shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "I think maybe I should take you home." His voice was shaky, the bravado from earlier completely gone. I bit back a smile, feigning disappointment. "Oh," I said softly, "I understand. I just wanted to be honest. But, if you ever change your mind..." "Nope," he said quickly, shaking his head. "I don't think that's gonna happen." I couldn't help it anymore. A laugh bubbled up in my chest, but I managed to keep it silent as he started the car and pulled back onto the road, his knuckles white against the steering wheel. The rest of the drive was blissfully silent, his discomfort radiating off him in waves. When we finally arrived at my apartment, I opened the door and turned to him, my expression perfectly sweet. "Thanks for the ride," I said. "Have a good night." He mumbled something incoherent, refusing to meet my eyes as I stepped out of the car and closed the door behind me. I walked up the steps to my building, feeling a mix of triumph and disbelief. As I shut the door to my apartment, I burst out laughing. The absurdity of the night was almost too much to process. My roommate poked her head out from the kitchen, eyebrows raised. "How was the date?" she asked. I collapsed onto the couch, grinning. "Oh, you have no idea." And then I told her everything, relishing every horrified expression, every gasp of disbelief. By the end of the story, she was in tears, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. "Did he really think that would work?" she said between giggles. "What an idiot. Right?" I said, shaking my head. "But hey, at least I got the last word." We met on Tinder, swiping right on what seemed like the perfect connection. His name was Ryan, and from the start, our conversations were easy, the kind that flowed effortlessly late into the night. He was charming, funny, and attentive, the kind of guy who made you feel like the only person in the room, or in this case, the chat. By the time we went on our first date, I was cautiously optimistic. He was even better in person, quick with a laugh, endlessly curious, and surprisingly vulnerable for someone I'd just met. Things moved fast after that. By the second date, he was asking me to be his girlfriend. I should have seen the warning signs then. "I think we have something special," he'd said, his voice soft but insistent as we sat across from each other at a tiny cafe. "I don't want to see anyone else. Do you?" It was sweet, in a way, but it felt rushed. I barely knew him. 2 dates weren't enough to build a foundation for something real, and I told him as much, gently but firmly. "I'm not ready for that yet," I said. "Let's see where this goes." He took it well, or so I thought. He smiled, nodded, and said he understood. And for the next month, things were great. We saw each other constantly, talked on the phone every night, and built the kind of connection that made me start to reconsider my earlier hesitation. By the time I told him I was ready to make things official, I'd convinced myself this could be something good, something lasting. I was wrong. The day after we became a couple, everything changed. My phone was eerily silent, a sharp contrast to the constant stream of texts and calls I'd grown used to. I told myself he was just busy, that maybe he needed space, but as the hours ticked by, unease settled in. When he finally texted the following day, it wasn't to reassure me or explain his absence. It was to break up with me. "I don't think this is working out," the message read. Simple. Final. No explanation, no room for discussion. Just a clean cut. I stared at the screen, disbelief and anger warring in my chest. How could he go from pleading for a relationship to ending it without so much as a phone call? It felt surreal, but I didn't beg for answers. I wasn't that kind of person. "Okay," I replied, my fingers trembling with suppressed frustration. "If that's how you feel, I'll respect it." And I meant it. For all his immaturity, I was ready to move on. But he wasn't. 2 months later, the texts started. At first, they seemed harmless enough, an occasional "hey" or "how have you been" that I could easily ignore. But his messages quickly escalated in frequency and intensity. By the end of the first week, my phone was constantly buzzing with calls and texts from him, hundreds in total. When I finally responded, it was to set a boundary. "Ryan, I need you to stop contacting me. We're done. Please respect that." He didn't. Instead, he doubled down, moving from text messages to every social media platform he could find. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, each flooded with his words, his pictures, his desperate attempts to rekindle something I didn't want. At first, I blocked him one account at a time, thinking he'd get the hint, but for every profile I blocked, another would pop up. His messages ranged from pleading to accusatory, sweet to sinister. "I miss you," he'd write in one breath. "You'll regret this," he'd say in the next. One night, I woke up to a picture of him holding an old Polaroid of the two of us from our short-lived relationship. The caption read, "We were so happy. Why did you ruin it?" The picture sent chills down my spine. We'd only dated for a month. We hadn't even taken pictures together. When had he taken that? And why had he kept it? By the time I blocked him on every platform I could think of, I thought it was finally over. For nearly a year, I heard nothing. Life moved on, and the memory of Ryan became a story I told friends with a wry laugh, a cautionary tale about the perils of dating apps. But he wasn't done. A year after it ended, he resurfaced. This time, it was through LinkedIn. LinkedIn, of all places. I stared at the connection request, the little thumbnail image of his face grinning at me like a ghost from the past. My heart raced, a mix of anger and disbelief flooding my system. I blocked him immediately, hoping it was just a one-off attempt to reconnect. Then came Google+, a platform I didn't even use anymore. And again, a friend request appeared with his name attached. It was like he'd combed through every corner of the internet, every digital thread that might still link us, determined to find a way back into my life. I blocked him there too, wondering how long this would go on. The answer came 2 years later. Just last month, I was scrolling through Snapchat when a familiar name popped up in my notifications. My stomach dropped. He'd sent me a friend request, again. 2 years had passed, and he was still trying. I didn't accept it. I didn't even bother blocking him this time. Instead, I stared at the screen, a strange mix of pity and exasperation washing over me. Ryan wasn't someone I loved or even truly knew. He was just a man who couldn't let go, who'd turned rejection into obsession. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel fear or anger. I felt free. His persistence had become noise, a distant echo of something I'd already left behind. When I was 17, I was the guy who could barely string 2 sentences together around a girl without turning bright red. Shy doesn't even begin to cover it. I was practically invisible, especially when it came to anyone I found remotely attractive. But there was this girl. She came into the pub where I worked every so often with her friends, a whirlwind of laughter and effortless charm. She wasn't just pretty, she was radiant. Every time she walked in, the whole room seemed to brighten. I'd steal glances while pulling pints, my heart racing every time her eyes skimmed past mine. It was agony, watching her from afar, knowing I'd never have the courage to speak to her. But one day, something shifted. Maybe it was the way her smile lingered, or maybe it was the way my co-workers nudged me with teasing grins whenever she walked in. Whatever it was, I decided I had to do something. Anything. So I asked her out. It wasn't suave. It wasn't planned. It wasn't even coherent. One minute I was wiping down the bar as she laughed with her friends, and the next I was standing in front of her, my hands gripping the edge of the counter so tightly my knuckles turned white. The words tumbled out of me in a rush, a chaotic blur of stammering that barely resembled a question. Her laughter stopped, her friends went silent, and she blinked at me, clearly trying to make sense of what had just happened. For a moment, I wanted to disappear into the floor. But then, to my shock, she smiled. Sure, she said, still looking a little unsure. Tomorrow night at 9? I nodded, too stunned to speak, and fled back behind the bar. My heart felt like it might burst out of my chest. She'd said yes. The next day was a whirlwind of preparation. I wasn't just going on a date. I was transforming myself. I spent hours picking out the perfect outfit, borrowed some aftershave from my dad, a little too much in hindsight, and even picked up flowers and chocolates. It was over the top, but I didn't care. This was my moment, and I wasn't going to mess it up. By the time I arrived at the pub, I was practically vibrating with nerves. My palms were sweaty, the flowers trembling slightly in my grip. But I was ready. I was going to walk in there, flash a confident smile, and sweep her off her feet. Then I saw her. She was sitting at a table near the back, surrounded by people. 7 of them, to be exact. My heart sank as I took in the scene. There she was laughing and chatting, completely at ease. And there, right beside her, was a guy with his arms slung casually around her shoulders. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and radiated the kind of confidence I could only dream of. Her boyfriend. The room seemed to tilt as I stood frozen in the doorway, clutching my ridiculous bouquet of flowers and the box of chocolates that now felt like a cruel joke. What was I supposed to do? Turn around and leave? Pretend this wasn't happening? Before I could make a decision, she spotted me. Her eyes widened for a split second before she smiled and waved me over. I walked to the table like a man marching to his doom. Every step felt heavier than the last, and by the time I reached her, my carefully rehearsed introduction had completely evaporated. The guy next to her, the boyfriend, eyed me curiously. "What's with the flowers and chocolates?" he asked, his tone friendly but clearly amused. I opened my mouth to answer, but no words came out. My brain scrambled for an explanation, but all I could manage was a series of half-formed syllables. I could feel my face burning, the weight of everyone's eyes on me. Before the silence could stretch too long, she stepped in. "They're for Claire," she said smoothly, gesturing to one of her friends at the table. My head snapped toward her in shock. Claire? I hadn't even noticed her sitting there, looking just as surprised as I felt. But she recovered quickly, offering a polite smile and playing along as if this had been the plan all along. For the next hour, I found myself sitting with the group, trying to keep up with the conversation, while silently cursing myself for getting into this mess. Claire, to her credit, was kind. She accepted the flowers and chocolates with a gracious smile, and though she didn't say much, she didn't seem put off by the whole debacle. Eventually, she stood up to leave, and I jumped at the opportunity to escape with her. We walked out of the pub together, the cool night air a welcome relief after the suffocating tension inside. Once we were a few steps away, she turned to me, her expression a mix of amusement and pity. "So," she said, "you were really here to ask her out, weren't you?" I nodded, too embarrassed to deny it. "Yeah," I admitted, "but I guess I didn't make myself very clear." She laughed, a soft, genuine sound that eased some of the sting. "They thought you just wanted to hang out with the group," she said. "But hey, at least I got some flowers and chocolates out of it." We stood there for a moment, the awkwardness melting into something lighter. She didn't seem annoyed or uncomfortable, just amused by the absurdity of the situation. "You know," she said, her tone teasing, "I'm free tomorrow night if you want to give this whole date thing another shot." I blinked, caught off guard by her offer. She was joking. She had to be. But the smile on her face told me otherwise. "You'd really want to go out with me?" I asked, my voice laced with disbelief. "Why not?" she said with a shrug. "You're sweet. And you did go all out for someone you barely know. That's kind of endearing." The next night, Claire and I went on a proper date, just the two of us this time. And for the first time in my life, I felt like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I should have known from the start that this night was going to take a bizarre turn. Maybe it was the way he confidently poured milk into a glass of whiskey, swirling the concoction with the kind of flourish usually reserved for fine cocktails. He looked at me over the rim of the glass, a crooked grin on his face, as if daring me to judge him. "That's an interesting choice," I said, trying to keep the judgment out of my voice. He laughed, taking a long sip. "Trust me, it's good." Spoiler, it wasn't. But at that moment, I convinced myself it was just one of those harmless quirks, something that might make a good story to tell my friends later. I wasn't prepared for what the morning had in store. The night itself was unremarkable. We'd met at a bar, his confidence catching my attention in a way that felt refreshing, if not a little reckless. After a few drinks and some easy conversation, he invited me back to his place. It wasn't the kind of offer I usually accepted, but something about his crooked smile and casual charm made me say yes. His apartment was about what I expected: mismatched furniture, dishes piled in the sink, and a faint musty smell that clung to the air. But I wasn't there to critique his housekeeping. We spent the night talking, laughing, and eventually drifting into a fitful sleep on his lumpy mattress. Morning came too soon. At 7 a.m. sharp, I woke to the sound of his alarm blaring. He groaned, rolled over, and promptly ignored it, leaving me wide awake in the unfamiliar room. After a few minutes of lying there, contemplating my life choices, he finally stirred. "You should come with me today," he said groggily, propping himself up on one elbow. I blinked at him, confused. "Come with you where?" "To work," he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "It'll be fun." I raised an eyebrow. "Fun? Washing dishes in a kitchen?" "Yeah, why not?" He grinned, his enthusiasm bizarrely genuine. "It's not as bad as it sounds. You'll get free food." I laughed, assuming he was joking, but the look on his face told me he wasn't. I mumbled something about needing to get home, but he wasn't letting it go. He leaned closer, his voice taking on a strange, almost pleading tone. "Come on," he said. "It'll be a good time." I needed an escape, and fast. "Let me just use the bathroom," I said, sliding out of bed before he could protest. The bathroom door was just a few steps away, but the moment I opened it, I stopped dead in my tracks. There, standing in all his glory, was a man, completely naked, brush in hand, painting the bathroom door. For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating. The man, clearly in his 60s, turned to look at me without a hint of shame or surprise, his expression calm and focused. "Morning," he said casually, as if this were the most normal thing in the world. I gawked at him, my brain scrambling to catch up. This wasn't just any man. This was his father, painting the bathroom door. Naked. At 7 in the morning. I didn't know what to do. My fight-or-flight instincts were warring with each other, leaving me frozen in the doorway. The smell of paint thinner filled the small bathroom, adding to the surrealness of the scene. "I'll be done in a minute," his dad said, turning back to his work with the same nonchalant demeanor. I muttered something incoherent and backed away, closing the door behind me. My heart was racing, and I could feel the beginnings of hysterical laughter bubbling up in my chest. I needed to get out of there, immediately. When I returned to the bedroom, he was still lounging in bed, scrolling through his phone. He looked up at me, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding in the next room. "Everything okay?" he asked, his tone casual. I opened my mouth to tell him about the naked man painting the bathroom door, but stopped myself. What was the point? Instead, I forced a smile. I think I'm gonna head out. He frowned. Really? But I thought you might. No, I interrupted, grabbing my things as quickly as possible. I've got a lot to do today. Thanks for everything. He didn't press the issue, just shrugged and nodded. I was halfway out the door before he could change his mind. As I stepped outside, the crisp morning air hit me like a wake-up call. I walked briskly down the street, trying to process what had just happened. The milk and whiskey guy, the dishwashing job invitation, the naked father painting at dawn. By the time I reached the corner, I couldn't hold it in any longer. I burst out laughing, the sound echoing down the empty street. It was ridiculous, absurd, the kind of story that felt too strange to be real. But it was. Later, when I told my friends about the encounter, they were in hysterics, begging for every detail. "Why didn't you just leave when he poured the milk and whiskey?" one of them asked, tears streaming down her face. "I thought that was the red flag," I said. "Turns out it was just the appetizer." It was one of those early spring evenings, where the air had just a hint of warmth, teasing the promise of summer. The kind of evening that made me feel hopeful, maybe even optimistic. I had met him on a dating app a few weeks earlier. His profile was unremarkable, but his messages were charming enough, witty, quick responses that made me think, why not give this a chance? But from the moment we met, something felt off. We'd agreed on a walk, something casual and low pressure. When I arrived, he was already there, leaning against a bench with his hands shoved deep into his pockets. His grin was easy, confident, as he greeted me with a quick once-over. "You look great," he said, his voice smooth but lacking sincerity. "So, where are we eating?" The question caught me off guard. "Eating?" I repeated. "Yeah," he said, already turning as if the matter was settled. "I'm starving. Let's grab something." I hesitated. It wasn't that I minded grabbing a bite, but the assumption grated on me. Still, I brushed it off. Maybe he was nervous, or maybe he'd misread the vibe of our plans. Either way, I figured I'd go along with it, for now. We found a small cafe, the kind with cozy booths and menus that tried too hard to be fancy. As we sat down, he didn't bother opening his menu. Instead, he scanned mine over my shoulder, pointing out the most expensive options. "Go ahead," he said, grinning. "You can get me the steak." I froze, unsure if I'd heard him correctly. "Excuse me? I didn't bring any money," he said, his tone casual, as if this were a completely normal thing to admit. "But don't worry, I'll pay you back later." I stared at him, the first stirrings of annoyance bubbling in my chest. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment situation where he'd forgotten his wallet. He'd planned this, deliberately, but against my better judgment, I nodded. The waiter came, and he ordered the steak, medium rare, with an expensive cocktail to match. I stuck to something simple, my appetite waning under the weight of my irritation. The meal was awkward. He talked endlessly, mostly about himself, barely stopping to ask me a single question. When the food arrived, he barely acknowledged my presence, too busy devouring his steak with the enthusiasm of someone who hadn't eaten in days. When the check came, he leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, waiting for me to pick it up. I paid without a word, my frustration simmering just below the surface. I told myself I'd end the night soon, make up some excuse to leave. But then he dropped the next bombshell. "Can you lend me 20 euros? He asked as we stepped outside, his tone so casual it made my head spin. "What?" I said, stopping in my tracks. "Why?" "I've got a few things I need to pick up tomorrow," he said, shrugging. "I'll pay you back. Promise." I should have said no. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to walk away, to cut my losses and never look back. But instead, I sighed and handed over the money, more out of disbelief than anything else. "Thanks," he said, slipping the bill into his pocket without so much as a thank you. "You're really generous, you know that?" By this point, I was done. I just wanted to go home, crawl into bed, and pretend this date had never happened. But, of course, it wasn't that simple. As we walked toward the nearest bus stop, he glanced at me again. "You wouldn't happen to have bus fare, would you?" he asked. I stopped dead in my tracks, staring at him in disbelief. "Are you serious?" "Come on," he said, grinning like this was all some big joke. "It's not like I'm asking for much." I bit back a sharp retort, shaking my head. "I'm getting a taxi," I said firmly. "It'll pass your house. I'll drop you off." What happened next took this nightmare of a date to a whole new level. He stopped walking, his face suddenly serious. "Why do you want to know where I live?" I blinked at him, completely thrown. What? Is that your plan? He asked, his voice rising. You're trying to find out where I live, aren't you? The accusation hit me like a slap, leaving me momentarily speechless. Are you kidding me? I said finally, my voice sharp. I'm offering to help you get home. That's it. He crossed his arms, his expression skeptical. Seems suspicious, he muttered. At that moment, I realized I wasn't dealing with someone who was merely inconsiderate or thoughtless. This was something else entirely: paranoia, entitlement, maybe even a touch of delusion. Whatever it was, I wanted no part of it. You know what? I said, taking a step back. Forget it. Find your own way home. Without waiting for his response, I turned and walked away, my heart pounding with a mix of anger and relief. Behind me, I heard him call out, but I didn't stop. I didn't even look back. The taxi ride home was blissfully quiet, the soft hum of the engine soothing my frayed nerves. As I stared out the window, watching the city lights blur into streaks of gold, I felt a strange mix of emotions: relief, disbelief, and a simmering anger at myself for letting the date go on as long as it had. The next day, when I recounted the story to a friend, she couldn't stop laughing. You actually gave him 20 euros, she said, doubling over. What were you thinking? I wasn't, I admitted. But hey, at least I've got a story. But when I matched with Ryan on Tinder a few years ago, it felt like I'd struck gold. He was handsome in a way that made you do a double take, sharp jawline, piercing blue eyes, and a smile that could probably sell you anything. More than that, he was funny and charming. The kind of guy who had you checking your phone constantly, grinning at every notification. When he asked me out, I didn't hesitate. We'll grab food, he said. Simple, straightforward, low pressure. Perfect. On the day of the date, he even drove an hour to pick me up. I remember seeing him step out of the car, and he was even more striking in person. His confidence was magnetic, and as we drove, the conversation flowed effortlessly. I found myself thinking, wow, he's the real deal. That optimism lasted until he mentioned a barbecue. It's just a quick stop, he said casually, flashing me a smile. Some of my friends are having a barbecue. You don't mind, do you? I hesitated. Meeting someone's friends on a first date wasn't exactly what I'd signed up for, but I didn't want to seem uptight. Sure, I said, trying to sound breezy. A quick stop sounds fine. As we pulled up to a large, beautiful house, my unease grew. The driveway was packed with cars, and the sound of music and laughter spilled out into the street. This doesn't look like just a few friends, I said, glancing at him. He laughed. Yeah, it's my sister's engagement party. I stared at him, stunned. You're taking me to a family event? On our first date? It'll be fun, he said, already getting out of the car. Before I could protest, he was at my door, gesturing for me to follow. The moment we stepped inside, I realized I was in way over my head. The house was packed, people milling about in every room, drinks in hand, laughter echoing off the walls. Ryan introduced me to person after person, barely giving me time to process their names. His parents, his uncles, cousins, neighbors, I lost track. Then, before I knew it, I was face to face with his mom and grandmother. Oh, you're the girl Ryan's been talking about, his mom said, smiling warmly. It's so nice to meet you. My stomach sank. What has he been saying? Lovely to meet you, I managed to say, forcing a smile while my brain screamed. I don't even know this guy. Meanwhile, Ryan had disappeared into the crowd, leaving me alone with his family. I made polite small talk, trying not to look like a deer in headlights, but the absurdity of the situation was sinking in fast. It wasn't long before things spiraled even further. Ryan, now several drinks in, was off with his friends, completely ignoring me. His family, however, was all too eager to include me in the festivities. By the time I spotted him again, we were all heading to the local pub for the after-party. I thought about slipping away, calling for a ride, but I felt trapped. Everyone was so friendly, and leaving without an explanation felt rude. So I went along, telling myself this would all be over soon. The pub was chaos. Drinks were flowing, a live band was playing, and the energy was wild. And that's when things hit their peak. His grandmother, yes, his grandmother, climbed onto the bar. To the sound of Zombie by the Cranberries, she danced like she was living her best life, the crowd cheering her on. I'll admit, for a moment, I forgot how insane the night was and just stood there, laughing in disbelief. Then I saw her, Ryan's ex-girlfriend. She spotted me from across the room, her eyes narrowing like a hawk locking onto its prey. She marched over, drink in hand, and leaned in close, her voice sharp. So, you're the homewrecker, she said, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. "Excuse me?" I said, blinking in confusion. She didn't hold back, launching into a tirade about how Ryan was hers, how I had no business being there, and how I was clearly trying to ruin her life. I was too stunned to respond. "Homewrecker? I just met this guy." By the time Ryan stumbled over to intervene, the damage was done. His ex stormed off, leaving me standing there, humiliated and furious. Ryan, oblivious to the chaos he'd caused, slurred something incoherent, and then dropped the biggest bombshell of the night. "I love you," he said, swaying slightly as he grabbed my arm. "I've never felt this way about anyone." Before I could respond, he doubled over and vomited. On my shoes. That was the breaking point. I didn't care how handsome he was, or how charming he'd seemed in our messages. I didn't care that his family was lovely, or that his grandmother had just delivered the performance of the century. I was done. I pulled out my phone and called a friend, begging them to pick me up. As I waited outside, Ryan tried to follow me, mumbling apologies and asking if I wanted to come back to his place. I ignored him, keeping my distance until my friend's car pulled up. "Is that him?" my friend asked as I climbed into the passenger seat, motioning toward Ryan, who was now sitting on the curb looking pitiful. "Yep," I said, slamming the door. "Drive." The next day I deleted Tinder. I didn't block Ryan, but I never responded to his follow-up messages. Every time I thought about that night, the engagement party, the ex, the declaration of love, the vomit, I couldn't help but cringe. I met him at a dimly lit pub, the kind of place where the music is just loud enough to drown out your better judgment. He was charming in a rugged, rough-around-the-edges way, the kind of guy who made you feel like the most fascinating person in the room. His stories were wild, his laugh infectious. When he invited me back to his place, I hesitated, but only for a moment. I told myself it was part of the adventure, but nothing could have prepared me for what awaited behind his front door. His apartment was the polar opposite of his charisma. As soon as I stepped inside, I felt the air shift. It wasn't just messy, it was chaos frozen in time. Clothes were strewn everywhere, dishes piled high in the sink, and a faint, stale odor hung in the air. But I convinced myself to look past it. People can be messy, right? Besides, it wasn't like I'd come here expecting a 5-star experience. "Make yourself comfortable," he said, motioning toward a couch that had definitely seen better days. "I've got something I want to show you." Before I could respond, he disappeared into another room. I sat down gingerly, trying not to think about what might be lurking between the cushions. The minutes dragged on, the sound of drawers opening and closing breaking the silence. When he finally returned, he was holding something in his hands. A stack of papers, worn and yellowed at the edges, tied together with a frayed piece of string. "I want to share this with you," he said, his voice softer now, almost reverent. "It's my poetry. Now, I like poetry as much as the next person." But when he added, "I wrote it while I was in Mountjoy," my stomach did a little flip. "Mountjoy? As in the prison?" "Mountjoy?" I echoed, trying to keep my tone neutral. "Yeah," he said, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I did some time there. Long story. But these poems, they got me through it." He sat down across from me, untying the string with care, as if unwrapping a sacred relic. He handed me the first page, his eyes watching mine intently as I read. The words were raw, heavy with anger and regret. They were scrawled in jagged, uneven handwriting, like they'd been ripped straight from his soul. "It's intense," I said, handing the page back. "Prison changes you," he replied, his gaze distant now. "Makes you see the world differently. You want to hear one?" Before I could answer, he started reciting, his voice low and gravelly, each word punctuated with emotion. It was haunting, beautiful in its way, but also deeply unsettling. By the time he finished, I was struggling to figure out how to respond. But before I could come up with something diplomatic, he clapped his hands together and grinned. "You need a drink," he said, jumping up and heading for the kitchen. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding, glancing around the room. That's when I noticed the faint but unmistakable stench growing stronger. My eyes wandered toward the small hallway, leading to what I assumed was the bathroom. Curiosity got the better of me. I stood, taking a tentative step toward the hallway. The closer I got, the more potent the smell became. It wasn't just bad. It was foul, the kind of smell that sticks to your clothes and lingers in your nostrils. When I finally peeked into the bathroom, my stomach turned. The toilet had no door. None. Just an open, doorless frame leading into a space that could generously be described as a health hazard. And on the wall, God help me, There was something smeared there. Brown, unmistakable. My mind rebelled against the obvious conclusion, but there was no denying it. Shit! On the wall. I froze, a mix of horror and disbelief washing over me. This wasn't just a messy apartment. This was a nightmare. What do you think? His voice called from the other room, startling me. The poetry, I mean. I turned back toward the living room, trying to keep my voice steady. It's unique, I managed to say, my throat dry. Really powerful. He appeared in the hallway, holding two mismatched glasses filled with some unidentifiable liquid. He noticed where I was standing, his expression shifting slightly. "Oh yeah," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Meant to get that fixed." "Fixed? Fixed? That wasn't something you fix. That was something you burned, cleansed, and exorcised." I realized then and there that I needed to leave. Immediately. I just remembered. "I've got an early morning tomorrow," I blurted out, edging toward the door. "I should probably get going." He looked disappointed, but didn't argue. "All right," he said, handing me one of the glasses anyway. "At least have a sip before you go." I didn't. Instead, I set the glass down on the nearest surface, muttered a quick thanks for the poetry, and bolted out the door before he could say anything else. The moment I stepped outside, the fresh air hit me like a blessing. As I walked home, the absurdity of the night started to sink in. The prison poetry, the toilet without a door, the wall. It was almost too much to process. By the time I reached my apartment, I was laughing, partly out of relief, partly out of disbelief. We matched online, exchanged a few messages, and quickly realized we had a great rapport. He was funny, clever, and refreshingly attentive. He said he lived in a town not far from mine, which made meeting up a breeze. After a couple of phone calls that lasted into the early hours of the morning, I found myself genuinely excited. He seemed normal. When he suggested dinner for our first date, I eagerly agreed. The plan was simple: meet at a cozy little restaurant, have a nice meal, and see if the chemistry we'd built online translated to the real world. I should have known it was too good to be true. The first red flag was waiting for me at the restaurant door. He looked different from his photos, not just a little older or a few pounds heavier, but almost unrecognizable. I'm not one to judge too harshly. Online photos can be deceiving. But this wasn't a case of bad lighting or strategic angles. He looked like he'd aged a decade since the pictures were taken. His nervous smile didn't help, and I felt a flicker of unease. Still, I told myself to stay open-minded. After all, I'd come this far. What was the harm in giving him a chance? I wish I'd turned around and left. We hadn't even ordered drinks before the conversation took a hard left turn into Crazy Town. "I like you," he said, leaning forward across the table, his voice low and deliberate. His eyes bore into mine with an intensity that made me instinctively lean back. "We should have a baby." I blinked, certain I'd misheard him. "I'm sorry, what?" "You heard me," he said, completely unfazed by my reaction. "Are you ovulating?" For a second, I thought this had to be a joke, some bizarre attempt at humor gone horribly wrong. But there was no laughter in his expression, no trace of levity. He was deadly serious. I froze, my mind racing. How do you even respond to something like that? I forced a strained laugh, hoping to defuse the tension. That's not really first date conversation." But he didn't back down. "Why not? It's important to be upfront about these things." I felt my stomach twist as a wave of panic set in. This wasn't just awkward, it was alarming. I needed to leave. Fast. "I think this isn't going to work out," I said, pushing back my chair and reaching for my bag. "Wait, where are you going?" he asked, standing up as I did. His tone wasn't angry, but there was an unsettling edge of desperation in his voice. "I'm leaving," I said firmly, my voice steady despite the pounding in my chest. "This is too much." I turned and started walking toward the exit, but he followed, his footsteps quickening behind me. My pulse spiked as I stepped outside, the cool night air hitting me like a jolt of adrenaline. "What are you doing?" I snapped, spinning to face him. "Why are you following me?" His response made my blood run cold. "I don't have anywhere to go," he said simply, as if that explained everything. I lied about where I live. My heart sank. "What are you talking about?" "I don't live nearby," he admitted, his tone matter of fact. "I drove 4 hours to meet you. I figured I could stay with you tonight." The audacity of his words left me momentarily speechless. He'd not only lied about his location, but had somehow convinced himself that I, someone he'd never met in person until tonight, would let him crash at my place. "Absolutely not," I said, my voice rising with anger. You need to leave. Now. He tried to argue, but I wasn't having it. I turned and walked away, my every instinct screaming at me to get as far from him as possible. I didn't look back until I was safely in my car, my hands trembling as I locked the doors. The next morning, I woke to a text from an unknown number. My stomach churned as I opened it, already dreading what I'd find. "I miss you already," the message read, complete with a winking emoji. I stared at the screen in disbelief. "Miss me? You terrified me." I didn't hesitate. I blocked him immediately, deleting the message, as if erasing it could somehow undo the entire nightmare of a date. I was already at the table, stomach growling, and checking the time for what felt like the 100th time. He was late. Not fashionably late. Not the kind of late that gives you butterflies while you wait, wondering if this person is as charming in real life as they seemed online. No. This was no regard for basic etiquette late. It was supposed to be a casual lunch, nothing fancy, just a simple meet and greet to see if the spark we had online translated into something real. But as the minutes dragged on, that spark was flickering out. When I finally worked up the nerve to text him and ask for his ETA, his response floored me. "I'll be 30 minutes late. Just start eating if you're hungry." No apology, no explanation, just a casual suggestion to carry on without him. I stared at my phone, trying to decide if I was more annoyed by his lack of effort or by the fact that my hunger was winning this battle. I ordered something small to tide me over and told myself to let it go. First dates are nerve-wracking. Maybe he'd had a rough morning. Maybe he was shy and fumbling. My inner optimist was working overtime to drown out my growing irritation. Finally, more than 30 minutes past his promised arrival, he showed up. At first, I didn't recognize him. The guy who'd been sending me playful texts and witty jokes online was replaced by someone who looked like he'd rolled out of bed and wandered into the wrong restaurant. His hair stuck out in every direction, a literal bird's nest of tangles and neglect. He wore a wrinkled promotional t-shirt from some random event, baggy shorts that screamed laundry day, and a pair of flip-flops that looked like they'd seen better days. No apology, no sheepish grin, just a chirpy, "Hey," as he plopped into the seat across from me. I blinked at him, momentarily at a loss for words. This wasn't just a casual approach to a casual lunch. This was a complete disregard for the fact that he was on a date. I tried to hide my shock, but I could feel my expression slipping. Did he think this was acceptable? Did he think I'd find this charmingly quirky? As he reached for the menu, my patience snapped. "I'm sorry," I said, forcing a tight smile. "I'm really tired. I think I need to head home." He looked up, confusion flashing across his face, but there was no real concern. No attempt to salvage the date or even to ask if everything was okay. "Oh, okay," he said with a shrug, already turning his attention back to the menu. I stood, grabbed my bag, and walked away, each step feeling lighter as the distance between us grew. The cool air outside was a welcome relief, and as I put more and more space between myself and that disastrous date, the absurdity of the situation began to sink in. How had I even let it get to this point? I'd walked into that restaurant expecting effort, respect, and maybe even a bit of romance. Instead, I'd been met with bedhead and a complete lack of accountability. Once I was far enough away, I pulled out my phone and blocked him. No follow-up messages. No second chances. I wasn't going to waste another second on someone who couldn't even bother to apologize for being late, let alone put in the bare minimum effort to show up looking presentable. As I walked home, I couldn't help but laugh at the irony. I'd thought that someone who wasn't conventionally attractive might try harder, might take the time to impress, knowing they didn't have the luxury of coasting on their looks. But this was a new low. I replayed the scene in my head, from his nonchalant arrival to his oblivious attitude. For a moment, I wondered if I'd overreacted. Was I being too harsh? Too judgmental? But no, this wasn't about appearances. It was about respect, and he hadn't shown any. Not for me, not for the date, not even for himself. When I got home, I kicked off my shoes, sank onto the couch, and let out a deep breath. The frustration I'd felt earlier was already fading, replaced by a strange sense of relief. I'd dodged a bullet. This wasn't a loss, it was a win. I opened my phone, scrolled through my messages, and deleted our entire chat history. As I watched the conversation disappear, I felt a surge of empowerment. One bad date didn't define me, and it certainly didn't mean I had to lower my standards. The lesson was clear: never settle for someone who makes you feel like you're an afterthought. Because if they can't even bother to try on the first date, what hope is there for the future? It's funny now looking back. The absurdity of it all has turned the frustration into something I can laugh about. But at the time, it was a wake-up call, a reminder to value myself and to never let anyone treat me as though I'm not worth the effort. I wasn't looking for anything serious. A simple coffee date, a chance to meet someone new, maybe even spark a connection. That's all I wanted when I met her. Let's call her Emma. We'd exchanged a few messages online, nothing too intense, but enough to convince me she was worth meeting in person. She was funny, quick-witted, and had this charmingly blunt way of talking that felt refreshing. So when she suggested grabbing coffee at a little cafe downtown, I thought, why not? That afternoon, the weather was perfect, crisp, sunny, the kind of day that makes you feel like anything is possible. I arrived a few minutes early, ordered a black coffee, and chose a table by the window. When Emma walked in, she was exactly how I imagined, confident, smiling, and effortlessly cool. I couldn't have known that by the end of the date, she'd be telling me my destiny. Things started off well enough. We talked about the usual first date stuff, work, hobbies, favorite shows. She was animated, gesturing wildly as she described her latest obsession with some obscure crime documentary. I found myself relaxing, enjoying the easy flow of conversation. At one point, the topic shifted to past relationships. It wasn't anything heavy, just a natural progression of getting to know each other. She asked how many relationships I'd been in, and I answered honestly. Just one, I said, taking a sip of coffee. It lasted 7 years. Her eyes widened slightly, and she leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. 7 years? That's a long time. Yeah, I said, shrugging. We were together through most of my 20s. It didn't work out in the end, but we stayed on good terms. She's a great person. Emma nodded thoughtfully, her expression unreadable. I didn't think much of it at the time, chalking it up to curiosity. But then she asked a question I hadn't been expecting. Why aren't you still together? I hesitated. It wasn't a question I'd had to answer often, mostly because I rarely talked about my ex on dates. But Emma's tone wasn't accusatory, just genuinely curious. So I gave her the short version. We grew apart, I said simply. Wanted different things. It was mutual. She tilted her head, her brow furrowing, as if I'd just told her something incomprehensible. But you were together for 7 years. Yeah, I said slowly, unsure where she was going with this. That's a long time, but it doesn't mean it was meant to last forever. Emma leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. I don't know, she said, her tone turning serious. 7 years? That's not just some fling. That's destiny. I blinked. Destiny? She nodded, her expression solemn now. You don't spend 7 years with someone unless they're your soulmate. You need to get back together with her. For a moment, I thought she was joking. I even let out a nervous laugh, waiting for her to crack a smile or say, just kidding. But she didn't. She just stared at me, her eyes wide with conviction. Emma, I said, setting my coffee cup down, I don't think you understand. We broke up for a reason. It's been a couple of years. She's moved on. I've moved on. She shook her head, leaning forward again. No, you haven't. Not really. You can't move on from something like that. It's fate. You're supposed to be with her. I was at a loss for words. How do you respond to someone who's decided they know your life better than you do? Look, I said carefully, I appreciate your perspective, but I'm pretty sure I know my own destiny better than anyone else. She ignored me, her voice gaining momentum. No, listen to me. You're wasting your time dating other people. She's the one for you. You need to stop all of this, these apps, these dates, and go find her. Fight for her. I stared at her, my brain struggling to process what was happening. Was this real? Was I actually sitting in a coffee shop with a woman who, just 30 minutes ago, had been laughing about crime documentaries, and now she was lecturing me about my supposed soulmate? Emma, I said, trying to keep my tone calm, I don't think you understand how relationships work. Just because you're with someone for a long time doesn't mean it's meant to be forever. Her eyes narrowed. But what if it was? What if you gave up too soon? What if she's sitting somewhere right now, waiting for you to come back? I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up, grabbing my coat. I think we're done here, I said, my voice clipped. She looked surprised, almost offended. You're leaving? Yes, I said firmly. Because this isn't a conversation, it's a lecture. And frankly, I don't need a stranger telling me who I'm supposed to love. As I walked out of the cafe, my head was spinning. What had just happened? How had a simple coffee date turned into an impromptu intervention? The audacity of it all was staggering. By the time I got home, I was still replaying the conversation in my mind. It was absurd, laughable even, but there was a part of me that couldn't shake the strangeness of it all. Who does that? Who meets someone for the first time and decides to play matchmaker with their ex? The next day, I received a message from Emma. I really hope you think about what I said. It read, "You deserve to be happy." With her, I blocked her immediately. Dating, they say, is supposed to be an adventure. At best, it's a journey toward connection, laughter, and shared dreams. At worst, it's a series of awkward encounters that you laugh about later. I've had my fair share of both, but a few dates stand out in my memory, not for their charm or romance, but for the sheer absurdity of it all. Take the first woman, for example. Let's call her Sarah. We'd been chatting for a while before we decided to meet up, and our first few dates went well. She was smart, funny, and seemed refreshingly straightforward. But things started to unravel by date 5. It began with what seemed like a small misunderstanding. We'd planned to meet for dinner, and her office was just 5 minutes away from the restaurant. I figured it made sense for us to meet there, especially since she'd been so insistent on keeping things fair, splitting the bill on every date, never letting me pay more than my share. I admired her independence, so I didn't think twice about it, but when I arrived at the restaurant, I could tell something was off. She was already seated, arms crossed, her smile notably absent. "You didn't offer to pick me up," she said, her tone sharp. I blinked, caught off guard. "I thought since it's so close." She cut me off with a dismissive wave. "It's the principle, not the distance." The evening went downhill from there. By the end of the meal, her irritation had simmered into a cold, distant politeness. A few days later, she ended things, her reasoning as baffling as the rest of it. "I need someone who's willing to fight for me," she said, her voice dripping with finality. "You never even tried to insist on paying the bill." I stood there, dumbfounded. Was this a test? Some kind of secret code I was supposed to crack? I never found out. Then there was the woman who, halfway through a pleasant lunch date, dragged me into a high-end boutique. Let's call her Emily. We'd just finished our meal, and I thought things were going well, until she suddenly stopped in front of a Furla store, her eyes lighting up like a kid in a candy shop. Without a word, she walked in, gesturing for me to follow. "Look at this one," she said, holding up a sleek black handbag. "Isn't it gorgeous?" It was. But before I could respond, she added, "You'd look so good carrying this for me." I laughed nervously, unsure if she was joking. "Yeah, it's nice." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Well, what? Aren't you going to offer to get it for me?" I stared at her, waiting for the punchline that never came. She wasn't joking. Her smile faltered as the silence stretched between us. "I don't think that's appropriate," I said carefully. Her expression soured immediately. Without another word, she put the bag back on the shelf and stormed out of the store, leaving me standing there like an idiot. Needless to say, I never heard from her again. But the strangest date of all, the one that still makes me question reality, was with a woman I'll call Kate. We'd agreed to meet for coffee, and things started out normal enough. She was warm, engaging, and had a sharp wit that I found refreshing. But then, out of nowhere, she dropped a bombshell. "So let's talk about kinks," she said, her tone casual, as if she were suggesting we discuss our favorite movies. I nearly choked on my coffee. "Kinks?" I repeated, caught completely off guard. "Yeah," she said, leaning in with an eager glint in her eye. "I think it's important to be upfront about these things. For example, I like being slapped." I stared at her, unsure if I'd misheard. "Slapped?" "Full force," she clarified. "Across the face." My mind scrambled for an appropriate response. Was this a test? Some kind of icebreaker I didn't understand? But she wasn't finished. "My dad used to do it," she said matter-of-factly, and I guess it kind of stuck with me. The air left the room. My coffee cup hovered mid-air as I tried to process what she'd just said. Was she being serious? Was this a joke? Or some twisted attempt at vulnerability? "I don't think I can relate to that," I managed to say, my voice shaking slightly. She shrugged, completely unbothered. "Fair enough. But hey, at least I'm honest." I sat there, stunned, unsure if I was part of some elaborate prank, or if this was genuinely her idea of first date conversation. To this day, I still don't know. My first foray into Tinder was supposed to be a simple, low-stakes evening. It was about 6 years ago, and I figured it was time to give online dating a shot. Swipe, chat, meet, repeat. That was the idea. What could possibly go wrong? I matched with a woman who seemed decent. Her photos were nice, her profile was engaging, and our chats were lighthearted and fun. I made a reservation at a cozy restaurant, something casual but still a step above coffee, and we agreed to meet there. I remember feeling that strange mix of nerves and anticipation as I walked into the restaurant. But when I saw her sitting at the table, I stopped short. She looked nothing like her photos. It wasn't just a bad angle or lighting. It was as if I'd matched with an entirely different person. The polished, vibrant woman from the photos was replaced by someone who looked like she'd wandered in by mistake. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should turn around and leave, but my upbringing got the better of me. Be polite. Be decent. Everyone deserves a chance, right? I plastered on a smile and joined her at the table, determined to make the best of it. Maybe her personality would shine through. Maybe there was a reason she'd chosen such wildly misleading pictures. The waiter came, drinks were ordered, and soon we were making the usual first date small talk. But then the conversation took a turn. "So," she said, swirling her wine glass, "why are you on Tinder?" I gave the standard answer about wanting to meet new people, hoping to find someone special, and asked her the same question. Her response was something else. "Well," she began, her voice dropping conspiratorially, "my last relationship ended badly." That's never a great start, but I nodded politely, prompting her to continue. She leaned forward, her tone becoming serious. "My boyfriend's girlfriend told me that my boyfriend was actually married." I blinked, unsure if I'd misheard. "Wait, your boyfriend's girlfriend?" "Yeah," she said, completely unfazed. "He had a girlfriend and a wife. None of us knew about each other." I stared at her, trying to wrap my head around the layers of deception in her story. "So, how did you not know he was married?" "He looked a lot younger than he was," she explained, taking another sip of wine. "He said he was 50, but he was really older." I raised an eyebrow. "How much older?" She pulled out her phone, scrolling through her photos before showing me a picture. "This is him." The man staring back at me from her screen looked closer to 60, if not 65. At that point, I felt like I was trapped in a bad sitcom. How had this become my life? I'd walked into this evening expecting an ordinary first date, and now I was dissecting the double life of a man who had somehow juggled a wife, a girlfriend, and another girlfriend. I decided I'd had enough. "Listen," I said gently, "I really appreciate the date, but I don't think we're a match. I wish you all the best, but I think it's better if we go our separate ways." She looked surprised but didn't argue. I paid the bill, thanked her for her time, and excused myself. Relief washed over me as I stepped outside and called for a grab to take me home. But as I waited for the car, I noticed her standing next to me. I turned to her, confused. "What are you doing?" She shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "So, where are we going?" I stared at her, trying to keep my voice calm. "I'm going to my home, and you're going to your home," I said, using my hands to gesture in opposite directions. She didn't say anything, just stood there watching me as I got into the car and left. I thought that was the end of it. The next morning, I was jolted out of bed by the sound of my doorbell ringing. Groggy and disoriented, I checked the video feed connected to my intercom, and my heart sank. It was her. She stood outside my door, shouting up at the camera, "Why haven't you texted me back? I thought we had a good time. Why are you ghosting me?" I rubbed my temples, trying to process what was happening. "I told you last night we weren't seeing each other again," I said into the intercom, my voice sharper than I intended. Her expression crumpled. "But why? I thought we had a connection." At this point, my patience had run out. "We didn't," I said bluntly. "Please leave." She started crying, loud, dramatic sobs that echoed through the quiet morning. I turned off the intercom, unwilling to engage any further. I watched through the video feed as she stood there for a while, sniffling and wiping her eyes, before finally walking away. For weeks, I kept expecting her to show up again. I considered changing my address, but since I used my home as my office, it wasn't a practical option. Fortunately, she never came back. 2 months later, I swiped right on someone new. This time, the experience was completely different. There were no misleading photos, no bizarre stories, no uninvited visits to my front door. Just genuine conversation, mutual respect, and the beginnings of something real. That woman is now my wife. I met her on a balmy October evening in 2023, the kind of night where the city felt alive with possibility. She was charming, smart, and quick with her wit, a rare combination. After days of chatting, I decided to take her to 28 HK Street. a spot known for its intimate vibe and craft cocktails. It felt like the perfect place to kick off what I hoped could be something meaningful. From the moment she walked in, I could feel the chemistry. The conversation flowed effortlessly, full of laughter and the kind of banter that makes you forget the world outside. We talked about everything: our favorite books, wild travel stories, and even the strangest pizza toppings we'd ever tried. By the end of the night, it was clear we had something special. As we hugged goodbye, I found myself genuinely excited. I didn't just like her, I could see potential. I started making plans in my head: pizza-making classes, a board game night, maybe even a weekend hike. When she said she couldn't wait to see me again, I believed her. The next morning, I woke up smiling, already drafting a text to check in. But when I sent it, there was no reply. Hours turned into days, and still nothing. My excitement turned into confusion, then into a sinking realization. I'd been ghosted. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she was busy. Maybe something had come up. But deep down, I knew the truth. She wasn't interested. It stung, but I told myself I'd done my part. I'd put myself out there, and if she didn't see the value in that, it was her loss. So I moved on. Or at least I tried to. On the fourth day, just when I thought I'd finally put the whole thing behind me, my phone buzzed with a message from her. "Hey, I owe you an explanation," it began. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened the message. What followed was a confession that turned my confusion into outright disbelief. She admitted she was attached, in a relationship. She and her boyfriend had been going through a rough patch, and I had been a rebound. "I wanted to see if I could feel something again," she wrote. "I'm so sorry. It wasn't fair to you." Fair? That was an understatement. What baffled me more was what came next. "Because you paid for the date," she said, "I'd like to treat you as a way to repay you. We can meet again, no strings attached." I stared at my phone, her words swimming before my eyes. Was she seriously suggesting another meeting, as if my time and effort could be squared away like a bank transfer? I took a deep breath, my frustration simmering just below the surface. I told her I appreciated the gesture, but that it was better to end things here. I was upset, and I wasn't going to pretend otherwise. She apologized profusely, her words dripping with regret. I told her it was fine, and for the second time, I resolved to move on. Fast forward to last week. After taking a break from dating, I decided to dip my toes back in the pool. I downloaded Bumble, refreshed my profile, and started swiping. It felt good, hopeful even. And then I saw her. Her profile photo was unmistakable, that same radiant smile I'd fallen for back in October. For a moment, I froze, caught between disbelief and morbid curiosity. Against my better judgment, I clicked on her profile, scrolling through her bio. And that's when I saw it. Deal breakers, married/attached men. I laughed out loud, a sharp, bitter sound that startled even me. The irony was so thick, I could have choked on it. Here was the woman who had ghosted me, confessed to being attached, and used me as a rebound, now proclaiming her moral standards to the world. The hypocrisy was almost comical. Almost. For a second, I considered messaging her. A part of me wanted to call her out, to point out the glaring contradiction between her actions and her words. But what good would that do? It wouldn't erase the disappointment of our first date or undo the hurt she'd caused. It would only drag me back into a situation I had no interest in revisiting. Instead, I swiped left, closing the chapter once and for all. I could hear his breathing right outside the flimsy bifold door. Not down the hall, not in the living room, he was right there. My pulse was pounding in my ears as I stood frozen, staring at the faucet I'd turned on in a desperate attempt to drown out the awkwardness. It didn't matter. That door might as well have been made of tissue paper for all the privacy it gave me. I clutched my phone in one hand, trying to steady my shaking fingers. This wasn't just weird anymore, it was creepy. Let me backtrack. This whole thing started with what I thought was an innocent invitation. A guy I used to work with reached out to me, suggesting we catch up at his place. We weren't super close back when we worked together, but he'd always been friendly, smart, even charming in a slightly detached way. I figured, why not? It wasn't like I had any serious expectations. I was just testing the waters, seeing what this could be. When I got to his apartment, it was pretty much what I expected. Small, a little cluttered, but cozy in that single guy figuring out adulthood kind of way. Books stacked on tables, mismatched furniture. It all felt harmless enough. We sat down with a couple of drinks, chatting about work, life, random things. For a while, it felt comfortable. But then, as the evening went on, things started to shift. At first, it was subtle. He moved a little closer, laughed a little too hard at my jokes. I thought maybe I was imagining it, but then he reached for my hand and leaned in just a little too much. It wasn't aggressive or anything, but it definitely felt like a move. That's when I knew I had to set some boundaries. "I'm not really comfortable moving too fast," I said, keeping my tone light but firm. He nodded, smiling in a way that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Of course. No problem." For a second, I thought that was the end of it. But then, as the conversation continued, there was this undercurrent of tension I couldn't shake. His smile seemed tighter, his laughter more forced. It wasn't anything overt, but it was enough to make me feel uneasy. I decided I needed a break, a moment to regroup and get some distance. So, I excused myself to the bathroom. That's when things took a turn. As I made my way to the bathroom, he followed me. At first, I thought he was just being polite, showing me the way. But his apartment wasn't exactly a maze. I could have found it myself. Even so, I didn't want to make a big deal out of nothing, so I brushed it off and kept walking. When I got to the bathroom, I saw it, the door. Calling it a door is generous. It was one of those cheap bifold ones that never really closes properly. You know the type, the kind that lets in every sound and leaves you feeling exposed no matter how tightly you try to shut it. I stepped inside, closed the door as best I could, and turned on the faucet to create some background noise. That's when I realized he was still there. He hadn't gone back to the living room or even moved down the hall. He was standing just outside the door waiting. I can't explain how unsettling that felt. Bathrooms are supposed to be a sanctuary, a private space where you can breathe and collect yourself. But in that moment, it felt like a trap. I froze, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't want to confront him, not when I was literally cornered in his bathroom. So I grabbed my phone and texted a friend, asking them to call me with a fake emergency. Seconds later, my phone buzzed. I answered, pretending to be shocked by whatever news my friend was shouting on the other end. I threw open the bathroom door and hurried past him, saying, "I have to go." Something came up. He didn't argue or ask questions. He just stood there, watching me with an expression I couldn't read. I left as quickly as I could, my heart still racing as I drove home. The next day, I texted him to say I wasn't interested in pursuing anything further. I kept it polite but direct, hoping that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. For the next couple of weeks, he made my life uncomfortable. He didn't full-on stalk me, but he definitely hovered on the edge of it. He'd show up at places he knew I frequented, send me cryptic messages, and generally make it impossible to move on. I tried to ignore it, figuring he'd eventually lose interest. Thankfully, he did. After a while, the messages stopped, and he stopped showing up. I thought I could finally put the whole weird experience behind me. But then, a few months later, I heard something that stopped me in my tracks. A mutual acquaintance told me he'd had some kind of psychotic break. Apparently, he was found running around town in his underwear, shouting incoherently. No one knew exactly what had happened, but it was clear he was struggling. I didn't know how to feel. On the one hand, his behavior toward me had been creepy and invasive, and I didn't think I owed him any sympathy. On the other hand, it was hard not to wonder if he'd been battling something much deeper all along. In the end, I decided it wasn't my responsibility to figure out what went wrong in his life. All I could do was learn from the experience. At 4 a.m., groggy and half asleep, I shuffled into the shared bathroom, ready to start my early shift. I wasn't fully awake yet, the kind of zombie state where you don't bother turning on the light. I sat down, and immediately something felt wrong. The seat was wet, and not the kind of damp from a stray splash of water. This was sticky, gross, and warm. I flipped on the light, and that's when I saw it, pee. Everywhere. The toilet wasn't just splattered. It was like someone had purposefully unleashed a fire hose of urine across every surface. The seat, the floor, the walls. Even the toilet paper roll wasn't safe. It was the kind of scene you'd expect in some horror movie involving bathrooms, not your own home. I froze, my brain short-circuiting between rage and disbelief. What kind of monster does this? That was when I remembered him. The guy my roommate had brought home. Let me rewind and give you the full story of how this walking disaster of a man turned our bathroom into his personal crime scene. My best friend and roommate works as a bartender at this touristy spot in town. One night, she met this guy, some charming dude from another country, who was here for a short visit. She told me later that they hit it off right away, and since she doesn't often click with people, she thought, why not? So she brought him home. I didn't meet him that night, but I heard them laughing through the walls as I was heading to bed. I figured, good for her, and didn't think much of it. Now here's a bit of context. Our apartment has this Jack and Jill style bathroom setup. Each of us has a sink in our own room, but we share a central shower and toilet. It's convenient most of the time, but that night, it turned into the setting of a horror show. Apparently, at some point during the night, this guy, who we'll now refer to as Asshat, decided he needed to pee. That's fine. Nature calls. What's not fine is what he left behind. I had no idea what I was walking into at 4 a.m. as I blearily stumbled in, trying to relieve myself before hopping in the shower and heading to work. When I sat down and realized what I'd just planted myself in, it was too late. My skin crawled as I turned on the light and took in the sheer scope of the carnage. This wasn't just someone missing the bowl. No, this was a complete lack of aim, common sense, or human decency. Pee had dripped down the walls. There was a puddle pooling on the floor. The porcelain toilet looked like it had been in a torrential storm, except the storm was made of urine. Even the sink wasn't spared. I stood there, staring, wondering how one person could possibly make this much of a mess. Then rage kicked in. I stormed to the bathroom door that connected to my roommate's room and banged on it like my life depended on it. "Hey!" I yelled. "Get up. Both of you." My poor roommate opened the door a few moments later, her hair a mess, clearly still half asleep. Her expression shifted from confusion to dread when she saw my face. "Did he?" I couldn't even finish the sentence, motioning toward the bathroom behind me like it was the scene of a crime. She looked over my shoulder, peeked in, and gasped. "Oh my God! I am so sorry." Her apology didn't make me any less furious. "Sorry isn't going to clean that," I snapped. "Get him up and deal with this." But when she turned to wake him, Asshat was still asleep, sprawled out on her bed like he hadn't just destroyed our bathroom. Of course, he didn't budge. That's when I lost it. While my roommate, bless her, got down on her hands and knees to scrub the floor and walls, I stomped back into my room, grabbed his shoes, and chucked them off our back balcony into the alley below. Did I feel a little bad later? Sure. But at the time, it felt like justice. When I came back, she was still cleaning, muttering under her breath about how she couldn't believe he'd done this. "He's not even drunk anymore," she said, scrubbing a particularly nasty spot. By the time she finished, the bathroom was clean, and Asshat was still in dreamland, blissfully unaware of the chaos he'd caused. I didn't stick around to see what happened when he finally woke up. I showered, got dressed, and left for work, still seething. When I got home that evening, I found my roommate on the couch with a sheepish expression. She explained that she'd confronted him, but he brushed it off, saying, "Oh, it's just a little pee. Not a big deal." A little pee? That was like saying a flood was just a little water. Needless to say, that was the last time she saw him. She kicked him out right after his nonchalant comment, and we never heard from him again. I sat frozen at the table, gripping my glass tightly, trying to decide if I should laugh, cry, or just throw the damn thing at one of them. On my left, my so-called date was openly flirting with the waitress for the third time, asking her what time she got off work like I wasn't even sitting there. On my right was his friend, the one who wasn't even supposed to be there, making yet another snide remark about women of my ethnicity. I felt like I was trapped in some twisted, cringe-filled nightmare. How did I end up here? Let me take you back to the beginning. I met this guy on Tinder. His profile seemed normal enough, decent pictures, a witty bio that didn't make me roll my eyes, and a few shared interests. After a few days of texting, he asked if I wanted to grab drinks at a trendy spot in town. I figured why not? It seemed like a safe and casual way to meet, and I was in the mood for a little adventure. When I arrived at the bar, I spotted him almost immediately. He was sitting at a table near the window, but he wasn't alone. There was another guy sitting with him. For a split second, I wondered if I had the wrong person, but as I approached, he stood up, smiled, and introduced himself. "This is my friend," he said, gesturing to the other guy, who gave me a quick nod. "He just happened to be here, didn't realize I was waiting for someone. Hope you don't mind if he hangs with us for a bit while he finishes his drink." It felt a little awkward, but I didn't want to be rude, so I smiled and said, "Sure, no problem." I should have trusted my gut when it immediately screamed, "This is weird." The friend didn't leave after finishing his drink. In fact, he didn't leave at all. He stayed planted in his chair, third-wheeling the entire date like it was the most normal thing in the world. At first, I tried to make the best of it. Maybe he was just socially awkward or didn't realize he was overstaying his welcome. But then the insults started. I'm not sure what triggered it. Maybe he was trying to impress his buddy, or maybe he was just a terrible person. But he kept making snide, cutting remarks about women like me. He didn't bother hiding his disdain for my ethnicity, throwing out stereotypes and jokes that weren't remotely funny. I glanced at my date, expecting him to step in, say something, do something. But nope. He just sat there, occasionally chuckling, like it was all no big deal. I started to regret not leaving sooner. And as if that wasn't bad enough, my date, this guy who had invited me out, who was supposed to be making an effort to get to know me, was barely paying attention to me at all. Instead, he kept hitting on the waitress. The first time, I thought maybe I was imagining it. He asked her what she recommended on the menu, complimented her smile, whatever. Fine. But then he asked what time she got off work. It was awkward, but I didn't react. The second time he asked her, I felt my blood boil. She looked as uncomfortable as I felt, giving him a tight smile and walking away as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, his friend was still sitting there, throwing out more offensive comments, laughing at his own jokes like some kind of evil sidekick. I couldn't believe what was happening. I kept waiting for my date to acknowledge how rude he was being, or at the very least, to tell his friend to back off. But instead, he leaned back in his chair, clearly more interested in the waitress than the person he had invited to meet him. And let me just say, the cherry on top of this dumpster fire was the guy's outfit. His shirt was an ugly, loud monstrosity of neon colors and bizarre patterns that didn't match anything else he was wearing. It wasn't just bad, it was distracting. Every time I tried to make eye contact, I got lost in the chaotic swirl of oranges, greens, and blues on his chest. It was like his fashion choices were actively trying to hurt me. By the time the waitress came back around, I was done. I didn't even wait for him to ask her what time she was getting off work for the third time. I already knew it was coming. I stood up, grabbed my purse, and said, "I'm leaving." No long explanation. No polite goodbye. Just those two words. He looked up at me, surprised. "Wait, what?" "I'm leaving," I repeated, loud enough to make heads turn from the nearby tables. I didn't care. I was so angry, so humiliated, and so completely over it. As I walked out, I didn't even bother looking back. Let him sit there with his creepy friend and his ugly shirt. Let him try to charm the waitress, who clearly wanted nothing to do with him. I was done wasting my time. The moment he casually mentioned the sexual harassment investigation against him, my stomach dropped. I sat in his car, staring straight ahead, gripping the door handle so tightly my knuckles turned white. The words just hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as he rambled on like it was no big deal. I couldn't even process what was happening. How did I go from an exciting new date to this surreal, horrifying ride to Taco Bell with a walking red flag? Let me back up and explain how I ended up in this mess. We matched on a dating app, and everything seemed normal at first. He was charming, flirty, and just the right amount of funny. After a few days of chatting, he suggested we meet in person. His idea? Dinner at his place. I was a little hesitant about going straight to someone's house, but I figured it would be fine if I played it safe. I told my friends exactly where I was going, shared my location in real time, and made sure they'd check in on me if I didn't text them after a certain time. Safety first, right? So I arrived at his house around dinner time, expecting, well, dinner. He invited me over, so naturally I assumed there would be some kind of plan. Maybe he'd cook, or we'd order takeout, or even head out to a cute local spot. At the very least, I thought there'd be, snacks. But nope. When I walked in, his place was nice enough, clean, organized, nothing weird. But there was no food, no drinks, not even a glass of water waiting for me. He offered me a seat, and we started chatting, but after a while my stomach was growling, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. "So are we doing dinner or something?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He blinked at me like I'd just asked the dumbest question in the world. "Oh," he said, waving a hand dismissively. "I already ate." I stared at him, waiting for some kind of explanation. And then he dropped the bomb. I had dinner with my ex. She's my neighbor. I didn't even know how to respond. My brain was still stuck on you ate dinner with your ex while trying to process she's your neighbor. He didn't seem the least bit concerned about how this might come across. In fact, he acted like it was totally normal, like I should just roll with it. Sensing my discomfort, he offered a solution. "But I can take you to Taco Bell if you're hungry." Now, I'm not a snob. I love Taco Bell as much as the next person, but this was already shaping up to be one of the weirdest dates of my life. Still, I decided to go with it. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe he'd redeem himself. Spoiler alert, he didn't. The drive to Taco Bell was when things took a hard left turn into actual nightmare territory. As we pulled out of his driveway, he started talking about his job. At first, it was pretty standard stuff, what he does, where he works, but then he said something that made my heart skip a beat. "So yeah," he said casually, "I've been dealing with this sexual harassment investigation at work." I froze. "What?" He didn't stop there. He went into detail. He talked about the accusations, the misunderstandings, and how it wasn't even that serious. He even laughed at one point, like this was some funny little hiccup in his life. Meanwhile, I was sitting there, horrified, wondering how on earth this man thought this was appropriate first date conversation. Every instinct in my body was screaming, "Get out. Get out now." I tried to keep my face neutral, nodding along just enough to avoid setting him off. My mind raced, trying to figure out how to end this nightmare as quickly and safely as possible. When we got to Taco Bell, I mumbled something about not being that hungry after all. He insisted on ordering, and I stood there awkwardly, barely able to make eye contact with him. He kept talking, thankfully not about the investigation anymore, but at that point, it didn't matter. I just needed to leave. The second we got back to his house, I made up an excuse about needing to get home early. He seemed confused, maybe even a little offended, but he didn't argue. As soon as I was out of his driveway, I breathed the biggest sigh of relief I've ever experienced. I blocked his number the moment I got home. You'd think that would be the end of it, but no. Over the next couple of weeks, he found ways to message me through social media, asking why I ghosted him. He seemed genuinely baffled, like he couldn't understand what he'd done wrong. Was it something I said? Yeah. Maybe it was the part where you casually mentioned a sexual harassment investigation against you on a first date. Or the part where you thought Taco Bell was an acceptable backup plan after having dinner with your ex. Or, I don't know, the general vibe of the whole night, which screamed run while you still can. I never responded. Upper East Side, just go. Go. I shouted to the cab driver, barely able to catch my breath as I slammed the door behind me. My heart was racing, adrenaline pumping, as I stared out the window, half expecting to see him standing there, confused or worse, trying to follow. I didn't even look back. I just wanted to get as far away as possible. How did it escalate to this? Let me take you back to the beginning. We met on Bumble. His profile was charming, with just the right amount of humor and wit, and after a few days of chatting, he suggested we go out for dinner. He was insistent, really insistent. "I'll pick a great spot," he said. "It's on me." He made a big deal about wanting to treat me to a nice evening. I wasn't sure if I liked how pushy he was, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was just enthusiastic, right? Wrong. The first red flag came before I even sat down. As I arrived at the restaurant, he texted me saying, "By the way, I'm not eating tonight. I had a giant burrito earlier, so I'm full." What? Who plans a dinner date, one they insist on, and then decides to pregame it with an enormous burrito? But whatever, I figured. Maybe he just didn't plan his day well. I went inside, trying to keep an open mind. When I got there, he was already seated, looking smug and overly confident. I sat down, and he launched into a long-winded story about his amazing day at work. He barely let me get a word in, but I tried to stay polite. When the server came over, I awkwardly glanced at the menu, unsure what to do. I felt weird ordering a full meal, considering he wasn't eating. So, I decided to keep it light and ordered a mussels appetizer. He waved off the server with a dramatic, "Oh, I'm good, like I said. I'm not hungry." The food arrived, and as I started picking at my mussels, he suddenly reached across the table. "Mind if I try one?" Before I could even answer, he grabbed a mussel and popped it into his mouth. Then another, and another. Within minutes, he had eaten more than half of my appetizer. "Wow," he said, smirking. "These are actually really good." I just stared at him, trying to process the audacity. If he wasn't hungry, why was he eating my food? But even then, I tried to laugh it off. Maybe he was just socially awkward, I thought. Spoiler, he wasn't awkward. He was just the worst. When the bill came, things somehow got even worse. He made a huge production out of paying. He pulled out his wallet with a dramatic flourish, flipping it open and holding it aloft like it was some kind of sacred relic. "Even though you ordered more," he said, smirking at me, "a man always pays for his woman." I wanted to crawl under the table. First of all, I barely ate anything because he had devoured most of my mussels. Second, the way he said it, like he was doing me this enormous favor, made my skin crawl. But I forced a smile and muttered a quick, "Thanks." I just wanted to get out of there. We walked out of the restaurant, and I was fully ready to call it a night. But then he turned to me and said, "Let's go for another drink." I tried to be polite but firm. "I actually have to get up early tomorrow. I really appreciate the meal and drinks, though." That should have been the end of it. Any reasonable person would have taken the hint. But no. He kept pushing. "Come on, just one more drink. There's this great bar right down the street. You'll love it." I started to panic. The way he was insisting, not taking no for an answer, made me feel trapped. I didn't want to keep walking with him, but I also didn't want to escalate the situation. Then, like something out of a movie, I saw a cab approaching. Without thinking, I put my hand out to hail it. The cab stopped, and I turned to him briefly. "Good night," I said, my voice firmer this time. Before he could respond, I dove into the cab, slammed the door, and told the driver, "Upper East Side, just go. Go." The driver gave me a funny look, but started driving. I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror, half expecting to see my date running after the car. Thankfully, he didn't. When I got home, I immediately went to Bumble and deleted the match. I didn't want to risk him messaging me, even though we hadn't exchanged numbers. For weeks afterward, I couldn't stop replaying the night in my head, cringing at how badly it had gone. "I can leave him for you," she said, her voice low, almost pleading, as she leaned across the table. My stomach twisted into a knot. The air felt heavy, suffocating, like I was trapped in a bad dream I couldn't wake up from. I pushed my chair back, the scraping sound loud and jarring in the otherwise quiet restaurant. "This is wrong," I said, my voice shaky with disbelief. "What you're doing is wrong." Her eyes softened, her lips parting as if she was about to say something else, but I didn't want to hear it. My head was spinning, nausea creeping in as I stood up, tossed some cash on the table, and walked out. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Let me tell you how I ended up on this horrifying fifth date, face to face with a woman who had completely shattered the person I thought she was. It all started like any other dating app success story, or so I thought. I matched with this woman a few months ago. She was gorgeous, funny, and seemed to have her life together. Over the first few dates, everything felt natural. We clicked. She had this magnetic personality that made her the center of attention wherever we went. Our first date was casual, coffee and conversation that stretched into hours. The second date was dinner, then a walk by the water. By the third, I started to think this might be going somewhere. She was charming, sweet, and seemed genuinely interested in me. But as they say, the devil is in the details. The red flags were subtle at first, so subtle I didn't even register them as red flags. She never mentioned much about her personal life beyond surface-level stuff. Her job, her hobbies, the usual. She was vague about her past relationships, but I didn't press. I figured everyone has their reasons for holding back at the beginning of something new. By the fifth date, I felt pretty good about her. I was starting to let my guard down. She suggested a nice restaurant, one she said was her favorite, and I was looking forward to another great night. But from the moment I sat down, something felt off. She seemed nervous, fidgeting with her napkin, her eyes darting around the room. It was a stark contrast to the confident, self-assured woman I'd gotten to know. I asked if everything was okay, and she laughed it off, saying she just had a lot on her mind. That should have been my cue to ask more questions, but I didn't. I figured she'd tell me when she was ready. Halfway through dinner, she dropped the first bombshell. "So, I feel like I need to tell you something," she said, her voice quiet but steady. I put my fork down, bracing myself for whatever was coming. "I have 2 kids. I blinked, processing her words. That was surprising, sure, but it wasn't a deal breaker. "Okay," I said slowly. "Thanks for telling me. Why didn't you mention it before?" She shrugged, giving me this sheepish smile. "I wasn't sure how you'd react." Fair enough, I thought. People have their reasons for holding back. I told her I appreciated her honesty, and that it didn't change how I felt about her. I was still interested. But then she hesitated, biting her lip as if there was more she wanted to say. "Actually, there's something else," she said. My chest tightened. "Okay." She took a deep breath, avoiding my gaze. "I'm still married." The room spun. For a second, I thought I'd misheard her. "What?" I said, my voice louder than I intended. "I'm still married," she repeated, her tone almost casual, like she'd just admitted to forgetting to put gas in her car, not actively being in a legal marriage while dating me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Are you serious?" She nodded, her eyes finally meeting mine. "We're not together anymore." "It's complicated." "Complicated?" I echoed, my voice dripping with disbelief. "You're married." That's not complicated, that's wrong. I couldn't hide my disgust. My mind raced, piecing together every conversation we'd had, every little thing she'd avoided talking about, every vague answer she'd given about her life. It all made sense now. That's when she said it. I can leave him for you. Those 6 words hit me like a punch to the gut. She said it so matter-of-factly, like it was the most logical solution to this nightmare she'd created. But all I could think was, if you do this to him, what would stop you from doing it to me? You don't see how wrong this is, do you? I said, my voice trembling. She leaned forward, trying to grab my hand, but I pulled away. It's not like that, she insisted. We're done. I just haven't finalized everything yet. I couldn't listen anymore. I felt sick, like I was going to throw up right there in the restaurant. You should figure out your life before dragging someone else into it, I said, my voice cold. Then I stood up, threw some cash on the table to cover the bill, and walked out. Even as I left, I felt her watching me, but I didn't turn around. I got into my car, locked the doors, and just sat there for a minute trying to calm down. My hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. The whole drive home, I replayed the night in my head, trying to make sense of it. How had I missed the signs? How could she lie so easily? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, not just at her, but at myself for not seeing it sooner. For the next few days, I ignored her messages. She texted me multiple times, apologizing, asking for a chance to explain, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. I didn't know her anything, and I wasn't about to get dragged into whatever mess she'd made of her life. Eventually, the messages stopped, and I blocked her number. Her eyes darted between me and the screen of my phone as I replayed the video for what had to be the 5th time, gesturing wildly to point out what I thought were the pivotal moments. See that jab? That was solid. But right after, my footwork got sloppy. Look, I overextended here, and that's when he caught me with the counter. I didn't even notice how quiet she was. I was too caught up in my own world, dissecting every second of the boxing match I'd fought the night before. She was sitting across from me, sipping her drink in silence, politely nodding whenever I paused for breath. I thought I was just sharing something interesting, something personal. But when I glanced up at her for the first time in what felt like forever, her expression said it all. She wasn't interested. She wasn't even annoyed. She just looked done. And honestly, she had every right to be. Let me take you back to the beginning, to the night I managed to completely sabotage what could have been a great date. It started innocently enough. I'd met this girl a few weeks earlier, and we hit it off. She was smart, funny, and had this incredible energy that made you want to keep talking to her. After a bit of back and forth, we finally agreed to go out. I was genuinely excited, nervous, but in a good way. But then, the night before our date, I had a boxing match. I'd been training for weeks, putting in hours at the gym, and the fight itself was intense. It wasn't my best performance, I'll admit that, but it was one of those matches that sticks in your head, the kind you can't stop replaying in your mind. And in my case, quite literally. My coach had filmed the whole thing on his phone, and after the fight, I spent half the night watching it, analyzing every mistake I'd made. By the time our date rolled around, I was still completely consumed by it. I couldn't stop thinking about how I could have done better, what I'd done wrong, and what I needed to work on. Looking back, I should have just called up a friend to vent or talked it through with my coach. But instead, I brought all that mental baggage with me to the date. We met at a cozy little cafe, the kind of place with low lighting and mismatched furniture that's perfect for first date conversations. Except I didn't let her get a word in. It started with a simple mention of the fight. She asked how my week had been, and I casually brought it up, thinking I'd just share a quick story. But then I got into the details, and once I started, I couldn't stop. I told her about the training, the build-up, the nerves before stepping into the ring. Then I launched into a play-by-play of the fight itself, every punch, every move, every mistake I'd made. Before I knew it, I'd pulled out my phone to show her the video. At first, she seemed intrigued, or at least polite enough to pretend she was. But as I kept going, I could feel her interest waning. She shifted in her seat, her eyes drifting to the clock on the wall or the people at the table next to us. Still, I didn't stop. I thought I was being passionate, sharing something I cared about. But what I was really doing was hogging the conversation, turning the entire date into my personal post-fight therapy session. She managed to get in maybe 2 sentences the entire time. One was, "That sounds intense," and the other was something about how she'd never been to a boxing match before. I nodded along, barely registering her words before diving back into my analysis. When the date finally ended, I walked her to her car, still oblivious to how badly I'd messed up. She smiled politely and said, "Thanks for the coffee," and I figured we'd set up another date soon. But then nothing. No texts, no calls. She completely ghosted me. At first, I was confused. What went wrong? Had I said something offensive? Was she just not feeling it? And then it hit me like a punch to the gut. I didn't let her talk. I replayed the date in my head, yes, just like the fight, and the realization was brutal. I'd completely monopolized the conversation, talking at her instead of with her. I hadn't asked her about herself, her interests, her week, anything. I'd been so wrapped up in my own thoughts that I forgot the whole point of a date, to connect with the other person. I deserved to be ghosted, no question. It was a harsh lesson, but one I needed to learn. What I realized that day is that sometimes, when you've got a million thoughts swirling in your head, it's not fair to dump them on someone else, especially not on a first date. There's a time and place for verbalizing your nonsense, and that time is usually with a close friend or in a boxing gym, not over coffee with someone you're trying to impress. I wish I could go back and apologize to her, tell her I'm sorry for being such a self-absorbed idiot. But I can't, so I've tried to take the lesson forward. His hands reached out to steady me as I flailed, my skates scraping across the ice in chaotic, jerking motions. I was panicking, teetering on the edge of disaster with every step. "Just relax," he said, his voice calm and encouraging, but I couldn't. My legs weren't my own. The harder I tried to stay upright, the more uncoordinated I became. Then it happened. One wrong move, one misstep, and I went down hard. As I fell, I instinctively grabbed at him, pulling him down with me. We landed in a tangled heap on the ice, and I felt the sharp, cold sting of humiliation as a group of kids zipped past us, laughing and yelling. I wanted the rink to swallow me whole. When he dropped me off at home later that evening, he didn't seem angry, just distant. By the time I got the text saying, "I don't think this is going to work," I knew. I'd ruined it. But that wasn't the worst part. 2 days later, my bruises had turned into a deeper, sharper pain, and I found myself sitting in the waiting room at A&E, wondering how a simple date had gone so wrong. Let me rewind. It was supposed to be fun, a cute, wintry date to mix things up. We'd been out a few times before, and it had been going well. He was funny, easygoing, and had this way of making everything feel lighthearted. So when he suggested ice skating, I didn't think twice. "I'll teach you," he said with a smile. I used to play ice hockey. I think he imagined it as this romantic, movie-like scenario, him guiding me around the rink, our laughter echoing as snow fell outside. But the reality was something else entirely. I had never ice skated before, and I made that clear from the start. "I'm probably going to be terrible," I warned him. "It'll be fine," he said, brushing it off. "I'll help you." When we got to the rink, I was hit with this mix of excitement and dread. It looked magical, with the lights and music and couples gliding gracefully across the ice. But as soon as I stepped out there, the magic evaporated. Imagine Bambi on ice, legs splayed out in every direction, eyes wide with terror. That was me, but worse. I couldn't coordinate my feet, and my attempts at balance only made me wobble more. Every time I moved, I felt like gravity was yanking me down. It didn't take long before I fell for the first time. "Are you okay?" he asked, laughing as he helped me up. Yeah, I'm fine," I said, forcing a smile. But inside, I was mortified. It only got worse from there. Kids who had started skating at the same time as me were zooming by, laughing and showing off. Meanwhile, I was struggling to take one step without collapsing. Every time he tried to guide me, holding my hands and encouraging me to relax, I overthought it. My legs wouldn't move the way I wanted them to, and the frustration started to build. "Just keep your knees bent," he said, "and stop overthinking it." Easy for him to say. He was gliding around like he'd been born on skates while I was on the verge of a breakdown. And then came the moment that sealed my fate. He was holding my hands, trying to guide me along, and for a split second, I thought maybe, just maybe, I was starting to get the hang of it. But then my skate caught on a rough patch of ice, and I lost all control. I yanked him down with me, and we both hit the ground hard. The impact was brutal. I landed on my hip, the shock of it reverberating through my body. He landed half on top of me, his knee jamming into my side. I groaned in pain, but worse than the physical sting was the embarrassment. We untangled ourselves and got up, but the mood had shifted. He tried to laugh it off, saying, "That was a close one," but I could see it in his eyes. This wasn't the cute, romantic date he'd envisioned. It was a disaster. By the time we left the rink, I was battered and bruised, and he was quieter than usual. I didn't blame him. I'd ruined the vibe completely. When he dropped me off, he gave me a polite smile and said, "Thanks for tonight. Get some rest." It felt final. The text came the next day. "I had a nice time, but I don't think this is going to work out." I stared at my phone, half expecting it, but it still stung. I wanted to argue, to tell him I wasn't always this awkward mess. But the truth was, I had been a mess that night, and I didn't have the energy to deny it. 2 days later, the bruises were worse. My hip was throbbing, and every time I moved, it felt like someone was stabbing me in the side. I finally caved and went to A&E. The doctor raised an eyebrow when I explained what had happened. "A fall on the ice?" she repeated, her tone somewhere between amused and concerned. "Yeah," I said sheepishly. She sent me for x-rays, and thankfully, nothing was broken, just some deep bruising that would take weeks to heal. But sitting there, surrounded by people with actual emergencies, I couldn't help but feel ridiculous. "You've just described your ideal sexual experience. Fast and a little bit scary," he said with a sly grin, leaning back in his chair like he'd just delivered the most charming line in the history of dating. My stomach turned. My face must have shown how horrified I was because he immediately tried to laugh it off, but the damage was done. My brain was screaming, "Get out! Get out now!" And yet, I stayed frozen in my seat for a few agonizing seconds, trying to process what had just happened. Who even says something like that on a first date? Let me take you back to the beginning of one of the weirdest, creepiest dates of my life. It all started on a dating app, as these things often do. His profile stood out, funny, confident, and with a hint of mystery. He claimed to be from the US, and his photos backed it up. A casual shot in a plaid shirt, one with him posing by a classic American muscle car, and even a picture of him at what looked like a 4th of July barbecue. He had this charming American boy vibe that intrigued me. We matched and started chatting. His messages were engaging, and he had this way of talking that made you feel like you were the only person in the room. He asked about my interests, my favorite things, and even threw in a few light-hearted jokes. It all felt easy, natural. When he asked me out for drinks, I didn't hesitate. The bar was small and cozy, the kind of place that's perfect for getting to know someone. He greeted me with a big smile and that unmistakable American twang I'd heard in his voice messages. It was almost too perfect. As we sat down, he immediately started asking me questions, lots of them. What did I like to do for fun? What was my favorite kind of vacation? And then, almost out of nowhere, he pivoted to theme parks. "Do you like roller coasters?" he asked, his eyes lighting up. "Yeah," I said, a little caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. "I mean, who doesn't? They're fun." "What's your favorite kind of ride?" he pressed. I thought about it for a second, then shrugged. "Probably the ones that are fast and a little bit scary. You know, the ones that give you an adrenaline rush but still feel safe." He smiled, this slow, creeping smile that immediately made me uneasy. "Interesting," he said. "You've just described your ideal sexual experience. Fast and a little bit scary." It felt like the air got sucked out of the room. I stared at him, trying to decide if he was joking or if he genuinely thought that was an appropriate thing to say. Either way, it wasn't funny. It was weird. Creepy. The kind of comment that makes you want to grab your drink and sprint for the exit. I forced a nervous laugh, trying to play it cool while my brain went into overdrive. Was he testing me? Trying to gauge my reaction? Either way, I was officially done. But he wasn't finished. As if that line wasn't bad enough, he launched into what can only be described as a full-blown confession. "So there's something I should tell you," he said, his tone shifting to one of mock seriousness. "Okay," I said cautiously. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I'm not actually from the US. I blinked. "What?" "Yeah," he said, grinning like this was some hilarious joke. "I'm from Rotherham. I've never even been to America." I was stunned. His entire persona, his voice, his stories, even his dating profile, was built around this fabricated identity. He wasn't just exaggerating or stretching the truth. He'd constructed an entire lie about who he was. I couldn't believe it. "So the accent?" I asked, my voice dripping with disbelief. "Oh, I just picked it up from TV and stuff," he said casually, as if faking an entire nationality was the most normal thing in the world. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This guy had lied about who he was from the start, and now he was sitting across from me, laughing about it like it was some harmless prank. At that point, I knew I had to get out of there. I downed the rest of my drink in one go, feeling the burn as it slid down my throat. Well, this has been interesting, I said, standing up and grabbing my bag. He looked surprised. You're leaving? Yeah, I said, not bothering to hide the irritation in my voice. I've got an early morning. He started to say something else, but I didn't give him the chance. I was already heading for the door. As I walked home, I replayed the date in my head, cringing at every detail. The creepy line about roller coasters. The confession about being from Rotherham. The fake American accent. It was like something out of a bad rom-com, except there was nothing romantic or funny about it. When I got home, I immediately deleted our match on the app. There was no way I was giving him the chance to message me again. You're crazy, you know that? He said, narrowing his eyes as I peeled the banana. His tone wasn't playful. It was sharp, like he genuinely couldn't fathom the crime I was committing. I froze, the banana halfway to my mouth. Excuse me? I asked, half laughing, thinking maybe he was joking. But his expression didn't change. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't even smiling. Who eats a banana with coffee? He said, his voice dripping with judgment. I stared at him, trying to figure out if this was some kind of test, like he was seeing how far he could push me. The way he looked at me, like I'd just sprouted another head, was unsettling. It was a banana, for crying out loud, not a live tarantula. That was the moment I knew something was off. But it wasn't until later that I realized just how unhinged the whole experience was. Let me backtrack. I matched with this guy on a dating app. His profile was like a checklist of everything I thought I was looking for. He seemed open-minded, liberal, and adventurous. His bio was all about traveling, learning new cultures, and living life to the fullest. He had these photos of himself hiking in exotic locations, eating street food, and smiling with locals. He came across as someone curious about the world, someone who embraced differences. We started chatting, and he was charming enough. He asked thoughtful questions, shared stories about his travels, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. So, when he suggested meeting for lunch, I thought, why not? The restaurant he picked was cute. One of those trendy spots with mismatched furniture and handwritten chalkboard menus. When I arrived, he was already there, sitting at a table by the window. He looked up, smiled, and waved me over. At first, everything seemed fine. We ordered our food, made small talk, and traded travel stories. He told me about a time he got lost in Morocco and ended up having tea with a family who didn't speak a word of English. I told him about my favorite trips and the places I still wanted to visit. But then, things started to feel off. It started with the way he kept interrupting me. Every time I started to share something, he'd cut me off with his own opinion or a story that somehow one-upped mine. I let it slide at first, thinking maybe he was just nervous. But the more it happened, the more I noticed how dismissive he was. And then came the banana incident. I'd ordered coffee to go with my lunch, and I'd brought a banana with me as a snack. It wasn't some grand, rebellious act, just a casual choice to pair my caffeine with something quick and easy. But when I pulled the banana out of my bag, he stared at it like I'd just announced I was about to juggle flaming swords. "You're going to eat that with coffee?" he asked, his tone incredulous. Yeah," I said, peeling it. "Why not?" He shook his head, letting out this condescending little laugh. "That's weird." I shrugged, trying to brush it off. "I guess. But it works for me." "No, it's crazy," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Like, who does that?" The way he said it, like I was some kind of deranged maniac, caught me off guard. He didn't sound amused or even curious. He sounded genuinely judgmental, as though eating a banana with coffee was the final proof he needed that I was unfit for human company. I tried to laugh it off, but the conversation had already shifted. He kept bringing it up, making little comments about how wild I was, how he'd never met anyone so out there. It wasn't flattering. It was unnerving. After lunch, I left feeling unsettled, but relieved it was over. I figured that was the end of it. But then about an hour later, my phone buzzed with a text from him. "Hey, I don't think this is going to work out. You're a little too out there for me. Honestly, I find you kind of intimidating." I stared at the message, my stomach sinking. He found me intimidating? For what? For eating a banana with coffee? For having opinions? For not letting him dominate the conversation? It was such a bizarre thing to say, and the more I thought about it, the more frustrated I got. He'd seemed so open-minded, so accepting on his profile, but in reality, he couldn't handle something as simple as a snack choice that didn't align with his own preferences. She stared at me, smiling politely, as I stumbled through what must have been my 10th attempt to start a conversation. My palms were sweating, my heart racing as the silence between us stretched painfully long. So, I tried again, leaning forward like maybe she'd suddenly remember how to speak English or Danish. But nope. She just tilted her head, clearly not understanding a word I was saying. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. A blind date arranged by my dad, of all people. I'd thought it would be awkward, sure. It's hard not to be when you're 17 and being set up by your parent. But this was a whole new level of cringe. We didn't share a single language between us, and it was quickly becoming the most painfully uncomfortable experience of my life. The kicker? She apparently thought it went great. So this is how it began. I was living in Copenhagen at the time, trying to navigate being a teenager in a new city. My dad, for reasons I still don't fully understand, decided that I needed to go on a blind date. He knew this Polish family, friends of friends, or something like that, and their daughter was my age. She's sweet, he said, grinning as he handed me her number. You'll like her. And her mom's really nice, too. I didn't think much of it at first. I was 17, awkward, and not exactly swimming in dating opportunities, so I figured why not. It's not like it could be that bad. The day of the date, I was nervous but trying to stay optimistic. My dad had given me a vague rundown of her. She was Polish, she'd recently moved to Copenhagen, and she didn't speak much Danish. No big deal, I thought. We could always fall back on English if Danish didn't work. When I met her at the cafe, though, I realized just how wrong I'd been. She was sweet, sure. She smiled a lot, nodded enthusiastically when I spoke, and seemed genuinely happy to be there. But it became clear within the first 5 minutes that we didn't share a single common language. She didn't speak English. She didn't speak Danish. And I, obviously, didn't speak Polish. The date quickly turned into a comedy of errors. I tried everything I could think of to bridge the language gap. I gestured wildly, pointing at things on the menu and saying their names in Danish, hoping she might recognize a word or two. She just nodded, smiling politely, probably wondering why I looked like I was trying to play charades. At one point, I resorted to Google Translate on my phone, typing out basic phrases like, "Do you like coffee?" and holding up the screen for her to read. She'd giggle and nod, but the conversation never went anywhere. It was like trying to communicate with someone through a foggy window. You could sort of see the outlines of meaning, but nothing ever quite connected. To make matters worse, the cafe was packed, and I could feel the stares of the other patrons. They must have thought we were having the most awkward first date in history, and honestly, they weren't wrong. But here's the thing, she seemed to be having a great time. Every time I looked up, she was smiling at me, her eyes bright with excitement. It was like she didn't even notice how awkward it all was. Or maybe she did, and she just didn't care. Either way, she wasn't the one sweating bullets and mentally counting down the minutes until it was socially acceptable to leave. When the date finally ended, I walked her to the bus stop. She thanked me, I think, in Polish and waved as she got on the bus, her smile as big as ever. I went home, ready to laugh it off as a one-time disaster. But then my dad sat me down, his expression annoyingly smug. "So," he said, leaning forward like a man about to deliver a punchline. "How'd it go?" I groaned, burying my face in my hands. It was a train wreck. We couldn't even talk to each other. "Oh, really?" he said, barely suppressing a grin. That's when it hit me. My dad wasn't asking because he cared about my date. He was asking because he'd set the whole thing up for himself. Turns out, the real reason he wanted me to go on this blind date wasn't to set me up with a sweet Polish girl. No, it was because he wanted an excuse to spend time with her mom. While I was busy floundering through the most awkward date of my life, he and her mom were having coffee together, laughing, chatting, and, judging by his smug expression, having a much better time than I was. "Well played, Dad," I muttered, shaking my head. A few days later, I got a text from her. Well, sort of. It was mostly emojis, with a few words in Polish that I didn't understand. From what I could gather, she'd had a great time and wanted to meet up again. I politely declined, using Google Translate to write something about different interests and not the right match. It felt a little harsh, but there was no way I was putting myself through that again. Looking back, the whole thing feels like a strange, surreal comedy. It wasn't just the language barrier. It was the realization that my dad had basically thrown me under the bus for his own romantic agenda. And honestly, I couldn't even be mad. It was too ridiculous not to laugh. I sat there staring at my phone, the screen glowing faintly in the dim light of the coffee shop. The message I'd just sent, "You okay?" hung in the air like a bad joke. No response. My chest tightened, a sinking realization slowly dawning on me. I looked toward the door where she'd disappeared minutes earlier, arm in arm with her former fling. What was happening? Was this some kind of prank? I replayed the past hour in my head, trying to figure out where I'd gone wrong. Everything had started off so promising. But now, as I sat there, alone and humiliated, my coffee gone cold, I realized this wasn't just a bad date. It was my worst nightmare come to life. Let me take you back to the beginning. This was my first date ever. I was 17, fresh off junior year of high school, and still figuring out how dating even worked. She was a friend of a friend, smart, funny, gorgeous, and way out of my league, or so I thought. We'd hit it off in our conversations leading up to the date, laughing over shared interests, and texting late into the night. When I finally worked up the nerve to ask her out, she said yes. I was ecstatic. She suggested a cute coffee house for our first meeting, and I thought it was perfect. We both loved coffee, and it seemed like the kind of low-pressure place where we could just talk and enjoy each other's company. Plus, I was determined to make this special. I planned an entire day of mini-dates after coffee, ice cream, a walk through the park, maybe a bookstore if we had time. When I arrived, she was already there, sitting by the window with her phone in hand. She smiled when she saw me, and for a moment, all my nerves melted away. But then, things started to feel off. The first red flag came almost immediately. She mentioned, with a sheepish laugh, that her former fling worked at this very coffee shop. I totally forgot, she said, brushing it off with an awkward smile. I remember laughing nervously, trying to play it cool. No big deal, I said, even though I felt a knot forming in my stomach. She'd picked this place, hadn't she? It seemed too coincidental to be an accident, but I didn't push it. I wanted this date to go well, and I didn't want to come off as insecure or paranoid. So I ignored it. We ordered coffee, sat down, and started talking. At first, it was fine. She told me about her summer plans, her favorite TV shows, and her dream to travel to Italy someday. But then, about halfway through the conversation, she started spending more and more time on her phone. I noticed it but didn't say anything. I was new to dating, and I didn't know if this was normal. Was I boring her? Was she texting her friends about how the date was going? My gut told me it wasn't a good sign, but I was so excited to be on my first date that I convinced myself it didn't matter. The moment things really started to unravel came about an hour in. She asked if I wanted anything else. I said no. I was finishing my coffee and figured she just needed a minute to step away. Maybe she was going to make a phone call or check in with someone. But instead of heading to the counter or the restroom, she walked straight over to the guy behind the bar, the former fling. At first, I thought maybe she was just being polite, saying hi. But then they stepped outside together. I watched as she leaned in close, her body language too familiar, too comfortable. My chest tightened. What were they talking about? Were they arguing? Were they catching up? I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, but my anxiety was skyrocketing. I waited a few minutes, trying not to look like the idiot sitting alone at a table for two. Finally, I texted her. Get lost on the way. I typed, hoping to play it cool. No response. I waited a few more minutes, then sent another message. You okay? Still nothing. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing. I glanced out the window, scanning the sidewalk, but they were gone. She'd walked out with him, and she wasn't coming back. It hit me like a punch to the gut. I'd been ditched. On my first date. The embarrassment was overwhelming. I felt every pair of eyes in the coffee shop on me, even though no one probably cared. My face burned as I grabbed my bag, muttering a quiet thanks to the barista as I made my way to the door. Outside, I looked around one last time, hoping to see her heading back, maybe with some kind of explanation. But she was gone. I'm his wife, she said, her voice trembling, tears streaming down her face. My stomach dropped. My mind went blank as I stared at her, then at him. He wasn't denying it. He wasn't saying anything. He just sat there, his face pale, caught in the middle of a lie so massive it felt like the air in the coffee shop had been sucked out. I couldn't believe what was happening. So it started like any other coffee date. I'd met this guy online, and he seemed like the whole package, charming, funny, and by his own account, recently divorced. He talked about how he was getting back into the dating scene, figuring out his life after the split, and I bought into every word. When he asked me to meet for coffee, I thought, why not? He was polite, seemed genuinely interested in me, and honestly, I was looking forward to spending time with him. We met at this cute little cafe that felt perfect for a first date. Warm lighting, the hum of soft conversation in the background, and the comforting smell of fresh coffee. He was already there when I arrived, sitting at a corner table with 2 cups of coffee waiting. At first, everything seemed fine. He was charming, just like in our texts, and he had this easy confidence that put me at ease. We talked about work, hobbies, places we wanted to travel. It felt normal, but as the conversation went on, I noticed little things that felt off. He kept glancing around the room, like he was waiting for someone or worried about being seen. At first, I thought maybe he was just nervous. It was a first date, after all. But then, when I asked about his divorce, he got cagey, brushing off the topic with vague answers. Then an hour in, it happened. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her, a woman standing just a few feet away, staring at us. Her face was red, her eyes swollen like she'd been crying. She took a shaky step toward our table, her hands clutching her phone like it was the only thing holding her together. "Hi," she said, her voice breaking. I froze. She wasn't talking to me, she was looking at him. "I'm sorry to interrupt," she continued, her voice trembling, "but I need to say something." She turned to me, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I'm his wife." Time stopped. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I just sat there, staring at her, then at him, waiting for him to explain, to deny it, to do anything. But he didn't. His face turned ghostly pale, and his mouth opened like he was about to say something, but nothing came out. The silence stretched, unbearable and suffocating, as my mind raced to piece together what was happening. He wasn't divorced. He wasn't even separated. He was married. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just some misunderstanding. This was a betrayal, a lie so massive I couldn't wrap my head around it. She started talking, her words spilling out in a flood of pain and anger. "I found your messages," she said, holding up her phone. "I saw everything. I didn't want to believe it, but here you are." I felt like I was watching a car crash in slow motion, unable to look away. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to process what she was saying. She wasn't just accusing him, she was laying it all out, every lie he'd told her, every excuse he'd made to sneak away. And all the while, he just sat there silent. Finally, I found my voice. "You're married?" I asked, my voice shaky but sharp. He didn't answer. He didn't even look at me. His wife, on the other hand, turned to me with this heartbreaking look of pity and anger. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't know he was doing this. I'm so sorry. I felt sick. This wasn't just awkward, it was horrifying. I'd been dragged into the middle of a nightmare I didn't even know existed." I stood up, my legs shaking as I grabbed my bag. "I didn't know," I told her, my voice cracking. "I swear I didn't know." "I believe you," she said, wiping her tears. I looked at him one last time, hoping for some kind of explanation, some shred of humanity. But he just stared down at the table, avoiding my gaze. That was it. I was done. I walked out of the cafe, the cold air hitting me like a slap in the face. My mind was spinning, my stomach churning. I couldn't believe I'd been so stupid, so blind to the red flags. The worst part wasn't just that he'd lied, it was how easily he'd done it, how convincingly he'd played the role of a charming, single guy looking for love. That night, I blocked his number, deleted every message, and vowed to never ignore my instincts again. I sat there in the dimly lit theater, my phone glowing faintly in my lap as I checked the time for the 5th time in as many minutes. 7:20. He was officially 20 minutes late. No texts, no calls, just radio silence. People shuffled past me, their shadows cutting across the screen as the previews rolled. My stomach churned, not with nerves but with frustration. When he finally arrived, lumbering into the theater like he owned the place, I almost didn't recognize him. He looked nothing like his photos. Nothing. He was at least 100 pounds heavier, his hair unkempt, and the smell, oh my God, the smell. It hit me like a wall, a pungent mix of sweat and something sour that made my eyes water. He plopped down next to me, barely mumbling an apology for being late, and I knew right then and there this wasn't going to go well. "Let me take you back to the beginning." I'd met this guy on a dating app. He seemed nice enough in his messages, funny, polite, and quick to respond. His photos showed a decently attractive guy with a charming smile and a love for the outdoors. Nothing about him screamed red flag, so when he suggested going to see a movie, I thought, why not? Looking back, I wish I'd trusted my gut and bailed the moment he was late. The plan was simple: meet outside the theater, grab some snacks, and settle in for a casual movie night. I arrived a few minutes early, excited but not overly so. It was just a movie date, low pressure, easy, and hopefully fun. But as the minutes ticked by and he didn't show, my excitement started to sour. I checked my phone, no messages. I texted him a quick, "Hey, are you on your way?" and got nothing in response. By the time the previews started, I was fuming. I thought about leaving, but a part of me didn't want to seem dramatic. Besides, maybe he had a good excuse. When he finally showed up, though, any sympathy I might have had vanished. He waddled down the aisle, his face flushed and glistening with sweat like he'd just run a marathon. He barely made eye contact as he squeezed past people to get to my seat, mumbling something that might have been an apology. As he sat down, I was hit with the smell. It wasn't subtle, it was bad. The kind of smell that makes you instinctively lean away and hold your breath. I plastered on a polite smile, but inside I was screaming. How was I supposed to sit through a 2-hour movie next to this? The movie started, and I tried to focus on the screen, but it was impossible. He kept shifting in his seat, the motion wafting his odor in my direction like some cruel punishment. At one point, he leaned over to whisper something about the plot, his breath hot and sour against my ear. I nodded absently, praying he wouldn't try to talk again. When the movie finally ended, I bolted for the exit, hoping to make a quick escape. But he followed me, his voice cutting through the crowd as he called my name. The moment we stepped outside, he launched into a monologue about his ex-wife. She was crazy, he said, his tone bitter. Couldn't handle me being successful, you know? Always nagging, always complaining. Women are just like that, I guess. I stared at him, dumbfounded. Who opens up with that kind of rant on a first date? It wasn't just awkward, it was alarming. He went on, painting himself as the victim in this messy breakup while throwing his ex under the bus. The more he talked, the more I realized this wasn't just a red flag, it was a whole parade of them. When he finally paused, I took my chance to speak. "Look," I said, keeping my voice calm but firm, "I don't think this is going to work. Best of luck to you." His face fell, but I didn't stick around to see his reaction. I turned and walked away, my heart pounding with a mix of anger and relief. The moment I got home, I blocked his number and unmatched him on the app. I didn't want to risk him trying to contact me again. Sitting in the quiet of my apartment, I replayed the night in my head, cringing at every detail. The lateness, the smell, the rant about his ex. It was like a checklist of everything you don't want in a date. What still gets me, though, is how he seemed completely oblivious to how inappropriate his behavior was. Did he really think showing up late, unkempt, and unprepared was okay? Did he not realize how off-putting it was to trash his ex-wife to someone he'd just met? It wasn't just disappointing, it was scary. Scary to think how easily someone can present themselves as normal online, only to reveal something entirely different in person. He leaned in closer, his voice low but insistent. "What's wrong with a kiss?" "It's no big deal," he said, his tone teetering between frustration and pleading. We were standing at my workplace, and all I could think was how wildly inappropriate this was. Customers were walking past us, co-workers were nearby, and he was trying to create a scene because I wouldn't kiss him in public. I shifted uncomfortably, trying to stay calm. "I'm not comfortable with that," I repeated, but he wasn't letting it go. The encounter left me rattled, but little did I know that moment was just the tip of the iceberg. It wasn't until a year later that I found out the truth about him, something so chilling it still makes my skin crawl. This all started when I agreed to go on a date with a guy who was friends with someone I worked with. He claimed we'd met before, that he'd come through my line at work, but I couldn't remember him. Still, he seemed nice enough in messages, so I figured why not. To prepare, I decided to look him up on Facebook. That's when the first red flag appeared. His profile was full of group photos, and I couldn't even tell which one he was. Still, I ignored the uneasy feeling creeping in. I chalked it up to nerves and agreed to the date. The plan? A casual meet-up to hang out. I figured we'd grab coffee or walk through a park, something low-key. Instead, he suggested we meet at Walmart because he needed to grab a few things for a camping trip. Not exactly romantic, but I told myself to keep an open mind. When we met, my heart sank. He wasn't unattractive, but there was no chemistry, no spark. Still, I decided to give him a chance. Maybe he was nervous, maybe it'd get better. Spoiler, it didn't. Walking through Walmart, he talked. A lot. About himself. He told me about his supposed time in the Navy, throwing in little boasts here and there like he was trying to impress me. But the more he talked, the more holes started to appear in his story. He was medically discharged before he even made it to basic training, but he still clung to the title like it meant something. By the time we got to the checkout, I knew I wasn't interested. He was self-absorbed, his stories didn't add up, and honestly, I felt like I was babysitting him as he picked up his camping supplies. But I still tried to be polite. I figured I'd finish the date, let him down gently, and move on. Over the next few days, he started showing up at my work. At first, it was harmless enough. He'd swing by and say hi, linger for a few minutes, then leave. But then he started pushing boundaries. One day, he cornered me in the store and asked for a kiss. In front of customers, co-workers, everyone. "I'm not comfortable with that," I said, trying to keep my voice even. He didn't back off. Instead, he got upset, asking why I was being difficult. His tone turned argumentative, like he thought he was entitled to it because we'd been on one date. That was the final straw. I cut him off completely after that, blocked his number, avoided him at work, and moved on with my life. For a while, he was just a weird, awkward memory, a cautionary tale I'd tell my friends when we talked about bad dates. But then about a year later, I saw his face on the news. He'd been caught in a sting operation, trying to meet up with what he thought was a 14-year-old boy for sex. My stomach churned as I read the article, the words blurring together as I tried to process what I was seeing. This guy, the same guy who had walked around Walmart with me, bragging about his fake Navy credentials, was a predator. I couldn't believe it. The thought of having been on a date with someone like that made my skin crawl. What if I hadn't cut him off? What if I'd ignored the red flags and kept seeing him? The realization sent a shiver down my spine. "I just want to punch their teeth in," he said, his voice low and menacing, as if he was confessing some dark secret he thought I'd agree with. I froze, my hands gripping my coffee cup like it was a lifeline. His words echoed in my head, drowning out the hum of the bustling cafe. Did I hear him right? I glanced around, half expecting someone else to step in, to say something, but of course no one noticed. I forced a nervous laugh, the kind you use when you're too shocked to know what else to do. He didn't even notice. He was already launching into another story, his voice rising as he gestured wildly, describing the fights he'd been in and the people he'd thrown out of bars. All I could think was, I need to get out of here. Let me rewind and tell you how I ended up on one of the most unsettling dates of my life. I met this guy on Bumble. His profile wasn't anything special, but he seemed normal enough. Decent photos, a generic bio about enjoying fitness and having a good time, nothing that screamed red flag. After a few exchanges, he suggested meeting for coffee. "Sure," I said, thinking it'd be low pressure. A quick coffee date is easy to escape if things go south. Little did I know just how badly I'd want to escape. The first red flag came before he even sat down. He walked into the cafe straight from the gym, still in his workout clothes. His shirt was damp with sweat, and the smell hit me before he even reached the table. I tried to keep a neutral expression, but internally I was cringing. Who shows up to a first date like that? "Sorry," he said, dropping into the chair across from me. Didn't have time to shower. I wanted to bolt right then and there, but I told myself to be polite. Maybe he was just a little clueless. Then he started talking. For the next 20 minutes, he went on and on about his job as a bouncer, barely stopping to take a breath. At first, I thought it was just standard date small talk, explaining what he did, sharing a few funny anecdotes. But it quickly became clear he wasn't trying to impress me with his job. He was bragging about his ability to hurt people. "I threw this one guy out so hard, he hit the pavement face first," he said, laughing loudly as he mimed the motion. "Should have seen the blood." My stomach churned. He kept going, telling story after story about fights he'd been in, people he'd taught a lesson, and how much he loved putting people in their place. His voice got louder with each story, his gestures more exaggerated, and the swearing more intense. At one point, he actually stood up to act out one of his bouncer takedowns, shouting and flailing his arms like we were in the middle of a wrestling match instead of a quiet coffee shop. People turned to stare, their expressions a mix of amusement and unease. I wanted to disappear, and then he dropped the line that made my blood run cold. He was talking about drunk people at the bars he worked at, specifically women who got hysterical. He rolled his eyes, shaking his head in mock disgust. "I hate drunk hysteric girls," he said. "They're so annoying. Honestly, sometimes I wish I could just punch their teeth in." My heart stopped. The way he said it, so casually, so matter of fact, sent a chill down my spine. This wasn't just a bad joke or a thoughtless comment. He meant it. I looked at him, trying to hide the panic rising in my chest. Did he realize how terrifying he sounded? Did he even care? That was it. I couldn't stay another second. I excused myself, saying I had an early morning and needed to get going. He looked surprised but didn't argue, just shrugged and said, "All right, see ya." I practically ran out of the cafe, my heart pounding. The next day, I got a message from him. "Thought I scared you off," he wrote, followed by a laughing emoji. I stared at the message, my fingers hovering over the screen. Did he think this was funny? Did he realize how unsettling his behavior had been? I didn't reply. Instead, I blocked him immediately. He stood there, just like he'd said he would, black t-shirt, white pants, and a red rose clutched in his hand. But something was terribly, terribly wrong. My heart sank as I slowed my car, my palms suddenly sweaty against the steering wheel. This wasn't the man I'd been texting. Not even close. The pictures he'd sent, the towering 6 feet 3 inches military man, built like a tank with a confident smile, had been burned into my brain for the past 2 days. This man, he was maybe 5 feet tall, lean, and clearly Asian. He wasn't the guy in the photos. I drove past slowly, my mind racing. He looked around, searching the crowd, his rose bright and bold against the drab backdrop of the parking lot. My stomach twisted as I realized he was waiting for me. Let's start over. It all started about 10 years ago when online dating was still new and a little mysterious. Tango Wire was one of those websites that offered a network of different dating sites, and I figured, why not give it a try? That's where I met him, or at least who I thought was him. His profile was almost too good to be true. A military man with striking blue eyes, chiseled features, and a warm smile. His photos showed him in uniform, standing next to tanks, looking every bit the hero you'd see in a recruitment poster. We hit it off immediately. He was charming, funny, and quick to reply to my messages. After a day or two of chatting on the site, we exchanged numbers and started texting. For 2 days, we texted nonstop. He told me about his time in the military, his travels, his love for adventure. I told him about myself, my work, and my hobbies. The conversation flowed effortlessly, and I started to feel like maybe this was something real. He suggested we meet in person, and I didn't hesitate. We decided on a Starbucks that was halfway between us. He was specific about how I'd recognize him. I'll be wearing a black t-shirt and white pants, and I'll have a red rose in front of the entrance. It felt sweet and old-fashioned, like something out of a rom-com. I was nervous but excited as I got ready that morning, imagining what it would be like to finally meet him. But the closer I got to the Starbucks, the more that excitement turned into something else, unease. When I pulled into the parking lot, I spotted him immediately. He was standing by the entrance, exactly as he'd described. Black t-shirt, white pants, red rose in hand. But everything else was wrong. He wasn't tall. He wasn't built like a truck. He wasn't even remotely close to the guy in the pictures. My first thought was that it had to be a mistake. Maybe he'd sent someone to hold the rose as a joke. Or maybe I'd arrived too early, and he wasn't there yet. But no, this was him. I kept driving, circling the lot as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The man I'd been texting had lied, about his height, his appearance, everything. The photos he'd sent, the stories he'd shared, it was all a facade. I felt a mix of anger and fear as I realized I'd been catfished. This wasn't just someone exaggerating their best angles or adding a filter. This was someone pretending to be an entirely different person. The thought of confronting him made my stomach churn. What would I even say? You're not who you said you were. What if he tried to talk his way out of it, or worse, got angry? No, I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I drove past him one last time, watching as he glanced at his phone and looked around the lot, clearly searching for me. I could see the anticipation in his posture, the hope in the way he clutched the rose. But I couldn't feel sorry for him. Not after he'd lied so brazenly. I kept driving, pulling out of the lot and heading straight home. The moment I got back, I blocked his number and deleted my Tango Wire profile. I didn't want to risk him contacting me again or trying to explain himself. For days afterward, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling the whole experience had left me with. The idea that someone could lie so easily, so completely, just to lure someone into meeting them was terrifying. I stood in the living room, my heart racing, torn between frustration and fear. It was 5 a.m., and I'd been awake all night, pacing and fuming on her lumpy couch. My car keys were nowhere to be found, and she was slurring something about how it was for my own good. I tried reasoning with her, but she wasn't listening. Her bloodshot eyes and smug smile told me she thought she was doing me a favor. "You're drunk," she said, her words stumbling over themselves. "You can't drive." I wasn't drunk. Not even close. But there I was, stuck in the apartment of a woman I barely knew, completely at her mercy. Let me rewind. This all started with a match on Tinder. I know, rookie mistake, but at the time it seemed harmless. Her photos were cute, her bio was witty, and we hit it off in messages. After a few days of chatting, we decided to meet up. She suggested I come to her place first, and then we'd head to a nearby bar. It was an hour drive to her apartment, but I didn't mind. I was excited to meet her and figured the drive would be worth it. When I arrived, the first red flag hit me square in the face. She looked nothing like her pictures. The confident, polished woman from her profile was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she answered the door in sweats, her hair a mess, and her demeanor already a little off. Still, I told myself not to judge too quickly. First impressions aren't always accurate, right? We headed to a popular bar nearby, and I was hoping things would pick up. But before I even finished my first drink, she was already on her second, and it wasn't sitting well with her. By her third drink, she was a sloppy mess, slurring her words and stumbling in her chair. People at the bar were starting to notice. At that point, I knew I had to stay sober if I wanted to get out of this situation. I switched to water, trying to keep things calm while subtly suggesting she slow down. Maybe take it easy, I said, forcing a smile. But she wasn't having it. I'm fine, she snapped, waving off my concern before ordering another round. It wasn't fine. Not even close. When it became clear she wasn't slowing down, I decided to call it a night. I managed to wrangle her back to her apartment, all the while reassuring myself that this nightmare would soon be over. That's when things took a turn for the worse. After getting her inside, I told her I needed to use the restroom before heading home. While I was in there, I heard her moving around in the living room, but I didn't think much of it. When I came out, I grabbed my jacket and reached for my keys, only to find they were gone. I froze. Where are my keys? She crossed her arms and gave me this smug, drunken grin. You're not driving anywhere, she said. You're drunk. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'm not drunk, I said, trying to stay calm. I've been drinking water all night because you're drunk. Give me my keys. But she just shook her head. I'm not letting you drive an hour home like this, she said, as if she were some kind of hero. For the next hour, we went back and forth. I tried reasoning with her, explaining that I wasn't intoxicated and that I needed to get home. But she wouldn't budge. You have two options, she said, slurring every other word. You can sleep in my bed, or sleep on the couch. My stomach churned at the implication. I'll take the couch, I said quickly, trying to keep my voice steady. I spent the next 3 hours lying on that couch, wide awake. The room was dark and quiet except for the sound of her snoring from the bedroom. I kept going over the night in my head, trying to figure out how it had spiraled so far out of control. By 5 a.m., I'd had enough. I got up, banged on her bedroom door, and demanded my keys. When she finally stumbled out, still half asleep and disoriented, she acted like I was the one being unreasonable. They're not in here, she mumbled as I tore apart her living room. I searched everywhere, her kitchen, her couch cushions, even under the furniture, but my keys were nowhere to be found. Finally, I turned to her, my patience gone. Where are they? She hesitated for a moment, then reached into her pocket and pulled them out with a sheepish grin. Here, she said, like it was no big deal. No apology, no explanation, nothing. I didn't say a word as I grabbed my keys and walked out the door. The moment I got in my car, I locked the doors, took a deep breath, and drove away as fast as I could. As soon as I got home, I blocked her number, deleted her from every app, and swore I'd never use Tinder again. You're so selfish, he said, his voice low and bitter, as he leaned back in the passenger seat of my car. My stomach twisted. The words hung in the air like a threat, cutting through the awkward silence that had settled between us. I froze, gripping the steering wheel tighter, unsure how to respond. He'd just tried to kiss me, and I'd turned my cheek, politely, gently, but apparently that was enough to set him off. The night had already been a disaster, but now, sitting in a dark car with him just inches away, the vibe had shifted into something much darker. Let me take you back to the start of this nightmare. I matched with this guy on a dating app. He seemed normal enough, decent photos, some clever banter in his bio. After a bit of chatting, he asked me out to dinner, and I figured why not. He didn't seem like a serial killer, and at the time, that felt like a win. The first red flag came before the date even started. He showed up half an hour late with no apology. Instead, he sauntered in like he owned the place, his arm in a cast, grinning like he'd just pulled off some incredible magic trick. Sorry, got held up, he said casually, waving his injured arm for emphasis. Had to deal with this. I brushed it off, though I was already feeling uneasy. Maybe he had a good reason, I thought. Everyone deserves a little grace. But it only got worse from there. He ordered a steak for dinner, medium rare, of course. When it arrived, he gave me a sheepish smile and motioned to his cast. Would you mind cutting it up for me? He asked, his tone dripping with fake charm. I blinked, unsure if he was serious. But when he handed me his knife and fork, I realized he wasn't joking. I bit back my annoyance and did it, trying to keep things light. No problem, I said, slicing into his steak while my own food sat untouched. As I worked, he started talking. About himself. And he didn't stop. For the next hour, I sat there, nodding and smiling as he went on and on about his life. His job, his hobbies, his problems. He complained endlessly about work, about how underappreciated he was, about how no one respected him. He didn't ask me a single question about myself. Not one. I tried to steer the conversation a few times, throwing out tidbits about my own life in the hopes he'd take the hint. But he barely acknowledged them, steering everything back to himself like it was a game he was determined to win. By the time we finished eating, I was exhausted. When the bill came, I offered to split it, mostly because I wanted to escape as quickly as possible. But he insisted on paying, making a big show of it like he was doing me some enormous favor. You can get the next one, he said with a wink. I forced a polite smile, already planning how to get out of ever seeing him again. As we left the restaurant, he casually mentioned that his car was parked a few blocks away. Can you give me a ride? He asked, his tone suggesting it wasn't really a question. I hesitated. It was late, and I just wanted to go home. But I didn't want to seem rude, so I reluctantly agreed. We got into my car, and I started driving toward his nearby car. Except it wasn't a few blocks away, it was several. The drive felt longer than it should have, the silence between us growing heavier with each passing minute. He started fidgeting, his casted arm resting awkwardly on his lap as he kept glancing at me out of the corner of his eye. When we finally reached his car, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. But instead of getting out, he turned to me with this expectant look. So, he said, leaning closer. My heart sank. I knew what was coming, and I didn't want it. He leaned in for a kiss, his movements clumsy and awkward. I turned my cheek at the last second, hoping he'd take the hint. But he didn't. Instead, he pulled back, his expression shifting from confusion to annoyance. Seriously? He said, his voice laced with irritation. I pay for dinner, and you can't even kiss me? That's selfish. The word hit me like a slap. I stared at him, stunned, as anger bubbled up inside me. I don't owe you anything, I said, keeping my voice steady. He rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath before finally getting out of my car. As I drove away, my hands were shaking. The entire night replayed in my head, the lateness, the cast, the steak, the endless monologue, and now this. I couldn't believe I'd let it go on for so long. When I got home, I blocked his number and deleted him from every app. I didn't want to give him the chance to contact me again. I wasn't even going to ask you out, he said, his tone matter-of-fact, as he shoveled another spoonful of ice cream into his mouth. It didn't seem like you were going anywhere in life. But my mom said I should. I blinked, stunned, unsure if I'd heard him correctly. The fluorescent lights of the ice cream shop flickered faintly above us, casting a harsh glow on the table between us. His words replayed in my head, each one cutting deeper than the last. And yet, somehow it got worse. Let me take you back to the start of this nightmare. I was 24 and working at a fast food restaurant, trying to figure out my next steps in life. One day, this guy came in with his mom. He seemed polite enough, smiling at me while I handed over their order. A few days later, he came back, this time alone, and asked me out for ice cream. I was surprised but flattered. He seemed sweet and a little shy, and I thought, why not? I said yes, went home, and spent way too much time getting ready. I curled my hair, picked out a cute outfit, and made sure everything was perfect. When he arrived, I immediately felt a pang of regret. He showed up in sweatpants. Not even nice ones, just baggy, stained, worn-out sweatpants paired with an oversized hoodie. It was like he'd rolled out of bed and decided he couldn't be bothered to put in the bare minimum effort. I tried to brush it off, telling myself not to judge too quickly. Maybe he just wasn't into fashion, right? Then he opened his mouth. I wasn't going to ask you out, he said, shrugging like it was no big deal. But my mom told me to give you a chance. I stared at him, my smile frozen on my face. Did he think that was a compliment? That I should be grateful his mom had convinced him to slum it with me? Before I could respond, he launched into a monologue about a board game he was designing. It was apparently inspired by League of Legends, and he was incredibly proud of it. For the next 30 minutes, he talked nonstop about the mechanics, the characters, the lore he'd created. He didn't ask me a single question about myself. He didn't even pause long enough for me to interject. I just sat there, nodding along, trying to feign interest while my ice cream slowly melted. And then, out of nowhere, he dropped the bombshell. "I have a girlfriend," he said casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world. I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth. "Excuse me?" "Yeah," he continued, completely unfazed. "But she's ugly. Like really ugly. I have to fake orgasms when we have sex." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My mind raced as I tried to process his words. Who says something like that on a date? "She's like a 3 out of 10, he added, shaking his head. "But you're a 5, so you're an upgrade." An upgrade? I felt like I'd been slapped. At this point, I was questioning every life decision that had led me to that ice cream shop. I didn't even know people still rated others on a scale like that, let alone announced it out loud. But he wasn't done. "She's such a starfish in bed," he said, rolling his eyes. "Doesn't do anything. And she doesn't even have a job. Her parents just give her money because they're rich." I sat there in stunned silence, torn between laughing at the absurdity of it all and screaming at him to shut up. The craziest part? I stayed. For reasons I still can't fully explain, I didn't walk out. Maybe it was shock, or maybe I was just too polite for my own good. Instead, I did the unthinkable. I gave him dating advice. Yes, you read that right. I sat there, on what was supposed to be our date, and tried to help him figure out how to fix his relationship with his girlfriend. By the time he finished his ice cream, I was completely drained. I thought it couldn't get any worse, but of course it did. "I have to go," he said, glancing at his phone. "Told my friends I'd be online to play video games." He stood up, threw a few crumpled bills on the table, and turned to me with a grin. "Don't worry about paying me back," he said. "I make a lot of money." And with that, he walked out. I sat there for a few minutes, stunned, trying to process everything that had just happened. The sweatpants, the insults, the bizarre confession about his girlfriend. It all felt like some kind of fever dream. When I finally got up to leave, I promised myself 2 things. I would never go on a date without properly vetting the person first. I would never let someone like that make me feel small again. I knew meeting up for coffee with a stranger was always a gamble, but nothing prepared me for this. The moment he walked through the door, I should have known something was off. He scanned the room like he owned it, then spotted me at the corner table. I raised a hand, nervous but polite, and he beamed like we were old friends. At first, I thought, okay, maybe this will be fine. He seems nice enough. Oh, how wrong I was. The first clue came the second he opened his mouth. "Hey," he boomed, loud enough to turn every head in the shop. Heads turned. Conversations paused mid-sentence. Even the barista froze mid-pour. I smiled awkwardly, hoping no one would remember this moment for long. Surely he'll settle down once we start talking, I thought. Surely. But no. He didn't have an inside voice. He didn't even have an outside voice. He had a megaphone. "So, how long have you lived in the city?" he asked, as though I was standing across a field instead of sitting 2 feet away. People stared. Someone at a nearby table stifled a laugh. My ears were already ringing, and we hadn't even ordered coffee yet. "I just moved here last year. It's so different from my hometown." I chuckled nervously and tried lowering my voice, hoping he'd mirror me. "Oh, that's cool. I've been here for a while now," I said, just above a whisper. I was practically begging the universe for him to follow my lead. But he didn't. "Oh no," he doubled down. "Oh yeah? What do you do for work?" he bellowed, like we were in a stadium instead of a cozy cafe. I flinched. The entire shop didn't just overhear, they heard. Some people outright gawked. A couple at the next table leaned in like they were listening to a live podcast. I mumbled, desperately wishing I could disappear. "I work in marketing," he interrupted, yelling louder than before. "That's cool. My friend tried that once, but it sucked for him. Do you like it?" My soul left my body. I leaned closer, practically crawling across the table to hiss. "Could you, maybe lower your voice a bit?" But he didn't even hear me, or he ignored me. Instead, he barreled forward, oblivious to the fact that my face was burning and I was whispering like I was hiding state secrets. "I mean, you probably make good money, right? Is it enough for rent? I heard this area's super expensive." I glanced around. Kill me now, I thought. People weren't just glancing anymore. They were openly staring, some trying to suppress laughter, others watching like this was a live sitcom. I hadn't felt this much secondhand embarrassment since middle school. Desperate, I grabbed my coffee cup and muttered, "Let's take this outside." I was already halfway out the door before he caught on. Anything to escape the audience, I thought, practically sprinting to the sidewalk. Finally, he joined me, still grinning, completely unfazed. "So what's up?" he asked, voice still booming. "Why is he still so loud? We're literally outside." I took a deep breath, channeling every ounce of patience I had left. "Hey, so, I don't know how to say this, but you're really loud. Like really loud. I'm kind of uncomfortable, because everyone in there was staring at us." He blinked, surprised, then shrugged. "Oh yeah, people tell me that all the time." "Wait. What? People tell him this all the time? So he knows he's loud? And he just chooses to keep doing it?" My brain short-circuited. I stared at him, trying to process this. "Oh," I said finally, my voice flat. What else could I say? My patience evaporated like a puddle in the desert. "Well, maybe you should work on that." He laughed, as if this was funny. As if my humiliation back there in the cafe was a joke. "Yeah, I guess. Anyway, where do you want to go next?" Where did I want to go next? Away. Far, far away. I plastered on a fake smile and said, "You know what? I think I'm going to call it a day. But, nice meeting you. Good luck with everything." And with that, I walked away, heart pounding, ears still ringing from his voice. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. His voice echoed down the street behind me as he called out, "Bye. Great meeting you." Later, as I replayed the whole nightmare in my head, I couldn't decide if I was more horrified or amused. I mean, who doesn't have an inside voice? And if you know you're loud, if people have told you this multiple times, how do you not do something about it? I told my friends about it later, and they couldn't stop laughing. "Oh my God," one of them said, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. "You met a human foghorn." Another chimed in, "You're lucky you got out of there." Imagine being stuck on a road trip with him. They were right, of course. The whole thing was funny in hindsight, but in the moment, it was a horror story, a coffee shop catastrophe I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I should have trusted my gut the moment I noticed the tan line on his ring finger. But no, I told myself to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he just forgot to take it off while tanning, I thought. Maybe he's divorced. Maybe I'm overthinking. Spoiler alert, I wasn't. That tiny, innocent tan line was just the beginning of a night that spiraled into something out of a psychological thriller. We met at this trendy bar downtown. The kind of place that's all dim lighting, exposed brick, and overpriced cocktails. He walked in, sharp suit, confident stride, and a smile that was just a little too perfect. He seemed polished enough to sandpaper over the warning bells in my head. When he sat down, his cologne was just subtle enough to seem tasteful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd drowned in it on purpose, like he was trying to cover something up. I just didn't know it yet. "So, what do you do?" I asked casually, sipping my drink. "I'm head of security at this big multi-million-dollar corporation," he said, leaning back with an air of practiced confidence. The words dripped out like he'd rehearsed them in the mirror 100 times. "It's intense work, but someone's got to keep things safe, right?" I nodded, trying to seem impressed, but something about the way he said it felt off. My friend's husband is actually head of security for a major firm, and I know how he talks about his job. The jargon, the pride, the details, it's like second nature to him. This guy, he was vague, almost too smooth, like he'd memorized a job description off LinkedIn and hoped I wouldn't ask questions. Still, I let it slide. Maybe he was just trying to sound impressive. Maybe I was being paranoid. But then came the next red flag. "No kids," he said, smiling over his whiskey. "Never been married either. Just haven't found the right person yet." I raised an eyebrow. "Really?" He laughed, leaning forward like he was sharing a secret. "What? You don't believe me?" I shrugged, playing it cool, but something about the way he said it felt rehearsed. Like he'd delivered that line before, probably to more people than just me. I wanted to believe him, but my gut wasn't buying it. And then when he went to pay the bartender, I saw it. His wallet slipped open just enough for me to catch a glimpse of the photo tucked inside. A family portrait. A woman, a little boy, and him, smiling like they were the picture of happiness. My stomach dropped. My throat tightened. He came back, oblivious, flashing that same fake smile. "So what's your next drink?" he asked, like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't just seen what I saw. I froze for a moment, then forced a smile. I'm good for now. My voice came out tight, barely audible over the pounding in my ears. My mind raced. Who was the woman in the picture? His sister? A friend? No. That tan line. That portrait. That lie about no kids. It was all starting to add up, and I didn't like where it was leading. But I wasn't done yet. I wasn't going to let him off that easily. So, I said, trying to sound casual, head of security, huh? My friend's husband does that too. What kind of stuff do you handle? He hesitated, just for a split second, but it was enough. His confident facade cracked, and for the briefest moment, I saw the wheels in his head spinning, scrambling for an answer. Oh, he said, waving a hand like it was no big deal. Overseeing operations, managing a team, that kind of thing. That kind of thing? My friend's husband has told me about his job before, and trust me, it's not just that kind of thing. It's detailed, specific, and intense. And this guy couldn't even fake his way through a basic conversation about it. I smiled, pretending to be impressed. Inside, I was boiling. Why lie? Why weave this ridiculous web of nonsense when the truth was probably less complicated? And more importantly, why lie to me? The rest of the night was a blur of him rambling about his job, his single life, and how he was looking for someone real. I played along, nodding and smiling, but my mind was elsewhere. I kept replaying everything in my head. The tan line, the photo, the flimsy answers. It was like piecing together a puzzle where every piece screamed, this guy's a fraud. Finally, I'd had enough. Hey, I said, cutting him off mid-sentence. I actually need to head out. Early morning tomorrow. He looked surprised but recovered quickly, flashing that too-perfect smile again. Oh, of course. Let me walk you to your car. I didn't want him anywhere near my car, but I nodded, keeping the mask on. The walk to the parking lot was awkward, his small talk grating on my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. When we reached my car, he leaned in like he was expecting a goodnight kiss. I stepped back, my voice steady but firm. Look, I don't think this is going to work. His smile faltered. What? Why? I paused, debating whether to call him out or just leave it at that. But I couldn't help myself. You're married, aren't you? His face went pale. For the first time all night, he was speechless. And that was all the confirmation I needed. I shook my head, disgusted. Good luck with whatever this is, I said, getting into my car and locking the doors. As I drove away, I couldn't stop shaking. Not from fear, but from anger. How many other people had he lied to? How many other women had fallen for his fake charm and fake life? The thought made my skin crawl. When I got home, I told my friend everything. She was horrified, especially when I mentioned the head of security lie. That's so creepy, she said. Why would he even lie about something like that? I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that I'd dodged a bullet, or maybe a whole firing squad. And even now, I can't help but wonder, who was the woman in the photo? His wife? His ex? And did she know what kind of man she was dealing with? The theater was pitch black, and the movie had already started by the time I made it back from the bathroom. My heart was pounding, partly because I'd been so excited about this date, and partly because I was already second-guessing everything. This was one of my first ever dates, and I'd spent the entire day hyping myself up to make sure everything went perfectly. So, naturally, I was a ball of nerves as I shuffled awkwardly back to what I thought was my seat. The theater was crowded, the kind of packed that makes every row feel like a maze. I fumbled my way through the darkness, murmuring apologies as I squeezed past people, and finally found what I was certain was my spot. I eased into the seat, trying not to draw attention to myself, and glanced at the silhouette next to me. I couldn't see much in the dim glow of the screen, but I thought I caught a glimpse of her hair, the curve of her profile. That's definitely her, I told myself, settling in and trying to relax. The movie was a blur. I barely paid attention, my mind racing with nervous energy. Should I say something? Try to hold her hand? Or would that make things weird? I kept glancing at her out of the corner of my eye, my heart skipping every time I thought she shifted closer. But something felt off. She wasn't laughing at the funny parts or reacting to the intense scenes. She didn't even seem to notice me. Maybe she was just really into the movie, I thought. I didn't want to overthink it, so I sat there trying to convince myself that everything was fine. It wasn't. When the lights came up at the end of the film, I turned to say something to her, only to realize that the girl sitting next to me wasn't my date at all. My stomach dropped like I'd missed a step on a staircase. She looked at me, confused, and then glanced at the guy on her other side, who also seemed baffled by my presence. Panic surged through me, as I scanned the rows in front of me. There she was, 2 rows ahead, sitting exactly where I'd left her, looking around as if trying to spot me. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I'd been sitting with complete strangers for the entire movie. I don't even know how I missed it. Maybe I was too nervous, too caught up in my own head, to notice that I'd sat in the wrong row. Or maybe I was just so preoccupied with not embarrassing myself that I'd somehow managed to embarrass myself in the worst way possible. The girl I'd accidentally sat next to gave me a small, awkward smile before turning back to her date, who was clearly trying to figure out what was going on. My face burned as I mumbled a quick apology and practically tripped over myself getting out of the row. I could feel everyone's eyes on me as I made my way down to where my actual date was sitting, but I didn't dare look up to confirm it. She turned as I approached, her expression a mix of confusion and mild amusement. "Where were you?" she asked, trying not to laugh. I stammered something about getting lost in the dark, but my face was so hot I could barely string a sentence together. I thought I was sitting here," I said, gesturing vaguely toward the row I'd just vacated. Her laugh was kind, but I could feel the second-hand embarrassment radiating off her. "You sat with another couple?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Apparently," I muttered, wishing I could disappear into the sticky carpet of the theater. We walked out together, and she was nice enough not to tease me too much about it, but the damage was done. I replayed the moment over and over in my head, cringing at how clueless I must have looked. The worst part was knowing that the couple I'd sat next to probably spent the entire movie wondering who the hell I was and why I'd planted myself in their row like I belonged there. Even now, years later, the memory of that night makes my stomach twist. It wasn't just the embarrassment of sitting in the wrong seat, it was the sheer absurdity of the situation. I'd been so focused on making a good impression, so worried about messing things up, that I didn't even notice I'd messed up in the most spectacular way possible. Looking back, I can laugh about it, kind of, but in the moment, it felt like the end of the world. I mean, what's more horrifying than realizing you've spent an entire date literally sitting in the wrong place? It was like something out of a bad comedy, except I was living it, and the punchline was my complete and utter lack of awareness. To her credit, my date was a good sport about it. We didn't end up going out again, but I like to think it wasn't because of my theater faux pas. At least, that's what I tell myself. But the whole experience taught me one valuable lesson. Sometimes, the scariest thing about dating isn't the fear of rejection or the awkward silences. It's realizing you've accidentally been in the wrong place the entire time. I sat on the edge of the hotel bed, staring at the clock. The red numbers glared back at me, 9:47 p.m. He was supposed to be here hours ago. I'd been pacing the room for what felt like forever, texting and checking my phone every few minutes. The messages started casually enough, asking if he was close, but by now, I'd stopped bothering. The last reply I got was almost laughable, "Heading your way soon." "Left the game early for you winking face. Oh, how lucky I was." To be fair, the build-up to this moment had been nothing but good vibes. We'd been chatting on Tinder for weeks, 6 to be exact. Every day, without fail, there were messages, jokes, memes, late-night banter. When we finally met in person a couple of weeks ago, it had gone really well. The chemistry was electric, the kind that made you think, wow, maybe this is actually something. So when he suggested making a weekend of it, splitting a hotel room since he lived a couple of hours out of town, it felt like the natural next step. But now, sitting in this half-empty hotel room, the thrill of anticipation had been replaced with the cold sting of reality. He wasn't here. He'd rolled into town late, hours late, and instead of heading straight to the hotel, he'd gone to meet up with his friends. At the footy, the FODY. I couldn't help but replay his words over and over in my head. "Left the game early for you." He said it like he deserved a medal, like this grand sacrifice of leaving his mates and a pint a little early was proof of his devotion. By the time he finally arrived, it was just past 10 p.m. The door creaked open, and there he was, all smiles, casual as if nothing was wrong. "Hey babe," he said, tossing his bag onto the chair like this was the most normal scenario in the world. "You should feel special, you know. I've never left a game early for a girl before." Oh, my God. I just stared at him, too stunned to even reply at first. Special? I was supposed to feel special because he dragged himself here 3 hours late after hanging out with his friends instead of keeping his word. The audacity of it all was almost comical. Almost. "Wow," I said finally, my voice icy. "What an honor." He either didn't catch the sarcasm or chose to ignore it because he flopped down on the bed next to me, acting like he'd just won boyfriend of the year. Yeah, the guys couldn't believe it, he said, laughing. But I told them, this girl's different. Different? Sure, I was different. Different enough to deserve being stood up in my own hotel room while he lived it up at a football game. Different enough to hear about how lucky I should feel for being someone's sloppy second priority. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm raging inside me. Part of me wanted to scream at him, to demand why he thought this was okay. But another part of me, cooler, quieter, more detached, realized something important. This wasn't just a bad night. This was a preview, a glimpse into how he operated, how he saw other people. Did you have fun? I asked, my tone dangerously even. He grinned. Yeah, it was great. I mean, it's always a good time with the boys, you know? But I knew I had to get back here for you. Like I said, I've never done that for anyone before. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Wow, I said again, standing up and grabbing my phone. You're really laying it on thick. His grin faltered. What do you mean? I turned to face him, finally letting the mask drop. I mean, you're acting like leaving a game a little early is some huge romantic gesture. Like I should be falling over myself with gratitude that you even bothered to show up at all. He blinked, clearly not expecting the shift in tone. Well, I did come, didn't I? 3 hours late, I shot back. After hanging out with your friends. You didn't even text me to let me know what was going on until I asked. Do you have any idea how disrespectful that is? Now he was on the defensive. Oh, come on. It's not like I bailed. I just wanted to see my friends first. You're overreacting. Overreacting. The classic line. I almost laughed again. Right, I said, grabbing my bag. Because expecting basic decency is such a high bar. He sat up, frowning now. Wait, what are you doing? Leaving, I said simply. You can have the room. I'll book somewhere else. Wait, seriously? He asked, like he couldn't believe it. You're really gonna throw a fit over this? I paused at the door, looking back at him one last time. It's not a fit. It's a boundary. Enjoy the rest of your night. And with that, I was gone. As I stepped into the elevator, my heart was racing, a mix of anger and relief flooding my chest. Part of me wondered if I'd overreacted, if I should have stayed and tried to talk it out. But deep down, I knew the truth. This wasn't just about the game, or the hotel, or the tardiness. It was about respect, or rather, the complete lack of it. The ride home the next morning felt lighter somehow. Sure, I was disappointed. It sucked to realize someone you had chemistry with wasn't who you thought they were. But there was a strange sense of empowerment too, knowing I'd walked away instead of settling for crumbs. I swear, it started out like any other date. You know, that mix of nerves and hope that maybe this time, it'd be different. I met him on Plenty of Fish, seemed like a decent guy. His profile was clean, no weird vibes, nothing that screamed run for your life. We'd messaged back and forth for a couple of weeks, and he seemed normal enough. Funny even. So when he asked to meet up for coffee, I thought, why not? We picked a quiet cafe, somewhere neutral, just in case things got awkward. I showed up a little early, sipping my latte and scrolling through my phone, trying to play it cool. When he walked in, he looked fine. Average. Nothing alarming. He was polite, had a nice smile, and even complimented my sweater. The first 20 minutes were easy, small talk about work, hobbies, the usual icebreakers. But then, out of nowhere, the conversation took a turn. I have to be honest about something, he said, leaning in. His tone dropped, serious now. I froze mid-sip, my stomach nodding. Okay, I said slowly, bracing myself for the classic. I'm separated but not divorced, or I live with my mom. You know, the usual red flags. But no. What came out of his mouth was so far beyond anything I was prepared for. I just got out of San Quentin, he said deadpan. I was in there for 20 years. For a moment, I thought I misheard him. San Quentin? 20 years? My brain scrambled to make sense of the words. My throat felt tight, like I couldn't swallow. Oh, I managed to choke out. What were you in for? I don't even know why I asked. Curiosity? Fear? Some misplaced sense of politeness? But the answer nearly stopped my heart. Double murder, he said, so casually it felt like he was telling me about his favorite Netflix series. It was a long time ago, though. I've changed. I couldn't breathe. My hands felt clammy, and my pulse was pounding so loud in my ears I could barely hear him. My mind was screaming, get out, get out, get out now. But my body wouldn't move. I was paralyzed by this mix of fear and disbelief, stuck there across the table from him. He kept talking like it was nothing, about how it wasn't his fault, how the justice system was flawed, how he'd found himself in prison. He even mentioned joining some art program while he was inside. "You'd be amazed what you can create when you've got 20 years and nothing to do," he said with a smile that sent chills down my spine. I nodded weakly, every fiber of my being begging me to leave, but I didn't know how. I didn't want to set him off. I didn't want to make him angry. All I could think was, this man has killed before. What if he decides tonight's my night? I forced myself to keep it together, plastering on a fake smile and nodding along to his stories. I wasn't even processing half of what he was saying anymore. My brain was in survival mode, screaming at me to stay calm, to act normal, to not give him any reason to suspect I was terrified out of my mind. The date dragged on, every minute feeling like an hour. I sipped my coffee just to have something to do, my hands trembling so badly I nearly spilled it. He didn't seem to notice, or if he did, he didn't care. At one point, he reached across the table to touch my hand, and I had to fight the urge to pull away. My skin crawled under his touch, but I didn't dare show it. When he finally said he needed to leave, I practically leapt out of my chair. "Yeah, me too," I said, forcing a laugh that felt hollow in my throat. We walked outside together, and I kept a careful distance, praying he wouldn't suggest walking me to my car. Thankfully, he didn't. He just smiled, said he'd had a great time, and asked if we could do this again. I nodded, the words spilling out of my mouth before I could stop them. "Sure," I lied. "Let me know." The moment he walked away, I bolted to my car, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. My hands were shaking so much I could barely get the key in the ignition. The second I locked the doors, I broke down, tears streaming down my face as the adrenaline finally crashed over me. When I got home, I didn't even bother taking off my coat. I went straight to my phone and blocked his number. Then I changed mine completely. I deleted plenty of fish, scrubbed my social media, and spent the next hour triple-checking that my privacy settings were airtight. Even now, weeks later, I still feel a cold chill every time I think about that night. About how close I was to someone capable of something so horrifying. About how easily I could have become another statistic. I don't know if he was genuine about turning his life around, and honestly, I don't care. What I do care about is how I ignored every instinct, every red flag that screamed danger, because I didn't want to seem rude or overreact. Never again. If there's one thing I've learned from this, it's to trust my gut. Because sometimes, it's the only thing standing between you and the kind of nightmare you don't wake up from. The dim glow of the bar's neon sign flickered in the window as I checked my phone for the 10th time. 7:32 p.m. He was officially late. My gut told me to call it and leave, but I brushed it off. He's probably stuck in traffic, I told myself, trying to be patient. We'd been talking for a week, and he seemed like a decent guy. Divorced, a dad, in his 30s, someone who'd get the importance of showing up on time. When he finally strolled in, nearly 30 minutes late, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. That was mistake number one. "Sorry about that," he said, flashing me a smile that was just a little too confident for someone who'd kept me waiting. Without missing a beat, he flagged down the waitress and ordered a beer and a shot of Fireball. Then he turned to me with an almost rehearsed grin. "You want one too?" I hesitated. A shot and a beer on a Wednesday night wasn't really my thing, but I didn't want to seem uptight. "Sure," I said, forcing a smile. He clinked his shot glass against mine, and I braced myself as the cinnamon burn hit my throat. At first, the conversation was fine. He was chatty, maybe a little too chatty. Words spilled out of him like a dam had broken, and no matter what I said, he interrupted me. Compliments flew like confetti. "You're so smart. You're gorgeous. I love the way you think." Nice, sure, but they came so fast and so often that I couldn't even finish a thought. Every time I tried to steer the conversation somewhere meaningful, he'd bulldoze right over me. But the real red flags started piling up with the drinks. By the time he was halfway through his third beer and second shot, I was already eyeing the clock. He wasn't slowing down. "Another round?" he asked, signaling the waitress before I could even respond. "Maybe we should order some food," I suggested, hoping to sober him up a bit. Burgers arrived, and for a brief moment, I thought things were stabilizing. Then he chased his meal with yet another shot and 2 more beers. By 9:30, he was buzzing hard, talking even faster, slurring just enough to make me uncomfortable. Meanwhile, I nursed my second beer, counting down the minutes until I could politely call it a night. When the check came, I grabbed my bag, hoping this was the end of it. But as we walked toward the exit, The waitress came running after us. "Hey," she called, glancing nervously at him. "Are you driving tonight? You've had a lot to drink." He scoffed, waving her off. "I'm fine," he said, his words a little too sharp. "I have a high tolerance. I didn't even drink that much." The waitress shot me a concerned look, and I felt my stomach twist. "Maybe you should order an Uber," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Just to be safe." "I'm fine," he insisted, his tone more insistent now. Then he leaned in closer, the smell of Fireball and stale beer heavy on his breath. "But hey, I was thinking, maybe I could come back to your place." The alarm bells were deafening now. I have to work early," I stammered, taking a step back. He looked hurt, almost weepy, and before I could react, he leaned in, trying to kiss me. I turned my head just in time, mumbling something about next time, and darted to my car as quickly as I could. I never heard from him again, and trust me, I didn't lose sleep over it. I have another story to tell. I mean, if I thought that date was bad, the next one came with a whole new level of unease. This time, it was a paramedic, divorced, good-looking, and fresh off a long shift. We met at a quiet diner, and I was cautiously optimistic. He seemed normal enough when we first sat down, but as the meal progressed, things started to unravel. It started innocently enough, small talk about his job, his kids. But then he brought up his ex-wife. At first, it was the usual venting. Things didn't work out, they fought a lot, co-parenting was hard. But then his tone shifted, and the things he said, they weren't just bitter. They were dark. "She's bleeding me dry with child support," he muttered, stabbing at his fries. "I'd love to hire someone to take care of her. You know what I mean?" My heart stopped. He laughed, but it wasn't the kind of laugh that made you feel at ease. It was cold, humorless, and the way he looked at me afterward, like he was waiting for me to agree, sent a chill down my spine. I forced a smile, my pulse racing. "That sounds really hard," I said carefully, trying not to escalate the situation. Every instinct in me was screaming to get out of there, but I didn't want to make him angry. I didn't want to be the next person he casually wished violence upon. After that, the conversation stalled. He picked at his food, occasionally muttering about how unfair life was. I nodded along, pretending to listen, all the while planning my exit. The second the check came, I practically threw my card at the waitress, eager to end the night. Outside, I mumbled something about having an early morning and walked to my car as quickly as I could. He didn't try to stop me, didn't even say goodbye. He just stood there in the parking lot, staring at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. I drove home in silence, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. The whole way, I kept replaying his words in my head. I'd love to hire someone to take care of her. It wasn't a joke. I could feel it in my gut. He meant it. Like the first guy, I never heard from him again. And honestly, I'm glad. But those nights stuck with me. Not just because they were bad dates, but because they reminded me how quickly things can go from awkward to downright dangerous. Now, every time I agree to meet someone new, I double-check my escape plan. Because sometimes, you don't know who you're sitting across from until it's too late. I almost canceled. Sitting on the edge of my bed, phone in hand, I debated sending the "hey, something came up" text. He seemed too young for me, and even though I was only in my early 20s, the gap felt bigger than it should. But he'd insisted he was my age, swore up and down that he wasn't some clueless kid. Against my better judgment, I agreed. When he pulled up to my place, my jaw nearly hit the floor. A sleek, shiny sports car purred in my driveway, like something out of a music video. I wasn't sure whether to be impressed or suspicious. My friends had joked earlier, he's either a drug dealer or has rich parents, and staring at the car now, I wasn't so sure they were wrong. He stepped out, looking just a little too polished, his smile so bright it almost felt practiced. "Ready to go?" he asked, his voice casual, but I caught the slightest hint of nervousness. I climbed into the car, inhaling the scent of new leather and a faint trace of cologne. The ride was smooth, and dinner was fine, pleasant but dull. He wasn't rude or obnoxious, just boring. I found myself filling the silences more than I liked, and every now and then, I'd catch him glancing at his phone like he was waiting for something. Something about him felt off, but I pushed the thought away. Maybe he was just shy. Maybe I was overthinking. We headed to a movie after dinner, and I told myself to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he'd loosen up. We got our tickets and settled in, but not even 10 minutes into the previews, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out, barely trying to hide it, and started texting. I frowned, annoyed but not wanting to make a scene. The movie started, and he was still glued to his phone, the screen's glow lighting up his face in the dark theater. Then, without warning, he stood up and left. I watched him go, confused, but figured maybe he was taking a call or something. When he came back a few minutes later, his face was red, his eyes puffy. He'd been crying. "Are you okay?" I whispered, leaning closer. "I'm fine," he said quickly, avoiding eye contact. His voice cracked just enough to give him away, but he tried to brush it off. "If you need to leave, it's okay," I offered, genuinely concerned. Maybe something terrible had happened, his grandma, a family emergency, something serious. But he shook his head. No, it's fine," he insisted. He wasn't fine. The movie continued, but he barely stayed in his seat for another 10 minutes before disappearing again. I sat there, increasingly uncomfortable, watching the rest of the film by myself. Every now and then, I'd glance toward the lobby doors, hoping he'd come back, but he didn't. When the credits rolled, I grabbed my bag and made my way out, wondering if he'd ditched me entirely. There he was, standing near the concession stand, phone pressed to his ear, pacing in tight circles. His shoulders were tense, his face twisted in frustration. I walked up, motioning for him to wrap it up. He gave me a pained look, holding up a finger like, "Just one more second." Finally, after what felt like forever, he ended the call and turned to me, still visibly upset. "What's going on?" I asked, my patience wearing thin. He hesitated, then sighed, his voice breaking as he admitted, "I've been arguing with my friend. And my ex." My stomach dropped. "What?" "My friend's trying to sleep with her," he said, his words spilling out in a rush. "She was on the phone too. I was trying to get them to stop." I blinked, stunned. Was this real? I had so many questions I didn't even know where to start. Why are you even involved in that?" I asked carefully. He ran a hand through his hair, his voice shaking as he explained. "It's complicated. We broke up after some stuff happened." He hesitated, then added, "I had to go to rehab. She posted some bad things about me online." That was it. That was the explanation. Rehab? Bad things online? None of it made sense, but by now I was so exhausted, I didn't even want to ask. My head was spinning, trying to piece together this chaotic puzzle he'd just dumped in my lap. He drove me home in awkward silence, his mood swinging between sullen and teary. I kept my answers short, not wanting to dig deeper into whatever emotional minefield I'd stumbled into. When we pulled up to my place, he gave me a weak smile, clearly hoping for some reassurance. "Thanks for tonight," I said, my voice flat. I got out of the car before he could try to say more. As I closed the door behind me, I leaned against it, exhaling the deepest sigh of relief. The whole night felt surreal, like some twisted fever dream I'd accidentally walked into. I replayed it in my head, trying to make sense of it, but the more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. I never heard from him again, and honestly, I didn't want to. The weirdness of that date lingered with me for weeks, though. The way he cried in the theater, the frantic phone call, the vague mentions of rehab and drama. It all felt like a storm I narrowly avoided being swept into. At least the movie was good. The wine bar was packed. Music thumped in the background, conversation buzzed at an unbearable pitch, and I could barely hear myself think. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed, trying to stay polite while my date chattered away. Except, I couldn't understand a word he was saying. The place was so loud, it was like he was talking underwater. I kept nodding and smiling, pretending to catch bits and pieces. But honestly, I just wanted to get out of there. He leaned in closer, probably thinking that would help, and before I realized what was happening, he kissed me. Not a sweet, tentative first date kiss. Oh no, this was sloppy, wet, and so uncoordinated it felt like he was trying to eat my face. I froze, stunned, while he kept going, oblivious to how uncomfortable I was. His hands didn't wander, thankfully, but the kissing was so bad it didn't even matter. People brushed past us, and I was pressed up against the wall like I was in some awkward teen drama gone horribly wrong. After 5 excruciating minutes, 5 minutes that felt like 5 hours, I pulled away, faking a yawn. "I'm so sorry," I said, summoning every ounce of politeness I had left. "I'm really tired. I think I need to head home." He looked disappointed, but I didn't care. I mumbled something about early mornings and bolted for the door. The night ended there. I went home, threw on my comfiest pajamas, and buried the whole cringe-worthy experience in the back of my mind. Weeks passed, then months. I had all but forgotten about the bad date. He didn't message, and I didn't care. Life moved on. And then, out of the blue, his name popped up on my phone. I stared at the message for a moment, half tempted to delete it without reading. Curiosity got the better of me, though, and I opened it. Hey, I've been thinking, and I just don't think we're sexually compatible. I blinked. Once. Twice. Then reread it. Was this guy serious? We went on one date. One. And the only thing close to sexual was his attempt at the world's worst kiss. I rolled my eyes and started to type a sarcastic reply, but before I could hit send, another message came through. My daughter, though she's an adult now, she can have sex with whoever she wants. It's amazing how open she is about it. She tells me everything. My blood ran cold. I stared at the screen, horrified. Surely I'd read that wrong. Surely this grown man, this father, wasn't casually discussing his daughter's sex life with me, a relative stranger. But there it was, in black and white, like some awful punchline to a joke no one asked for. He didn't stop there. The messages kept coming, each one worse than the last. He went on about how proud he was of her freedom and how refreshing it was that she felt comfortable sharing those details with him. I wanted to throw my phone across the room. Every word made my stomach churn. What kind of person says things like that? To someone they barely know, no less? I felt dirty just reading it. It wasn't just creepy, it was disturbing. This wasn't just an awkward overshare. It was something darker, something that made my skin crawl and my hands shake as I stared at my phone. I didn't reply. What could I possibly say? Any response felt like engaging in a conversation I desperately wanted no part of. Instead, I blocked him, deleted the messages, and tried to shake off the deep unease clinging to me like a shadow. But the encounter haunted me. I kept thinking about that wine bar, about the way he kissed me like he was entitled to it, about the way he'd messaged me months later, like he had some kind of twisted authority over my body, my worth. And then there was the way he talked about his daughter, so casual, so vile. It was as if he couldn't see how wrong it was, as if he thought he was being open-minded or progressive instead of horrifying. I wondered about her, his daughter. Did she know what he was saying about her? Did she trust him with her private life, only for him to turn around and exploit it in conversations with strangers? The thought made my heart ache. I imagined her as some sweet, naive person who thought she could confide in her dad, never realizing he was twisting her openness into something grotesque. And then, of course, there was the darker possibility. What if she wasn't confiding in him? What if he was making it all up, constructing this sick fantasy in his head? Either way, it made me sick. Either way, it made me wish I'd never swiped right in the first place. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, his words replayed in my mind, like some grotesque whisper I couldn't shut out. I kept picturing his face, the way he looked at me that night at the wine bar, the way he seemed so normal. I thought about all the other people he might have dated, all the other women who might have sat across from him, completely unaware of what lurked beneath the surface. And then there was that one terrifying thought I couldn't shake. What if I hadn't excused myself that night? What if I'd let him come closer, let him into my space, into my life? I shuddered at the thought, grateful for the instincts that had told me to run. The air in the bar felt heavy that night, like something was off before I even walked in. My gut told me to cancel the date. Something about her profile had seemed too good to be true. But I figured, what's the worst that could happen? Famous last words. She waved me over as I walked in, and for a moment I froze. My stomach dropped. The woman sitting at the table looked nothing like the pictures on her dating profile. I'm not talking about a subtle difference, no clever angles or flattering filters. No, this was outright deception. She was easily 100 pounds heavier than her photos suggested. I stood there, caught between disbelief and a vague sense of annoyance. Still, I told myself to be polite. I'd already come all this way, and maybe I could salvage the evening with some decent conversation. I plastered on a smile, walked over, and introduced myself. Hey, nice to meet you. She grinned back, oblivious to my shock, and launched into small talk like nothing was wrong. I sat down, still trying to process the situation, when she flagged down the bartender and ordered a drink. On my tab, of course. The first few minutes were awkward but manageable. I kept the conversation light, asking about her interests, her job, anything to fill the silence. But then she started talking, and that's when things took a nosedive straight into the twilight zone. Within the first 30 minutes, I learned more about her than I ever wanted to know. First, she casually mentioned that she was married. Yes, married. She said it like it was no big deal, like it was just another fun fact about her life. My brain screeched to a halt. Wait, I said, trying to keep my voice even. You're married? Oh yeah, she said, waving a hand like it was nothing. But don't worry, he's in prison. I blinked. Prison? Yeah, she said, sipping her drink. He's been locked up for a while now. I mean, it's not like we're really together anymore, you know? I didn't know. I didn't know anything anymore. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what she'd just told me, but she wasn't done. Not even close. And like, I'm doing so much better now, she continued, her voice picking up speed. I'm 12 days clean from heroin. Heroin. My stomach flipped. 12 days. That's not even 2 weeks. I stared at her, unsure of how to respond. Was I supposed to congratulate her? Offer support? I was still stuck on the fact that her husband was in prison. Oh, and I have 3 kids, she added, almost as an afterthought. But, you know, they're in the system right now. The system. My brain short-circuited. I felt like I was watching a train derail in slow motion. Every piece of information she shared crashing into the next. Married. Prison. Heroin. The system. Each revelation was like a punch to the gut, and I could barely keep up. She kept talking, oblivious to my growing discomfort. Her words blurred together as I sat there, trying to figure out how I'd ended up in this nightmare. This wasn't just a bad date. This was a full-blown horror story. The kind you tell your friends about later, and they don't even believe you. I glanced at my watch, trying to come up with an excuse to leave. But she was so deep into her story, some convoluted tale about her husband's crimes and her struggles to get her kids back, that I didn't know how to interrupt. I just nodded along, barely listening, my mind racing for an exit strategy. Finally, she paused long enough for me to cut in. You know, I said, forcing a smile, I just realized I have an early morning tomorrow. I should probably get going. Her face fell, but she recovered quickly. Oh, okay, she said, looking disappointed but not surprised. I reached into my wallet, pulled out a $20 bill, and handed it to the bartender. This should cover my drinks, I said, loud enough for her to hear. I didn't offer to pay for hers. Not after everything she'd just dropped on me. As I stood up, she looked at me, her expression a mix of hope and resignation. So, do you think we could do this again sometime? I almost laughed. I'll let you know, I said, avoiding eye contact as I walked out the door. The cool night air hit me like a slap in the face, and I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the lingering unease. My heart was pounding, and my hands felt clammy. I couldn't believe what had just happened. On the drive home, I replayed the evening in my head, every detail somehow worse than the last. The deception, the bombshell confessions, the complete lack of awareness. It all felt like a bad dream I couldn't wake up from. I thought about her kids, her husband, her struggles with addiction, and for a brief moment, I felt a pang of sympathy. But then I remembered how she'd lied about everything from the start, and that sympathy evaporated. I deleted her number the moment I got home. Blocked her on the dating app too. I wasn't about to risk her showing up in my inbox months later with some new drama. As far as I was concerned, this chapter was closed. The car ride was the longest, most suffocating silence I've ever endured. The hum of the engine was the only sound, punctuated by the occasional clicking of his turn signal. I stared out the window, watching the darkened streets blur by, fighting the urge to scream just to break the unbearable quiet. He hadn't said a word, not one, in the entire drive. I glanced at him, his hands gripping the wheel at 10 and 2, his face blank, emotionless. No small talk. No had a nice time. Just nothing. It hadn't started this way. When we matched, his messages were normal, friendly even. We'd exchanged some banter, talked about our favorite shows, and landed on dinner for our first date. He wasn't overly chatty, but I figured maybe he was just a little reserved. I thought meeting in person would bring out more of his personality. Instead, it felt like I was sitting across from a statue. From the moment we sat down at the restaurant, I could tell something was off. I started the conversation with something simple. So, how was your day? Fine, he said, then looked down at the menu. I laughed lightly, assuming he'd elaborate, but he didn't. Okay, maybe he was nervous. What do you do for work? I asked, trying again. Tech, he said, not even glancing up. Tech? Cool. What kind of stuff do you work on? Software. I waited for him to say more, but he didn't. Just stared blankly at his menu, like it was the most fascinating thing in the world. By this point, I was starting to panic a little. Maybe I'd done something wrong. Said something that upset him? I ran through our earlier texts in my head, trying to find some clue, but nothing stood out. The waiter came by, and I almost sighed with relief. Finally, someone else to fill the silence. But after we ordered, the quiet settled back in like a heavy fog. I asked more questions, hoping to coax something out of him. What do you like to do for fun? Movies. Seen anything good lately? No, so, any siblings? Yeah, it was like pulling teeth, except I was the only one in pain. Eventually I stopped trying. What was the point? He clearly wasn't interested in talking to me, or anyone apparently. We ate in total silence. The clinking of silverware on plates was the only sound between us, and every time I looked up, he was either staring off into the distance or focused intently on his food. At one point, the awkwardness became too much, and I started laughing, this nervous, uncontrollable giggle I couldn't suppress. I expected him to at least ask why I was laughing, but he didn't even blink. He just kept eating, like I wasn't even there. I felt trapped, like I was stuck in a bad dream I couldn't wake up from. The silence wasn't just uncomfortable, it was oppressive, like it was swallowing me whole. I could feel my pulse quickening, my palms sweating, and I started to wonder if maybe this wasn't just a bad date. Maybe something was seriously wrong with him. The way he avoided eye contact, the way he didn't react to anything, it was eerie, like I was sitting across from someone who'd forgotten how to be human. When the check came, I almost bolted for the door. But no, I told myself to stick it out. He was my ride home, after all. Maybe the car ride would be better. Maybe he'd relax now that the pressure of the dinner was over. Spoiler alert, it wasn't better. The silence in the car was somehow even worse than at the restaurant. At least in the restaurant, there were other people, background noise, distractions. In the car, it was just us, the hum of the engine, and the suffocating tension. I tried to start a conversation once, just once. So, do you live far from here? I asked, my voice thin and strained. No, he said. I gave up after that. I stared out the window, counting streetlights, counting seconds, counting anything to make the time pass faster. Every now and then, I'd glance over at him, hoping he'd say something, but he never did. His face was completely blank, like he was in some sort of trance. It wasn't just awkward anymore, it was unsettling. I started wondering if I was even safe with him. When we finally pulled up to my apartment, I could feel my body unclench, the tension in my chest easing slightly. Thanks for the ride, I said, fumbling for the door handle. Yeah, he said, not even looking at me. I got out of the car as fast as I could, practically sprinting up the steps to my building. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see him just sitting there, staring blankly into the distance. Once I was inside, I locked the door, leaned against it, and let out a long breath. My heart was still racing, and my hands were shaking. The whole evening had felt wrong, like I'd been sitting across from someone who wasn't quite real. I kept replaying the silence in my head, the eerie stillness, the way he seemed completely detached from everything around him. I didn't hear from him again, and I didn't want to. The whole experience left me rattled, like I'd brushed up against something sinister without even realizing it. The rain was relentless, pouring in icy sheets as I stood under the awning of the pizza place, staring at the peeling paint on the door and questioning every decision I'd made that led me here. This was supposed to be a casual, fun first date, the kind where you didn't overthink things. We'd met on OkCupid, exchanged a few messages, and decided on a whim to meet up since we were both bored and had nothing better to do. The plan was simple, grab some pizza, chat, and see if there was anything there. But as soon as we stepped inside, I knew I'd made a mistake. The guy behind the counter looked frazzled and out of place, his apron hanging crookedly, and his expression a mix of panic and apathy. Hey, he said, barely glancing up, I'm new here. Running the place by myself. All I can do is heat up the slices the last guy left. I laughed awkwardly, glancing at my date. She smiled politely, but her eyes said everything. Is this normal? I could feel the weight of her unspoken question, and all I could do was shrug. It was cold and rainy outside, and the thought of trudging through the downpour to find somewhere else seemed worse than just toughing it out here. I guess we'll stay, I said, trying to sound upbeat. We grabbed a booth, and that's when the cracks in my plan started widening. The place was filthy, sticky tables, crumbs scattered across the floor, and a faint smell of something burnt lingering in the air. In the corner, a couple of guys were openly rolling blunts, and at the table nearest ours, a group of kids passed around a pitcher of beer. None of them looked a day over 18. It felt like we'd wandered into a set for one of those gritty indie films where everything goes wrong. The pizza, when it came, was edible. That's about all I can say for it. But the food wasn't the worst part. The worst part was me. I was hyper-aware of how badly I'd screwed up. This wasn't just a bad choice of venue. It was the bad choice, the kind that eats away at you in real time. She deserved better than this dive, and I couldn't stop fixating on how much I'd blown it. Every time I tried to start a conversation, my awkwardness choked the life out of it. "So," I said, staring at her across the greasy table, "what made you move here?" She smiled, soft and genuine, and started talking about her job, her love for exploring new places, how she didn't know many people here yet. She was smart, thoughtful, and easy to talk to on paper. But I couldn't get out of my own head long enough to let the conversation flow. Every word I said felt clunky, forced, like I was trying too hard and failing miserably. The sound of laughter from the beer-drinking teens cut through the tension. I glanced over at them, their carefree energy a sharp contrast to the awkward silence settling between us. I forced a laugh, gesturing vaguely at the scene around us. "This place isn't exactly how I remember it," I said, hoping humor might save me. She chuckled, a small mercy. "Yeah, it's definitely unique." We finished our food quickly, more out of a desire to escape than anything else. As we stepped outside, the rain was still coming down hard, and I offered to walk her to her car. The whole way, I replayed the night in my head, cringing at every awkward pause, every missed opportunity to make her laugh or show her who I really was. When we reached her car, I forced a smile. "Well, thanks for tonight." "Thanks," she said, her voice kind but non-committal. "Take care." I watched her drive away, knowing I'd never see her again. That was it. I'd blown it. I walked back to my car in the rain, defeated, and went home to sulk. For weeks, I replayed the disaster of that date in my mind. Every time I thought about her, her smile, her easy laugh, the way she'd tried to make the best of an undeniably bad situation, I felt a pang of regret. I told myself to forget about her, to move on, but she lingered in the back of my mind like a ghost. And then, out of nowhere, I got the nerve to message her. I don't know what possessed me. Maybe it was the lingering guilt, or maybe I just needed closure. "Hey," I wrote, "I know our first date wasn't great, but if you'd be up for a do-over, I'd love a chance to show you a better time." To my shock, she said yes. The second date was nothing like the first. I took her to my favorite pizza place, the tiny one I should have picked the first time, with its cozy atmosphere and incredible food. We laughed until our sides hurt, the conversation flowing effortlessly. It was like night and day compared to our first meeting, and for the first time, I felt like I could breathe around her. Fast forward 4 years, and here I am, writing this while she sleeps next to me in our apartment. Our cat is curled up at her feet, purring softly. That disastrous first date feels like a lifetime ago, and yet, it's a part of our story, a reminder of how far we've come. The night started off like a typical Saturday. I was pumped for what I thought was going to be an epic party, a band, good vibes, and a chance to get to know this girl I'd met at the bar a few days earlier. We'd hit it off then, swapping numbers and trading laughs. When she invited me to a party at her dad's house, I thought, sure, why not? She made it sound like a wild time. But as I pulled up to the house, the red flags started waving. Hard. The driveway had maybe 4 cars parked in it, and the house was quiet. No music, no sounds of laughter or people mingling. Just the faint buzz of streetlights in the chilly air. I hesitated, staring at the house, debating whether to turn around. But I was already here, so I told myself to give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen? I thought. A question I would come to regret. She opened the door before I even knocked, and it was immediately clear she was trashed. Her eyes were glassy, her movements wobbly, and she greeted me with a slurred, overly enthusiastic, "You made it." She pulled me inside, babbling about how amazing the party was going to be, and dragged me down into the basement. The party was a joke. The band she'd hyped up. That was just her dad, awkwardly strumming a beat-up guitar in the corner. A couple of people sat slumped on mismatched couches, barely acknowledging my existence. The place reeked of stale beer and something sour. I grabbed a drink just to have something to hold, already plotting my exit. Then things got weirder. She kept disappearing into the bathroom with her friend, coming out jittery, rubbing her nose, and giggling like a maniac. It didn't take a genius to figure out they were doing coke in there. Her dad, meanwhile, kept yammering about some guy named Pee Wee Johnson, who was apparently dying to meet me. I nodded along, not really caring, just wanting to find the right moment to bail. Suddenly, her dad sprinted upstairs. "He's here," he shouted. "Pee Wee's here." I froze. Who the hell was Pee Wee Johnson, and why was her dad so excited? Before I could process, he came back down the stairs, completely naked. Yes, you read that right. Naked. Except, he wasn't just naked. He was wearing some grotesque prosthetic contraption that made him look like he had 3 oversized breasts on his chest, a 4th dangling somewhere below his stomach, along with massive fake testicles and a disturbingly small fake penis. My jaw hit the floor. This grown man, her father, strutted across the room, climbed onto the makeshift stage, and started singing again, still in his bizarre naked getup. The 2 other guests clapped half-heartedly while I sat there, stunned into silence. What kind of fever dream had I walked into? My brain screamed at me to leave, but my date was nowhere to be seen. I figured I should at least find her before I ghosted. I wandered upstairs and found her in a bedroom, hunched over a trash can, puking her guts out. She was a mess, hair matted to her sweaty forehead, mumbling incoherently. Despite the absolute disaster this night had turned into, I couldn't just leave her like that. I helped her onto the bed, propped her up, and put the trash can within reach. I stayed for a bit, making sure she wouldn't choke or something, but it was clear she was out for the count. That's when the next curveball hit. Out of nowhere, a 12-year-old girl walked into the room. She was carrying a soda and looked far too comfortable with the chaos unfolding around her. I blinked, trying to make sense of it. "Who are you?" I asked. "My sister," she said flatly, motioning toward my passed-out date. Her sister. A child was wandering around in this circus of a house while her dad was downstairs naked and her older sibling was coked out and unconscious. It was surreal. I wasn't sure whether to be horrified or impressed by how unfazed this kid seemed. We ended up talking. Turns out she was into martial arts, and as a heavyweight champ at the time, we had a surprising amount in common. We talked about competitions, training, and even realized we knew a few of the same people in the scene. For a moment, it was almost normal, 2 strangers bonding over a shared passion. Except one of us was a kid, and the other was supposed to be on a date with her sister. Eventually, I glanced at my watch and decided I'd had enough. This wasn't just a bad date, it was a full-blown horror show, and I needed to get out. I stood up, gesturing toward my unconscious date. "Be smart," I told her little sister, nodding toward the bed. "Don't end up like this." The kid nodded solemnly, and I walked out the door, the sounds of her dad's off-key singing still echoing through the house as I escaped into the night. Driving home, I replayed the night in my head, equal parts horrified and baffled. How had it gone so wrong so quickly? What kind of life was this girl living, surrounded by drugs, chaos, and a father who thought stripping down and performing was acceptable party behavior? I never called her again. Never saw her again. The highway stretched out before us, endless and unforgiving, as I gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary. His words echoed in my head, each one cutting deeper than the last. "Well, you're no Miss America, but you'll do." I laughed it off at first, the kind of awkward laugh you let out when you're caught off guard and unsure how to respond. But the sting of those words lingered, sour and humiliating. I glanced over at him in the passenger seat, his smug expression illuminated by the early morning sun. He didn't even seem to notice how cruel he'd been, like it was just another joke, another throwaway comment. But to me, it set the tone for what would become the worst and most unsettling date of my life. This was supposed to be a fun day. A blind date, sure, but the idea of spending a sunny afternoon at the beach sounded like a perfect escape from the grind of college life. I'd agreed to pick him up since he didn't have a car. It seemed harmless enough at the time. But 15 minutes into the drive, I already regretted my decision. His tone was sharp, his comments laced with an edge that made my skin crawl. What had started as awkward small talk quickly devolved into something darker. He had this way of steering the conversation toward topics designed to make me uncomfortable, mocking people's appearances, cracking mean-spirited jokes, and acting like he was the smartest guy in the room. And then there was that comment. The one about Miss America. I could still feel the knot in my stomach, twisting tighter with every mile. There was no turning back, though. We were on the highway, and the beach was still an hour away. I kept telling myself to stay calm, to tough it out. Maybe the beach would improve his mood, or at least give me enough space to breathe and collect myself. But as the minutes dragged on, it became painfully clear he wasn't going to get better. In fact, he was only getting worse. At one point, he turned to me, completely serious, and asked, "Do you always wear your hair like that?" "It's interesting." I bit my tongue, refusing to rise to the bait. But inside, I was boiling. Who was this guy? And why did he think he had the right to talk to me like that? The silence between us grew heavier as I stopped trying to make conversation. I focused on the road, counting the miles until the next rest area. I needed a break, not just from driving, but from him. When we finally pulled into one, the tension in the car was unbearable. "I'm going to use the restroom," he announced, grabbing his bag and slamming the door shut behind him. The moment he disappeared into the building, something in me snapped. I glanced at his stuff, his jacket, a small bag he'd left behind, and an idea took root. A wild, impulsive, and completely freeing idea. I don't have to do this. I don't owe him my time or my patience. I can end this right now. Before I could talk myself out of it, I grabbed his things, opened the car door, and dumped them on the curb. My heart raced as I climbed back into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and started the engine. I didn't even look back as I pulled out of the lot and onto the highway. For the first few miles, my hands were shaking. Adrenaline coursed through me, a mix of panic and exhilaration. What if he tried to call me? What if he somehow found a way to track me down? I shoved the thoughts aside, focusing instead on the relief of being free from his toxic presence. By the time I made it home, the initial panic had worn off, replaced by a quiet sense of triumph. Sure, the day hadn't gone as planned, but I'd stood up for myself in a way I never had before. I'd taken control of a situation that could have easily spiraled into something worse. Even now, decades later, I still think about that day. Not just about how awful he was, but about how close I came to tolerating it, to letting his behavior slide just because I didn't want to seem rude or overreact. It's a reminder that sometimes, the scariest moments aren't the ones where someone threatens you outright. They're the moments where someone chips away at your self-worth piece by piece, until you start to question if you deserve better. The wine glass trembled slightly in my hand as I glanced across the table. Her expression was neutral, polite, but completely detached. The air between us felt heavy, like we were both trapped in some awkward social experiment with no escape hatch. I swirled the wine, took a sip, and forced myself to keep the conversation going. "So," I ventured, "what made you get into accounting?" She blinked at me, her response quick and clipped, like she was reciting a fact from a script. "It's stable, and I'm good with numbers." "Oh," I said, nodding as if that was a deeply profound answer. The silence returned, thick and suffocating, like a third presence at the table. I felt my grip on small talk slipping, my dating skills eroded from years of avoiding anything resembling intimacy after my last breakup. And yet, I couldn't shake the growing dread that this wasn't just me. We were both awful at this. Our earlier dinner had been a disaster too. Every question we asked each other felt more like an obligation than genuine curiosity. It wasn't just her giving short answers. I was just as guilty. It was like we were locked in a timed debate, rushing through the motions without any real interest in each other. I knew there was no spark, no chemistry. Hell, there wasn't even a flicker. Still, I felt compelled to salvage something from the night. "Dessert and wine?" I'd suggested after dinner, desperate to loosen up the tension, or at least make the date slightly more bearable. She agreed, and I held on to the faint hope that maybe, the atmosphere would help. Spoiler, it didn't. I loosened up a bit, sure. The wine helped me lean into my stories, my jokes. But no matter what I said, her reaction remained non-existent. She'd nod, maybe chuckle politely, but there was nothing behind it. Meanwhile, I was drowning in my own awkwardness, desperately trying to claw my way out of this pit of social hell. When she excused herself to go to the bathroom, I slumped forward, resting my head on the table. I could practically feel the weight of my failure pressing down on me. That's when I felt it, a light touch on my arm. Startled, I looked up to see one of the girls sitting at the table next to ours. She was smiling, her friend giggling beside her. "You're doing great," she whispered, trying not to laugh. "We've been listening, and honestly, you're really funny." "She's just not getting it." I blinked, completely caught off guard. For the first time all night, I felt seen, like someone understood the effort I was putting in. "Thanks," I said, managing a weak smile. "I'm trying." The three of us started chatting quietly, their laughter a stark contrast to the suffocating silence I'd endured with my date. I told them one of the jokes that had fallen flat earlier, and they cracked up, their laughter drawing a warmth I hadn't felt all evening. For a brief, fleeting moment, I didn't feel like a complete disaster. Of course, that's when my date returned. She stopped mid-stride, her eyes narrowing as she took in the scene, me, laughing with two strangers while she'd been gone. The awkwardness snapped back into place, tighter than ever, and I straightened up, fumbling to explain. But she didn't say a word. She just sat down, her expression icy, and the silence roared back to life. When the check came, I reached for it. ready to put this night to bed. But before I could grab it, she snatched it out of my hand, her movements sharp and deliberate. "We'll split it," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. "A girl can pay her own way." I blinked, stunned, then caught the eyes of the girls at the next table. They exchanged a glance, their expressions a mix of disbelief and sympathy. One of them raised her eyebrows at me as if to say, "You're not the problem here." We paid the bill in tense silence, and I followed her out the door, dragging my feet like a condemned man heading to the gallows. The girls behind me offered a small look of encouragement as we left, but it wasn't enough to lighten the weight of the evening. I walked her to the train station, feeling like I was escorting a stranger rather than someone I'd just spent the last few hours with. The night air was cold, but the distance between us felt colder. When we reached the platform, I didn't even bother offering to wait with her. She probably didn't want me there, and honestly, I figured she'd enjoy the wait more without me. As we said goodbye, an awkward, fumbling handshake that felt more like closing a business deal than ending a date, I couldn't muster up the energy to care. We parted ways without a second glance, the silent agreement between us clear. This was the last time we'd ever see each other. On the train ride home, I opened the comic books I'd bought earlier that day, hoping they'd redeem the trip into the city. But as I flipped through the pages, I couldn't stop my mind from wandering back to the wine bar, to the girls at the next table, to the laughter and connection I'd managed to find in the middle of an otherwise disastrous evening. I should have gone back, I realized. After I dropped her off, I should have turned around, walked back into the bar, and joined their table. Anything would have been better than letting the night end like this, flat, awkward, and utterly forgettable. Or maybe not forgettable. Because even now, I can't help but think about that date, the way it felt like we were two strangers forced together by circumstance, both silently counting the minutes until it was over. The way the laughter from the next table seemed to taunt me, a reminder of what connection could feel like if only it wasn't so painfully absent. The waiter had barely stepped away when she started crying, full on, head in her hands, can't catch her breath crying. I froze, unsure if I'd accidentally said something offensive in the last 30 seconds. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice laced with panic. She sniffled, wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and blurted out, "It's just, me and my ex-boyfriend used to order the same thing." I blinked. Slowly. She was crying because I ordered water, and she got a Coke. The same drinks she and her ex used to get. My brain scrambled for an appropriate response. But what do you even say to that? I'm sorry." She shook her head furiously, tears streaming down her face. "It's not your fault," she sobbed. "I just didn't expect it to hit me this hard." Hit her this hard? Over beverages? I stared down at the untouched glass of water in front of me, suddenly feeling like it was radioactive. I glanced around the restaurant, hoping no one was watching, but it felt like every eye in the place was on us. "Hey, it's okay," I said awkwardly, wishing I could melt into my chair. "You don't have to think about him. Let's just enjoy the meal." But that was easier said than done. She was inconsolable, sniffling through the appetizer and clutching a napkin like it was her lifeline. The more I tried to cheer her up, the worse it seemed to get. She kept looking at me with these big, watery eyes, like she thought I might vanish into thin air at any second. Then came the paranoia. "Promise me you're not going to leave," she said out of nowhere, her voice trembling. "When I go to the bathroom, you won't just walk out, right?" Her words hit me like a slap. "What?" I asked, genuinely startled. "Why would I do that?" "Guys do that to me sometimes," she whispered, her gaze dropping to the table. "They just leave." My stomach twisted. On one hand, I felt bad for her, really bad. She clearly had been through some stuff. But on the other hand, I couldn't ignore the weight of what she'd just said. Guys had walked out on her mid-date. What kind of disaster dates had she been on to make her think that was a real possibility? More importantly, what did that say about how this night was going? "I'm not going anywhere," I said firmly, trying to reassure her. She nodded, but I could tell she didn't fully believe me. She went to the bathroom, and for the few minutes she was gone, I sat frozen at the table, acutely aware of the stares from the nearby tables. The weight of her earlier comment hung in the air. I'd promised I wouldn't leave, and I meant it, but there was a tiny, nagging part of me that wondered if I should have. What have I gotten myself into? When she came back, her mood had shifted. The tears were gone, replaced by an odd sort of manic energy. She sat down, leaned in close, and said, "Do you want to go to the mall after this?" I frowned, confused. "The mall?" She nodded, her eyes wide and almost excited. There's a piercing place there. I've been thinking about getting my nipples done. My brain short-circuited. Nipples? I could barely process what was happening. Wow, I managed to stammer. That's bold. You'll come with me, right? She asked, smiling now. It was the first time all night she didn't look like she was about to cry, but the sudden shift was almost more unsettling. I don't know if that's really my scene, I said cautiously. I was already mentally preparing my exit plan, but she wasn't listening. She was too busy talking about how much it would hurt or not hurt, and whether I thought a barbell or hoops would look better. I nodded along, trying to keep up, but my mind was racing. This wasn't just an awkward date anymore. It was something else entirely, something I didn't have the tools to handle. The crying, the paranoia, the nipple-piercing detour. What was next? When the check came, I grabbed it, hoping to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Let me take care of this, I said, trying to sound polite. No, she said sharply, snatching the check out of my hand. A girl can pay her own way. I didn't argue. At that point, I was just grateful for anything that sped up the process of ending this bizarre, emotionally charged evening. We walked out together, the air between us heavy with unspoken weirdness. She looked up at me expectantly as we reached the sidewalk, and I realized with a sinking feeling that she was waiting for me to suggest we head to the mall. Instead, I gestured toward the parking lot. Your car's this way, right? Oh, she said, clearly disappointed. Yeah, I guess. I walked her to her car, doing my best to keep the mood light. When we got there, she turned to me, hesitating as if she wanted to say something profound. I braced myself, but all she managed was a quiet, "Thanks for tonight." Of course, I said quickly, stepping back. Take care. She drove off, and I stood there for a moment, letting the tension drain from my shoulders. The relief was almost overwhelming. I climbed into my own car, sat in silence for a moment, and then laughed, this incredulous, shaky laugh that came from pure disbelief. What was that? The first thing I noticed was the suit. A full suit, for a casual 5:30 p.m. tea date. My brain stalled as he walked toward me, but then my eyes drifted downward, and things got worse. He wasn't wearing normal shoes. No, he had on those weird barefoot shoes, the kind that hug each toe like gloves. And strapped around his waist, a fanny pack. By the time I got to his face, I was greeted by oversized, reflective bike glasses that made him look like a wannabe marathoner trapped in a business meeting. Hey, he said, grinning like nothing about this situation was out of the ordinary. Hi, I replied, trying to keep my expression neutral. My fight-or-flight instincts were already kicking in, but I forced myself to sit down. Maybe it was just a quirky first impression. Maybe he had some reason for the ensemble that would make it less horrifying. Spoiler alert, he didn't. As soon as we settled in with our tea, he launched into a monologue about his job. Not the usual polite small talk, mind you. This was an unfiltered rant. He hated his boss. He hated his co-workers. He hated the office. He hated the commute. It was like he'd been bottling up his frustrations for years and had decided I, a stranger, would be the perfect outlet. I tried to steer the conversation into safer waters. So, do you have any hobbies? I asked, attempting to sound cheerful. Running, he said, his tone completely flat. No elaboration, no enthusiasm, just a single lifeless word. Then, as if realizing he should say more, he added, I run every day. Keeps me sane. Oh, that's cool, I said, trying to keep things going. Have you done any marathons? He shrugged, sipping his tea. Yeah, a few. But those are nothing. I prefer long solo runs, pushing myself. I nodded, hoping he'd take the hint to ask me something. But instead, he launched back into complaining about his job. I stared at him, trying to stay engaged, but my mind kept wandering back to the outfit. The suit and barefoot shoes alone were enough to throw me off, but the fanny pack? Was he carrying something important? Snacks? Pepper spray? Why would someone need a fanny pack for tea? And the glasses? Did he think we'd be riding off into the sunset after this? The whole scene felt surreal, like I'd wandered into a fever dream. His voice droned on and on about how his boss didn't appreciate him, how his co-workers were idiots, and how he was planning to quit any day now. The more he talked, the more I realized there was no saving this date. I glanced at my watch, desperately trying to come up with an excuse to leave. Before I could say anything, he leaned back in his chair and said, I think I'm going to go for a run after this. Oh, I asked, confused. Yeah, he said, gesturing to his suit. 12 miles. I'll just run in this. He said it like it was the most normal thing in the world, like running in a suit was a totally acceptable thing to do. I blinked, waiting for him to laugh, to reveal that he was joking. But he didn't. He just sat there, completely serious. "It's good training," he added, as if that explained everything. My brain couldn't process it. The barefoot shoes I could understand, for running. But the suit? Was this some kind of flex? Was he trying to impress me by proving how tough or quirky he was? If that was the goal, it wasn't working. "That's, ambitious," I said finally, not knowing what else to say. "Yeah," he said, nodding. "Most people don't get it, but I'm used to being misunderstood." At that moment, I decided I'd had enough. I forced a smile and said, "I have an early morning tomorrow. I should probably get going." He looked disappointed but nodded. "Sure, no problem. I'll just head out for my run." I stared at him, half expecting him to rip off the suit and reveal running shorts underneath. But no, he stood up, adjusted his fanny pack, and started stretching in the tea shop. People were staring, and I felt my face flush with second-hand embarrassment. "Good luck," I said quickly, grabbing my bag and heading for the door before he could rope me into watching his pre-run routine. As I walked to my car, I kept replaying the evening in my head, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The outfit, the ranting, the casual declaration of a 12-mile run in formal wear. It was all so bizarre, like a parody of a bad date. I couldn't stop wondering, was this who he really was, or was this some kind of elaborate social experiment? Either way, I knew one thing for sure. There wouldn't be a second date. The bar was dimly lit, with the low hum of chatter and clinking glasses setting the mood. I leaned back in my chair, holding my drink, and tried to make sense of what I'd just heard. She had said it so casually, as if we weren't on a date, as if it was something you'd share with a coworker over lunch. "I got a booty call before I came here," she'd said, swirling her cocktail with the tiny straw. Her tone was nonchalant, almost bored, but her eyes flicked up to gauge my reaction. I laughed nervously, unsure of how to respond. "Oh, well, that's honest," I managed, trying to keep things light. But inside, my ego took a hit. Hard. Who even says that on a date? I brushed it off, forcing myself to focus on the conversation, but the words lingered, gnawing at the back of my mind. The night carried on awkwardly. There was some small talk, some surface-level banter, but I couldn't shake the weird energy in the air. She seemed distracted, like her mind was somewhere else, or with someone else. I chalked it up to nerves or maybe a mismatch in vibes, but something about the whole situation felt off. At one point, she excused herself to use the restroom. "Be right back," she said with a quick smile. I nodded, fiddling with the coaster under my drink, trying to convince myself that the night wasn't a total disaster. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe I could salvage this. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Then 15. The awkward pit in my stomach grew heavier as I glanced toward the restroom, then back at her empty chair. I told myself to be patient. Maybe there was a line, or maybe she'd gotten caught up fixing her makeup. But as the minutes dragged on, a sinking feeling crept in. Something wasn't right. Finally, I decided to check. I got up, weaving through the crowded bar toward the restrooms. The hallway was quiet, empty. I waited a moment, then peeked around the corner. No sign of her. I went back to our table, hoping she'd reappeared while I was gone. But the chair was still empty, the air around it cold and vacant. My heart sank as the realization hit me. She was gone. She'd just left. I sat down slowly, staring at the half-empty cocktail she'd left behind. A mix of embarrassment and frustration churned in my chest. Who does that? Who just disappears mid-date without a word? My mind raced through the possibilities. Did I say something wrong? Did she not like me? Or worse, was she bored enough to just ghost me entirely? The bartender passed by, glancing at the empty chair across from me. "Your date leave?" he asked casually. "Yeah," I muttered, forcing a laugh. "Guess so." He gave me a sympathetic nod before walking away, but his pity felt like salt in the wound. I downed the rest of my drink in one gulp, the burn doing little to dull the sting of rejection. As I sat there, the words she'd said earlier replayed in my mind. "I got a booty call before I came here." Was that it? Did someone text her, and she decided they were a better option? Did she leave to meet them? The thought made my stomach twist. I pictured her walking out of the bar, phone in hand, smiling as she texted someone who wasn't me. The image stung more than I cared to admit. This wasn't just a bad date, it was a hit to my pride. A reminder that sometimes, people won't even give you the courtesy of a goodbye. The rest of the night felt like a blur. I paid the tab, grabbed my coat, and walked out into the cold night air, my mind still reeling. The city lights blurred together as I replayed the evening over and over, trying to pinpoint where it all went wrong. But no matter how much I analyzed it, one fact remained: she'd left, and I had no idea why. Even now, thinking back on it, the whole thing feels surreal, like a bad dream I couldn't wake up from. Her disappearing act wasn't just rude, it was unsettling. It left me with more questions than answers, and a lingering unease I couldn't shake. Dating is supposed to be awkward, sure. But this was something else entirely. A night that started with a casual drink ended with an empty chair, and the kind of silence that sticks with you long after the night is over. The roller rink was alive with neon lights and thumping pop music, the kind of chaotic energy that promised a good time. I stood by the rental counter, lacing up my skates and nervously glancing at my date. He was already wobbling around on his skates like a baby deer, but I chalked it up to nerves or excitement. I mean, it was a cute idea for a first date, right? Fun, nostalgic, low pressure. I smiled at him, trying to ease the awkwardness. "Ready to hit the floor?" I asked, holding out my hand. He grinned back, maybe a little too wide, and we shuffled toward the rink. At first, it was fun. We laughed, stumbled, and leaned on each other as we tried not to fall. He kept cracking jokes, trying to impress me, and for a little while it almost worked. But then, maybe 15 minutes in, his face went pale. Like ghostly pale. "You okay?" I asked, my smile fading. He nodded quickly, too quickly. Yeah, I'm fine," he mumbled, but his hand shot to his stomach, and his expression twisted into something between panic and nausea. Before I could say anything else, he doubled over and, oh my God, threw up. Right there, in the middle of the rink. I jumped back instinctively, but not fast enough. It splashed onto my leg, warm and awful, and I froze in shock. Around us, people gasped and scattered, skaters swerving to avoid the mess. He straightened up, looking horrified, and stammered, "I'm so sorry." I didn't even know what to say. What could I say? My brain was still trying to process what had just happened when he bolted toward the bathroom, one hand clamped over his mouth. I stood there awkwardly, trying to wipe the mess off my leg with a paper napkin someone had handed me. The rink staff came over with a mop, giving me a mix of pitying and annoyed looks. People were staring, whispering, and I wanted to crawl under the neon-patterned carpet and disappear. A few minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom, looking pale and shaky but determined. "I'm so sorry," he said again, his voice cracking. "I don't know what happened. I think I ate something bad. Maybe we should call it a night," I suggested gently, but he shook his head. No, I'm fine now," he insisted, forcing a smile. "Let's keep skating." I hesitated, but I didn't want to seem rude, so I reluctantly followed him back onto the rink. We made it maybe 2 laps before it happened again. This time, he didn't even make it to the bathroom. He stumbled toward the edge of the rink, clutching his stomach, and vomited all over the floor. And yes, some of it splashed onto me. Again. By this point, I was equal parts horrified and grossed out. He apologized profusely, his voice hoarse, and muttered something about needing to sit down. I helped him to a bench, keeping a cautious distance, and handed him a bottle of water. "You really don't look good," I said, trying to be polite while fighting the urge to gag. "Maybe you should call someone to pick you up." He nodded weakly, pulling out his phone. "I'll call my mom," he mumbled. That's when it hit me. This grown man was about to have his mom come pick him up from our first date. Not that I was judging, given the circumstances, but the situation was spiraling into something out of a comedy horror movie. While we waited, he leaned over and threw up again, barely missing my shoes this time. I jumped back, my patience and sympathy wearing dangerously thin. The staff shot me a look, and I mouthed an apology on his behalf, feeling the embarrassment crawl up my neck. Finally, his mom arrived. She hurried over to him, concern etched across her face, and helped him to his feet. "Oh, honey, you look terrible," she said, wrapping an arm around him. And then, as if the night hadn't been bad enough, he leaned toward her and, vomited on her. I stood there, frozen, watching as she gasped and tried to console him while wiping herself off. It was like a slow-motion car crash I couldn't look away from. I knew I should have stepped in, offered to help something, but at that moment, all I wanted to do was run. "Thank you for taking care of him," she said to me, clearly trying to keep her composure. I nodded mutely, my voice caught somewhere between an apology and an explanation that I was never going to see him again. He looked at me one last time, his face a mix of gratitude and humiliation. "I'm so sorry," he croaked, before his mom let him out the door. I stayed behind for a few minutes, partly to compose myself and partly to avoid having to share an elevator with them. When I finally left, the cold night air hit me like a blessing, washing away the stale, nauseating smells of the roller rink. As I walked to my car, I replayed the night in my head, equal parts horrified and incredulous. It wasn't just a bad date, it was a legendary disaster, the kind of night that doesn't just go wrong but collapses into utter chaos. The air in the brewhouse was warm and inviting, the soft hum of conversation mixing with the faint clinking of glasses. It was the perfect setting for a first date, or so I thought. I sat at the small corner table, nerves buzzing but hopeful, sipping on a pint and glancing at the door every so often. After weeks of chatting on Snapchat, this was finally happening. I was excited, maybe even too much so, but who could blame me? He'd seemed funny, engaging, and charming enough to lure me into giving him a chance. Then he walked in. The first thing I noticed was the sway in his step. My stomach sank. He wasn't just tipsy, he was drunk. He spotted me, grinning like he'd already won me over, and staggered toward the table. "Hey there," he slurred, dropping into the seat across from me. The smell of cheap whiskey hit me like a wall. I forced a smile, trying to hold on to my optimism, but it didn't last long. "You're gonna be fun," he said, leering as his eyes darted to my chest. "Short and stacked, huh? You're like a walking tit job." I froze, my mind scrambling to process what he'd just said. Was he joking? He had to be joking. My cheeks burned with embarrassment as I glanced around the bar, praying no one had overheard. "I'm sorry, what?" I asked, hoping he'd realize how inappropriate he was being. He just laughed, like he thought it was the best compliment in the world. "Come on, it's a good thing. You know that was strike one." I took a long sip of my beer, debating whether I should just leave then and there, but I decided to give him one more chance. Maybe he'd sober up a little. Maybe I could steer the conversation into safer territory. Maybe this wasn't a complete train wreck. But then the shouting started. A loud screech of tires echoed from outside, followed by the unmistakable crunch of a fender bender. Everyone in the bar turned to look, craning their necks to see the minor accident unfolding just beyond the front window. Most people muttered things like "oof" or "that sucks." Not him. No, he decided to yell, loud enough for the whole bar to hear, a string of anti-Asian slurs that left me mortified. The room went silent for a beat, all eyes turning toward our table. I wanted to disappear, to melt into my chair and vanish. "Jesus Christ," I hissed under my breath. "What's wrong with you?" "What?" he said, grinning as if he'd just said something clever. "It's funny." It wasn't. Not even a little. That was strike two. Desperate to shift gears, I asked about his day, anything to drown out the echo of his disgusting outburst. But if I thought the topic would lead us into calmer waters, I was dead wrong. He launched into a detailed description of his morning bowel movements, complete with graphic commentary about the liquidity and consistency. My stomach churned as he continued, completely oblivious to how wildly inappropriate it was. And then he shifted to another topic, as if that weren't bad enough. "You want to know the craziest thing I've ever done?" he asked, leaning in like he was about to share a deep, dark secret. "No," I said, but he didn't care. "My first time going down on a girl, she was on her period," he said, grinning as if this was somehow charming. "It was messy. But, you gotta do what you gotta do." I stared at him, horrified. Was this real? Was I actually sitting here, listening to this guy share this level of detail on a first date? My appetite evaporated, replaced by a cold, creeping sense of dread. "Strike 3. No, strike 10. I think I'm gonna call it a night," I said abruptly, standing up and grabbing my bag. He looked up at me, his grin fading. "What? Already?" "Yeah," I said firmly, trying to keep my voice steady. This isn't working." And that's when he snapped. "You're kidding me," he said, his voice rising. "You're seriously leaving? After all this?" "Yes," I said, turning toward the door. "Unbelievable," he shouted, loud enough for half the bar to hear. "You're just like every other stuck-up girl. You think you're too good, huh?" I didn't respond. I just walked out, my heart pounding as I made my way to my car. Even as I climbed into the driver's seat, his words rang in my ears. I locked the doors and sat there for a moment, trying to steady my breathing, the adrenaline making my hands shake. The evening started out ordinary enough. I'd agreed to meet him for dinner after chatting online for a while. He seemed normal, funny, polite, even charming in his messages. I had no reason to expect anything weird. But by the end of the night, I'd lost more than my faith in dating. I'd lost my shoe. We met at a cozy little restaurant, the kind of place where the lighting is soft and the music is just loud enough to drown out awkward silences. At first, everything seemed fine. We exchanged the usual pleasantries, ordered our meals, and settled into conversation. He was a bit quirky, sure, but nothing alarming. Just unique. Then it happened. It was somewhere between finishing our appetizers and waiting for the mains. I remember laughing at something he said, some awkward joke about how hard it was to parallel park outside, and then, out of nowhere, he leaned down and grabbed my foot under the table. At first, I froze, not sure if this was some kind of joke. "What are you doing?" I asked, laughing nervously. "Just checking something," he said, his tone casual, like this was the most normal thing in the world. Before I could process what was happening, he slipped off my shoe. My stomach tightened. "Okay, funny," I said, reaching down to take it back. But instead of handing it over, he straightened up, clutching my shoe in his hand like a prize. And then, without a word, he stood up and walked away. I blinked, stunned, as he weaved through the tables, my shoe dangling from his hand. At first, I thought he was kidding, that he was just being weirdly playful and would come right back. But then he didn't. I watched in disbelief as he headed toward the door, still holding my shoe. "Is this real?" I muttered to myself, half expecting someone to jump out and yell, "You're on camera. It's a prank." But no one did. The seconds stretched into minutes, and I sat there, one foot bare, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Did he leave? With my shoe? Who does that? My face burned with embarrassment as the waiter approached to refill my water. I pulled my leg under the table, hoping he wouldn't notice my awkward situation. "Everything okay?" the waiter asked, his tone polite but curious. Yeah," I lied, forcing a smile. "Just fine." But it wasn't fine. Nothing about this was fine. My date had just walked out of the restaurant, with my shoe, and left me sitting there like an idiot. After a few more minutes of waiting, because apparently I still had hope at that point, I finally accepted the truth. He wasn't coming back. I paid the bill. Yes, I paid, and hobbled out of the restaurant, one foot still bare, trying to hold on to what little dignity I had left. I called a friend to pick me up, and when I explained what had happened, she burst out laughing. Wait, she said between gasps. "He stole your shoe?" "Yes," I said, my voice dripping with defeat. "He took my shoe. Just one. And he ran away with it." "Why?" she asked, still laughing. "What does he even want with one shoe?" That was the million-dollar question. I replayed the moment over and over in my head during the drive home, trying to make sense of it. Did he have some kind of shoe fetish? Was this a bizarre power move? Or was he just completely unhinged? None of it made sense, and the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. I never heard from him again. No text, no explanation, nothing. It was like he'd disappeared into the night with my shoe, leaving me with only questions and a weird story to tell. But even now, years later, the whole thing still sticks with me. There was something so eerie about the way he just took it. The way he didn't laugh or act like it was a joke. He just walked away. It wasn't just rude, it was unnerving. And the fact that I never got an explanation makes it even worse. I've had bad dates before, plenty in fact, but this one is burned into my memory as one of the strangest and most unsettling. It wasn't just a bad date. It was a weird date, the kind of experience that leaves you questioning your instincts and wondering what kind of people are really out there.